Section 1 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 1. Deep Furrows on the Back. Thomas Madden. Of all the passengers who had hitherto arrived with bruised and mangled bodies received at the hands of slaveholders, none brought a back so shamefully lacerated by the lash as Thomas Madden. Not a single spot had been exempted from the excoriating cowhide. A most bloody picture did the broad back and shoulders of Thomas present to the eye as he bared his wounds for inspection. While it was sad to think that millions of men, women, and children throughout the South were liable to just such brutal outrages as Thomas had received, it was a satisfaction to think that this outrage had made a free man of him. He was only 22 years of age, but that punishment convinced him that he was fully old enough to leave such a master as E. Ray, who had almost murdered him. But for this treatment Thomas might have remained in some degree contented in slavery. He was expected to look after the fires in the house on Sunday mornings. In a single instance, desiring to be absent perhaps for his own pleasure, 2 boys offered to be his substitute. The services of the boys were accepted, and this gave offence to the master. This Thomas declared was the head and front of his offending. His simple narration of the circumstances of his slave life was listened to by the committee with deep interest and a painful sense of the situation of slaves under the despotism of such men as Ray. After being cared for by the committee, he was sent on to Canada. When there he wrote back to let the committee know how he was faring, the narrow escape he had on the way, and likewise to convey the fact that one named Rachel, left behind, shared a large place in his affections. The subjoined letter is the only correspondence of his preserved. Stanford, June 1st, 1855, Niagara District. Dear Sir, I set down to inform you that I take the liberty to write for a friend to inform you that he is enjoying good health, and hopes that this will find you the same. He got to this country very well, except that in Albany he was very nigh taking back to his old home, but escaped when he came to the Suspension Bridge. He was so glad that he run from freedom's shore, and when he arrived it was the last of October, and must look for some work for the winter. He chopped wood until February. Times are good, but money is scarce. He thinks a great deal of the girl he left behind him. He thinks there is none like her here, none so handsome as his Rachel. Write and let him hear from you as soon as convenient. No more at present, but remain yours, Albert Meta. Pete Mathews, alias Samuel Sparrows. I might as well be in the penitentiary, etc. Up to the age of 35, Pete had worn the yoke steadily, if not patiently, under William S. Mathews, of Oak Hill, near Temperanceville, in the state of Virginia. Pete said that his master was not a hard man, but the man to whom he was hired, George Mathews, was a very cruel man. I might as well be in the penitentiary as in his hands, was his declaration. One day, a short while before Pete took out, an ox broke into the truck patch, and helped himself to choice delicacies to the full extent of his capacious stomach, making sad havoc with the vegetables generally. Peter's attention being directed to the ox, he turned him out, and gave him what he considered proper chastisement, according to the mischief he had done. At this liberty taken by Pete, the master became furious. He got his gun and threatened to shoot him. "Open your mouth if you dare, and I will pack the whole load into you," said the enraged master. "He took out a large dirk knife and attempted to stab me, but I kept out of his way," said Pete. Nevertheless, the violence of the master did not abate until he had beaten Pete over the head and body till he was weary, inflicting severe injuries. A great change was at once wrought in Pete's mind. He was now ready to adopt any plan that might hold out the least encouragement to escape. Having capital to the amount of $4 only, He felt that he could not do much towards employing a conductor, but he had a good pair of legs, and a heart stout enough to whip 2 or 3 slave catchers with the help of a pistol. Happening to know a man who had a pistol for sale, he went to him and told him that he wished to purchase it. For $1 the pistol became Pete's property. He had but $3 left, but he was determined to make that amount answer his purposes under the circumstances. The last cruel beating maddened him almost to desperation, especially when he remembered how he had been compelled to work hard night and day under Mathews. Then, too, Peter had a wife, whom his master prevented him from visiting. This was not among the least offences with which Peter charged his master. Fully bent on leaving, the following Sunday was fixed by him on which to commence his journey. The time arrived, and Pete bade farewell to slavery, resolved to follow the North Star, with his pistol in hand ready for action. After traveling about 200 miles from home, he unexpectedly had an opportunity of using his pistol. To his astonishment, he suddenly came face to face with a former master, whom he had not seen for a long time. Pete desired no friendly intercourse with him whatever, but he perceived that his old master recognized him and was bent upon stopping him. Pete held on to his pistol, but moved as fast as his wearied limbs would allow him, in an opposite direction. As he was running, Pete cautiously cast his eye over his shoulder to see what had become of his old master, when to his amazement he found that a regular chase was being made after him. Need of redoubling his pace was quite obvious. In this hour of peril Pete's legs saved him. After this signal leg victory, Pete had more confidence in his understandings than he had in his old pistol, although he held on to it until he reached Philadelphia, where he left it in the possession of the secretary of the committee. Considering it worth saving, simply as a relic of the Underground Railroad, it was carefully laid aside. Pete was now christened Samuel Sparrows. Mr. Sparrows had the rust of slavery washed off as clean as possible, and the committee furnishing him with clean clothes, a ticket, and letters of introduction, started him on Canada-ward, looking quite respectable. And doubtless he felt even more so than he looked. Free air had a powerful effect on such passengers as Samuel Sparrows. The unpleasantness which grew out of the mischief done by the ox on George Mathews' farm took place on 1st of October, 1855. Pete may be described as a man of unmixed blood, well made and intelligent. Moses arrives with 6 passengers. The coming of these passengers was heralded by Thomas Garrett as follows. Thomas Garrett's letter. Wilmington, 12mo, 29th, 1854. Esteemed friend, J. Miller McKim. We made arrangements last night and sent away Harriet Tubman with 6 men and 1 woman to Allen Agnew's to be forwarded across the country to the city. Harriet and one of the men had worn their shoes off their feet, and I gave them $2 to help fit them out, and directed a carriage to be hired at my expense to take them out, but do not yet know the expense. I now have 2 more from the lowest county in Maryland, on the peninsula, upwards of 100 miles. I will try to get one of our trusty colored men to take them tomorrow morning to the anti-slavery office. You can then pass them on. Thomas Garrett. Harriet Tubman had been their Moses, but not in the sense that Andrew Johnson was the Moses of the colored people. She had faithfully gone down into Egypt and had delivered these 6 bondmen by her own heroism. Harriet was a woman of no pretensions indeed. A more ordinary specimen of humanity could hardly be found among the most unfortunate looking farm hands of the South. Yet, in point of courage, shrewdness, and disinterested exertions to rescue her fellow men, by making personal visits to Maryland among the slaves, she was without her equal. Her success was wonderful. Time and again she made successive visits to Maryland on the Underground Railroad, and would be absent for weeks at a time, running daily risks while making preparations for herself and passengers. Great fears were entertained for her safety, but she seemed wholly devoid of personal fear. The idea of being captured by slave hunters or slave holders seemed never to enter her mind. She was apparently proof against all adversaries. While she thus manifested such utter personal indifference, she was much more watchful with regard to those she was piloting. Half of her time she had the appearance of one asleep, and would actually sit down by the roadside and go fast asleep when on her errands of mercy through the South. Yet she would not suffer one of her party to whimper once about "giving out and going back," however wearied they might be from hard travel day and night. She had a very short and pointed rule or law of her own, which implied death to any one who talked of giving out and going back. Thus, in an emergency, she would give all to understand that times were very critical, and therefore no foolishness would be indulged in on the road. That several who were rather weak-kneed and faint-hearted were greatly invigorated by Harriet's blunt and positive manner and threat of extreme measures, there could be no doubt. After having once enlisted, they had to go through or die. Of course Harriet was supreme, and her followers generally had full faith in her, and would back up any word she might utter. So when she said to them that a live runaway could do great harm by going back, but that a dead one could tell no secrets, she was sure to have obedience. Therefore none had to die as traitors to the Middle Passage. It is obvious enough, however, that her success in going into Maryland as she did was attributable to her adventurous spirit and utter disregard of consequences. Her like, it is probable, was never known before or since. On examining the 6 passengers who came by this arrival, they were thus recorded: December 29th, 1854. John is 20 years of age, chestnut color, of spare build and smart. He fled from a farmer by the name of John Campbell Henry, who resided at Cambridge, Dorchester County, Maryland. On being interrogated relative to the character of his master, John gave no very amiable account of him. He testified that he was a hard man, and that he owned about 140 slaves, and sometimes he would sell, etc. John was one of the slaves who were hired out. He desired to have the privilege of hunting his own master. His desire was not granted. Instead of meekly submitting, John felt wronged, and made this his reason for running away. This looked pretty spirited on the part of one so young as John. The committee's respect for him was not a little increased when they heard him express himself. Benjamin was 28 years of age, chestnut color, medium size, and shrewd. He was the so-called property of Eliza Ann Brodins, who lived near Buckstown in Maryland. Ben did not hesitate to say in unqualified terms that his mistress was very devilish. He considered his charges proved by the fact that 3 slaves, himself one of them, were required to work hard and fare meagerly to support his mistress's family in idleness and luxury. The committee paid due attention to his ex parte statement, and was obliged to conclude that his argument, clothed in common and homely language, was forcible, if not eloquent, and that he was well worthy of aid. Benjamin left his parents, besides one sister, Mary Ann Williamson, who wanted to come away on the Underground Railroad. Henry left his wife, Harriet Ann, to be known in future by the name of Sophia Brown. He was a fellow servant of Ben's, and one of the supports of Eliza A. Brodins. Henry was only 22, but had quite an insight into matters and things going on among the slaves and slaveholders generally in country life. He was the father of 2 small children, whom he had to leave behind. Peter was owned by George Wenthrop, a farmer, living near Cambridge, Maryland. In answer to the question how he had been used, he said, "Hard." Not a pleasant thought did he entertain respecting his master, save that he was no longer to demand the sweat of Peter's brow. Peter left parents who were free. He was born before they were emancipated, consequently he was retained in bondage. Jane, aged 22, instead of regretting that she had unadvisedly left a kind mistress and indulgent master, who had afforded her necessary comforts, affirmed that her master, Rash Jones, was the worst man in the country. The committee were at first disposed to doubt her sweeping statement, but when they heard particularly how she had been treated, they thought Kathrine had good ground for all that she said. Personal abuse and hard usage were the common lot of poor slave girls. Robert was 35 years of age, of a chestnut colour and well made. His report was similar to that of many others. He had been provided with plenty of hard drudgery, hewing of wood and drawing of water, and had hardly been treated as well as a gentleman would treat a dumb brute. His feelings, therefore, on leaving his old master and home, were those of an individual who had been unjustly imprisoned for a dozen years and had at last regained his liberty. The civilization, religion, and customs under which Robert and his companions had been raised were, he thought, very wicked. Although these travellers were all of the field hand order, they were, nevertheless, very promising, and they anticipated better days in Canada. Good advice was proffered them on the subject of temperance, industry, education, etc. Clothing, food, and money were also given them to meet their wants, and they were sent on their way rejoicing. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 2. Escaped from a worthless sot. John Atkinson. John was a prisoner of hope under James Ray, of Portsmouth, Virginia, whom he declared to be a worthless sot. The character was fully set forth, but the description is too disgusting for record. John was a dark mulatto, 31 years of age, well formed and intelligent. For some years before escaping, he had been in the habit of hiring his time for $120 per annum. Daily toiling to support his drunken and brutal master was a hardship that John felt keenly, but was compelled to submit to up to the day of his escape. A part of John's life he had suffered many abuses from his oppressor, and only a short while before freeing himself the auction block was held up before his troubled mind. This caused him to take the first daring step towards Canada, to leave his wife, Mary, without bidding her good-bye, or saying a word to her as to his intention of fleeing. John came as a private passenger on one of the Richmond steamers, and was indebted to the steward of the boat for his accommodations. Having been received by the committee, he was cared for and sent on his journey Canada-ward. There he was happy, found employment, and wanted for nothing but his wife and clothing left in Virginia. On these 2 points he wrote several times with considerable feeling. Some slaves who hired their time in addition to the payment of their monthly hire purchased nice clothes for themselves, which they usually valued highly, so much so that after escaping they would not be contented until they had tried every possible scheme to secure them. They would write back continually, either to their friends in the North or South, hoping thus to procure them. Not unfrequently the persons who rendered them assistance in the South would be entrusted with all their effects, with the understanding that such valuables would be forwarded to a friend or to the committee at the earliest opportunity. The committee strongly protested against fugitives writing back to the South, through the mails, on account of the liability of getting parties into danger, as all such letters were liable to be intercepted in order to the discovery of the names of such as aided the Underground Railroad. To render needless this writing to the South, the committee often submitted to be taxed with demands to rescue clothing as well as wives, etc., belonging to such as had been already aided. The following letters are fair samples of a large number which came to the committee touching the matter of clothing, etc. St. Katharine's, September 4th. Dear Sir, I now embrace this favourable opportunity of writing you a few lines to inform you that I am quite well and arrived here safe, and I hope that these few lines may find you and your family the same. I hope you will intercede for my clothes, and as soon as they come, please to send them to me. And if you have not time, get Dr. Lundy to look out for them, and when they come, be very careful in sending them. I wish you would copy off this letter and give it to the steward, and tell him to give it to Henry Louis, and tell him to give it to my wife. Brother sends his love to you and all the family, and he is overjoyed at seeing me arrive safe. He can hardly contain himself. Also, he wants to see his wife very much, and says when she comes he hopes you will send her on as soon as possible. Jerry Williams's love, together with all of us. I had a message for Mr. Lundy, but I forgot it when I was there. No more at present, but remain your ever grateful and sincere friend, John Atkinson. St. Katharine's, C.W., October 5th, 1854. Mr. William Still. Dear Sir, I have learned of my friend, Richmond Bohm, that my clothes were in Philadelphia. Will you have the kindness to see Dr. Lundy, and if he has my clothes in charge, or knows about them, for him to send them on to me immediately, as I am in great need of them. I would like to have them put in a small box, and the overcoat I left at your house to be put in the box with them, to be sent to the care of my friend Hiram Wilson. On receipt of this letter, I desire you to write a few lines to my wife, Mary Atkins, in the care of my friend Henry Lowie, stating that I am well and hearty, and hope that she is the same. Please tell her to remember my love to her mother and her cousin Emmeline, and her husband, and Thomas Hunter, also to my father and mother. Please request her to write to me immediately, for her to be of good courage, that I love her better than ever. I would like her to come on as soon as she can, but for her to write and let me know when she is going to start. Affectionately yours, John Atkins. W. H. Atkinson, Fugitive, October 1854. William Butcher, alias William T. Mitchell. He was abuseful. This passenger reported himself from Mathews Cross Roads, near Georgetown, Maryland. William gave his reason for being found destitute, and under the necessity of asking aid, that a man by the name of William Boyer, who followed farming, had deprived him of his hard earnings, and also claimed him as his property, and withal that he had abused him for years, and recently had threatened to sell him. This made his yoke too intolerable to be borne. He here began to think and plan for the future as he had never done before. Fortunately, he was possessed with more than an average amount of mother wit, and he soon comprehended the requirements of the Underground Railroad. He saw exactly that he must have resolution and self-dependence very decided in order to gain the victory over Boyer. In his hour of trial, his wife, Phyllis, and child, John Wesley, who were free, caused him much anxiety, but his reason taught him that it was his duty to throw off the yoke at all hazards, and he acted accordingly. Of course he left behind his wife and child. The interview which the committee held with William was quite satisfactory, and he was duly aided and regularly dispatched by the name of William T. Mitchell. He was about 28 years of age, of medium size, and of quite a dark hue. White enough to pass. John Wesley Gibson represented himself to be not only the slave, but also the son of William Y. Day, of Taylor's Mount, Maryland. The faintest shade of colored blood was hardly discernible in this passenger. He relied wholly on his father's white blood to secure him freedom. Having resolved to serve no longer as a slave, he concluded to hold up his head and put on airs. He reached Baltimore safely without being discovered or suspected of being on the Underground Railroad, as far as he was aware of. Here he tried for the first time to pass for white. The attempt proved a success beyond his expectation. Indeed, he could but wonder how it was that he had never before hit upon such an expedient to rid himself of his unhappy lot. Although a man of only 28 years of age, he was a foreman of his master's farm, but he was not particularly favored in any way on this account. His master and father endeavored to hold the reins very tightly upon him, not even allowing him the privilege of visiting around on neighboring plantations. Perhaps the master thought the family likeness was rather too discernible. John believed that on this account all privileges were denied him, and he resolved to escape. His mother Harriet and sister Frances were named as near kin whom he had left behind. John was quite smart, and looked none the worse for having so much of his master's blood in his veins. The master was alone to blame for John's escape, as he passed on the master's colour. Escaping with master's carriages and horses, Harriet Shepherd and her 5 children, with 5 other passengers. One morning, about the 1st of November in 1855, the sleepy slave-holding neighborhood of Chestertown, Maryland, was doubtless deeply excited on learning that 11 head of slave, 4 head of horses, and 2 carriages were missing. But it is reasonable to suppose that the first report must have produced a shock scarcely less stunning than an earthquake. Abolitionists, emissaries, and incendiaries were farther below par than ever. It may be supposed that cursings and threatenings were breathed out by a deeply agitated community for days in succession. Harriet Shepherd, the mother of 5 children, for whom she felt of course a mother's love, could not bear the thought of having her offspring compelled to wear the miserable yoke of slavery, as she had been compelled to do. By her own personal experience, Harriet could very well judge what their fate would be when reaching man and womanhood. She declared that she had never received kind treatment. It was not on this account, however, that she was prompted to escape. She was actuated by a more disinterested motive than this. She was chiefly induced to make the bold effort to save her children from having to drag the chains of slavery as she herself had done. Anna Maria, Edwin, Eliza Jane, Mary Ann, and John Henry were the names of the children for whom she was willing to make any sacrifice. They were young and unable to walk, and she was penniless and unable to hire a conveyance, even if she had known anyone who would have been willing to risk the law in taking them a night's journey. So there was no hope in these directions. Her rude intellect being considered, she was entitled to a great deal of credit for seizing the horses and carriages belonging to her master, as she did it for the liberation of her children. Knowing others at the same time who were wanting to visit Canada, she consulted with 5 of this class, males and females, and they mutually decided to travel together. It is not likely that they knew much about the roads. Nevertheless, they reached Wilmington, Delaware, pretty direct, and ventured up into the heart of the town in carriages, looking as innocent as if they were going to a meeting to hear an old-fashioned Southern sermon. Servants, obey your masters. Of course, the distinguished travelers were immediately reported to the noted Thomas Garrett, who was accustomed to transact the affairs of the Underground Railroad in a cool, masterly way. But on this occasion there was but little time for deliberation, and much need of haste to meet the emergency. He at once decided that they must immediately be separated from the horses and carriages, and got out of Wilmington as quickly as possible. With the courage and skill so characteristic of Garrett, the fugitives, under escort, were soon on their way to Kennett Square, a hotbed of abolitionists and stockholders of the Underground Railroad, which place they reached safely. It so happened that they reached Longwood Meeting House in the evening, at which place a fair circle had convened. Being invited, they stayed a while in the meeting. Then, after remaining all night with one of the Kennett friends, they were brought to Downingtown early in the morning, and thence by daylight within a short distance of Kimberton, and found succor with friend Lewis at the old headquarters of the fugitives. A letter may be found from Miss G. A. Lewis on page 39, throwing much light on this arrival. After receiving friendly aid and advice while there, they were forwarded to the committee in Philadelphia. Here further aid was afforded them, and as danger was quite obvious, they were completely divided and disguised, so that the committee felt that they might safely be sent on to Canada in one of the regular trains considered most private. Considering the condition of the slave mother and her children and friends, all concerned rejoiced that they had had the courage to use their masters' horses and vehicles as they did. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 3. 8.5 months secreted. Washington Somlar, alias James Moore. But few could tell of having been eye-witnesses to outrages more revolting and disgraceful than Washington Somlar. He arrived per steamer Pennsylvania, secreted, directly from Norfolk, Virginia, in 1855. He was 32 years of age, a man of medium size and quite intelligent. A merchant by the name of Smith owned Washington. 8.5 months before escaping, Washington had been secreted in order to shun both master and auction block. Smith believed in selling, flogging, cobbing, paddling, and all other kinds of torture, by which he could inflict punishment in order to make the slaves feel his power. He thus tyrannized over about 25 head. Being naturally passionate, when in a brutal mood he made his slaves suffer unmercifully. Said Washington, quote, "On one occasion, about 2 months before I was secreted, he had 5 of the slaves, some of them women, tied across a barrel, lashed with a cowhide, and then cobbed. This was a common practice." Unquote. Such treatment was so inhuman and so incredible that the committee hesitated at first to give credence to the statement, and only yielded when facts and evidences were given which seemed incontestable. The first effort to come away was made on the steamship City of Richmond. Within 60 miles of Philadelphia, in consequence of the ice obstruction in the river, the steamer had to go back. How sad Washington felt at thus having his hopes broken to pieces may be imagined, but cannot be described. Great as was his danger, when the steamer returned to Norfolk, he was safely gotten off the boat and under the eye of officers walked away. Again he was secreted in his old doleful quarters, where he waited patiently for the spring. It came. Again the opportunity for another trial was presented, and it was seized unhesitatingly. This time his tried faith was rewarded with success. He came through safely to the committee's satisfaction as well as his own. The recital of his sufferings and experience had a very inspiring effect on those who had the pleasure of seeing Washington in Philadelphia. Although closely secreted in Norfolk, he had, through friends, some little communication with the outside world. Among other items of information which came to his ears was a report that his master was being pressed by his creditors, and had all his slaves advertised for sale. An item still more sad also reached his ear, to the effect that his wife had been sold away to North Carolina, and thus separated from her child, 2 years old. The child was given as a present to the niece of the master. While this is only a meagre portion of his interesting story, it was considered at the time sufficient to identify him should the occasion ever require it. We content ourselves, therefore, simply with giving what was recorded on the book. Washington spent a short while in Philadelphia in order to recruit, after which he went on north where colored men were free. Arthur Fowler, alias Benjamin Johnson. Arthur came from Spring Hill, Maryland. Edward Fowler held Arthur in fetters and usurped authority over him as his lord and master. Arthur saw certain signs connected with his master's family, which presaged to him that the day was not far distant when somebody would have to be sold to raise money to pamper the appetites of some of the superior members of the patriarchal institution. Among these provocations were indulgence in a great deal of extravagance, and the growing up of a number of young masters and mistresses. Arthur would often look at the heirs, and the very thought of their coming into possession would make him tremble. Nothing so affected Arthur's mind so much in moving him to make a bold stroke for freedom as these heirs. Under his old master the usage had been bad enough, but he feared that it would be a great deal worse under the sons and daughters. He therefore wisely concluded to avoid the impending danger by availing himself of the Underground Railroad. After completing such arrangements as he deemed necessary, he started, making his way along pretty successfully, with the exception of a severe encounter with Jack Frost, by which his feet were badly bitten. He was not discouraged, however, but was joyful over his victory, and hopeful in view of his prospects in Canada. Arthur was about 30 years of age, medium size, and of a dark color. The committee afforded him needed assistance, and sent him off. Sundry arrivals. About the 1st of June, 1855, the following arrivals were noted in the record book. Emory Roberts, alias William Kemp, Talbot County, Maryland. Daniel Payne, Richmond, Virginia. Harriet Mayo, John Judah, and Richard Bradley, Petersburg and Richmond. James Crummell, Samuel Jones, Tolbert Jones, and Henry Howard, Haverford County, Maryland. Lewis Childs, Richmond. Daniel Bennett, alias Henry Washington, and his wife, Martha, and 2 children, George and a nameless babe. The road at this time was doing a fair business in a quiet way. Passengers were managing to come without having to suffer in any very violent manner, as many had been called upon to do in making similar efforts. The success attending some of these passengers was partly attributable to the intelligence of individuals, who for years had been planning and making preparations to effect the end in view. Besides, the favorableness of the weather tended also to make travel more pleasant than in colder seasons of the year. While matters were thus favorable, the long stories of individual suffering and of practices and customs among young and old masters and mistresses were listened to attentively, although the short summer nights hardly afforded sufficient opportunity for writing out details. Emory arrived safely from Talbot County. As a slave he had served Edward Lloyd. He gave his master the character of treating his slaves with great severity. The lash was freely used, quote, on women as well as men, old and young, unquote. In this kind of property Lloyd had invested to the extent of about 500 head, so Emory thought. Food and clothing for this large number were dealt out very stintedly, and daily suffering was the common lot of slaves under Lloyd. Emory was induced to leave, to avoid a terrible flogging which had been promised him for the coming Monday. He was a married man, but exercised no greater control over his wife than over himself. She was hired on a neighboring plantation. The way did not seem open for her to accompany him, so he had to leave her behind. His mother, brothers, and sisters had to be left also. The ties of kindred, usually strong in the breasts of slaves, were hard for Emory to break. But by a firm resolution that he would not stay on Lloyd's plantation to endure the impending flogging, he was nerved to surmount every obstacle in the way of carrying his intention into execution. He came to the committee hungry and in want of clothing, and was aided in the usual way. Daniel Payne. This traveler was a man who might be said to be full of years, infirm, and well-nigh used up under a Virginia taskmaster. But within the old man's breast a spark was burning for freedom, and he was desirous of reaching free land on which to lay his body when life's toil ended. So the committee sympathized with him, aided him, and sent him on to Canada. He was owned by a man named M.W. Morris of Richmond, whence he fled. Harriet Mayo, John Judah, and Richard Bradley were the next who brought joy and victory with them. Harriet was a tall, well-made, intelligent young woman, 22 years of age. She spoke with feelings of much bitterness against her master, James Cuthbert, saying that he was a very hard man, at the same time adding that his wife was still worse. Harriet had been sold once. She admitted, however, having been treated kindly a part of her life. In escaping, she had to leave her poor old mother, with no hope of ever seeing her again. Likewise, she regretted having to leave 3 brothers, who kindly aided her to escape. But having her heart bent on freedom, she resolved that nothing should deter her from putting forth efforts to get out of slavery. John was a mulatto, of genteel address, well clothed, and looked as if he had been well fed. Miss Elijah Lambert had the honor of owning John, and was gracious enough to allow him to hire his time for $110 per annum. After the sum was punctually paid, John could do what he pleased with any surplus earnings. Now, as he was fond of nice clothing, he was careful to earn a balance sufficient to gratify this love. By similar means many slaves were seen in southern cities elegantly dressed, and strangers and travelers from the north gave all the credit to indulgent masters, not knowing the facts in the case. John accused his mistress of being hard in money matters, not caring how the servants fared, so she got, quote, plenty of money out of them, unquote. For himself, however, he admitted that he had never experienced as great abuses as many had. He was fortunate in being wedded to a free wife, who was privy to all his plans and schemes looking forth to freedom, and fully acquiesced in the arrangement of matters, promising to come on after he should reach Canada. This promise was carried out in due time, and they were joyfully reunited under the protection of the British Lion. Richard was about 27. For years the hope of freedom had occupied his thoughts, and many had been the longing desires to see the way open by which he could safely get rid of oppression. He was sufficiently intelligent to look at slavery in all its bearings, and to smart keenly under even ordinarily mild treatment. Therefore he was very happy in the realization of his hopes. In the recital of matters touching his slave life, he alluded to his master, Samuel Ball, as a very hard man, utterly unwilling to allow his servants any chance whatever. For reasons which he considered judicious, he kept the matter of his contemplated escape wholly private, not even revealing it to his wife. Probably he felt that she would not be willing to give him up, not even for freedom, as long as she could not go too. Her name was Emily, and she belonged to William Bolden. How she felt when she learned of her husband's escape is for the imagination to picture. These 3 interesting passengers were brought away snugly secreted in Captain B.'s schooner. James Crummell, Samuel and Tolbert Jones, and Henry Howard. This party united to throw off the yoke in Haverford County, Maryland. James, Samuel, and Tolbert had been owned by William Hutchins. They agreed in giving Hutchins the character of being a notorious frolicker and a very hard master. Under him matters were growing worse and worse. Before the old master's death times were much better. Henry did not live under the same authority that his 3 companions were subjected to, but belonged to Philip Garrison. The continual threat to sell harassed Henry so much that he saw no chance of peace or happiness in the future. So one day the master laid the last straw on the camel's back, and not another day would Henry stay. Many times it required a pretty heavy pressure to start off a number of young men, but in this instance they seemed unwilling to wait to be worn out under the yoke and violent treatment, or to become encumbered with wives and children before leaving. All were single, with the exception of James, whose wife was free, and named Charlotte. She understood about his going to Canada, and of course was true to him. These young men had of course been reared under circumstances altogether unfavorable to mental development. Nevertheless they had fervent aspirations to strike for freedom. Louis Giles belonged in the prison house of bondage in the city of Richmond, and owed service to a Mr. Lewis Hill, who made it a business to keep slaves expressly to hire out, just as a man keeps a livery stable. Louis was not satisfied with this arrangement. He could see no fair play in it. In fact, he was utterly at variance with the entire system of slavery, and a long time before he left had plans laid with a view of escaping. Through one of the Underground Railroad agents the glad tidings were borne to him that a passage might be procured on a schooner for $25. Louis at once availed himself of this offer, and made his arrangements accordingly. He, however, made no mention of this contemplated movement to his wife Louisa, and to her astonishment he was soon among the missing. Louis was a fine-looking article, 6 feet high, well-proportioned, and of dark chestnut color, worth probably $1,200 in the Richmond market. Touching his slave life, he said that he had been treated pretty well, except that he had been sold several times. Intellectually he was above the average run of slaves. He left on the 23rd of April and arrived about the 2nd of June, having in the meantime encountered difficulties and discouragements of various kinds. His safe arrival, therefore, was attended with unusual rejoicing. Daniel Bennett and his wife and children were the next in order. A woman poorly clad with a babe just 1 month old in her arms, and a little boy at her side who could scarcely toddle, together with a husband who had never dared under penalty of the laws to protect her or her little ones, presented a most painfully touching picture. It was easy enough to see that they had been crushed. The husband had been owned by Captain James Taylor, the wife and children by George Carter. The young mother gave Carter a very bad character, affirming that it was a, quote, common practice with him to flog the slaves stripped entirely naked, unquote. That she had herself been so flogged, since she had been a married woman. How the husband was treated, the record book is silent. He was about 32, the wife about 27. Especial pains were taken to provide aid and sympathy to this family in their destitution, fleeing under such peculiarly trying circumstances and from such loathsome brutality. They were from Aldie, P.O., London County, Virginia, and passed through the hands of the committee about the 11th of June. What has been their fate since is not known. End of Section 3. Recording by Spoken For.
Section 4 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 4. Sundry arrivals about January 1st, 1855. Varinia Mercer. The steamship Pennsylvania, on one of her regular trips from Richmond, brought one passenger of whom the captain had no knowledge. No permission had been asked of any officer of the boat. Nevertheless, Varinia Mercer managed by the most extraordinary strategy to secret herself on the steamer, and thus succeeded in reaching Philadelphia. She was following her husband, who escaped about 9 months before her. Varinia was about 41 years of age, of a dark chestnut color, prepossessing in manners, intelligent and refined. She belonged to the slave population of Richmond, and was owned by Thomas W. Quales. According to her testimony, she had not received severe treatment during the 8½ years that she had been in his hands. Previous to his becoming the owner of Varinia, it might have been otherwise, although nothing is recorded in proof of this inference, except that she had the misfortune to lose her first husband by a sail. Of course she was left a widow, in which state she remained 9 years, at the expiration of which period she married a man by the name of James Mercer, whose narrative may be found on page 54. How James got off and where he went, Varinia knew quite well. Consequently, in planning to reach him, she resorted to the same means by which he achieved success. The committee rendered her the usual aid, and sent her on direct to her husband in Canada. Without difficulty of any kind she reached there safely, and found James with arms wide open to embrace her. Frequent tidings reached the committee that they were getting along quite well in Toronto. On the same day, January 1st, Peter Derrickson and Charles Purnell arrived from Berlin, Worcester County, Maryland. Both were able-bodied young men, 24 and 26 years of age, just the kind that a trader or an experienced slaveholder in the farming business would be most likely to select for doing full day's work in the field, or for bringing high prices in the market. Peter toiled and toiled with 20 others on John Derrickson's farm, and although Derrickson was said to be a mild master, Peter decidedly objected to working for him for nothing. He thought over his situation a great deal, and finally came to the conclusion that he must get from under the yoke, if possible, before entering another new year. His friend Charles, he felt, could be confided in, therefore he made up his mind that he would broach the question of Canada and the Underground Railroad to him. Charles was equally ready and willing to enter into any practical arrangements by which he could get rid of his no-pay taskmaster and be landed safely in Canada. After taking into account the dangers likely to attend such a struggle, they concluded that they would risk all and try their luck, as many had done before them. "What made you leave, Charles?" said a member of the Committee. "I left because I wanted my time and money for myself." No one could gainsay such a plain common sense answer as that. The fact that he had to leave his parents, 3 brothers and 5 sisters, all in Slavery, brought sad reflections. Lloyd Hackett, alias Perry Watkins, and William Henry Johnson, alias John Wesley. No weather was too cold for travel, nor way too rough, when the slave was made to feel by his heartless master that he was going to sell him or starve him to death. Lloyd had toiled on till he reached 55 before he came to the conclusion that he could endure the treatment of his master, John Griffin, no longer, simply because he was not good to feed and clothe, and was a great fighter. Moreover, he would never suffer his slaves to stop work on account of bad weather. Not only was his master cruel in these particulars, but he was equally cruel with regard to selling. Georgia was continually held up to the slaves, with a view of producing a wholesome fear, but in this instance, as in many similar ones, it only awakened desires to seek flight via the Underground Rail Road. Lloyd, convinced by experience that matters with him would be no better, but worse and worse, resolved that he would start with the opening of the new year to see if he could not find a better country than the one that he was then in. He consulted William, who, although a young man of only 24 years of age, had the hate of Slavery exceedingly strong in his heart, and was at once willing to accompany Lloyd, ready to face cold weather and start on a long walk if freedom could be thus purchased, and his master, John Hall, thus defeated. So Lloyd took a heroic leave of his wife, Mary Ann, and their little boy, 1 brother, 1 sister, and 2 nieces, and at once set out with William, like pilgrims and strangers, seeking a better country, where they would not have to go hungry and be worked hard in all weather, threatened with the auction block, and brutally flogged if they merely seemed unwilling to endure a yoke too grievous to be borne. Both these travelers were mulattoes, and but for the crushing influences that they had lived under would have made smart men. As it was, they showed plainly that they were men of shrewd sense. Inadvertently, at the time of their arrival, the names of the State and place whence they fled were not entered on the book. In traveling they suffered severely from hunger and the long distance they had to walk, but having succeeded victoriously, they were prepared to rejoice all the more. David Edwards, John J. Slater, coachmaker of Petersburg, Virginia, if he is still living and should see these items, may solve what may have been for years a great mystery to him, namely, that David, his manservant, was enjoying himself in Philadelphia about the first week in January, 1855, receiving free accommodations and obtaining letters of introduction to friends in Canada. Furthermore, that David alleged that he was induced to escape because he, the coachmaker, was a very hard man, who took every dollar of his earnings, from which he would dole out to him only $1 a week for board, etc., a sum less than David could manage to get along with. David was 30 years of age, black, weighed 145 pounds, and was worth $1,000. He left his wife behind. Beverly Good and George Walker, alias Austin Valentine. These passengers came from Petersburg, per steamship Pennsylvania. Richard Perry was lording it over Beverly, who was a young man of 24 years of age, dark, medium size, and possessed of a quick intellect, just the man that an Underground Rail Road agent in the South could approach with assurance, with questions such as these: "What do you think of slavery? Did you ever hear of the Underground Rail Road? How would you like to be free? Would you be willing to go to Canada if you could get off safely?" etc., etc. Such questions at once kindled into a flame the sparks of freedom lying dormant in the heart. Although uttered in a whisper, they had a wondrous ring about them, and a wide awake bondman instantly grasped their meaning. Beverly was of this class. He needed no arguments to prove that he was daily robbed of his rights, that slavery was merciless, and freedom the God-given right of all mankind. Of him, therefore, there was no fear that he would betray his trust or flinch too soon when cramped up in his hiding place on the steamer. His comrade George was likewise of the same metal, and was aided in the same way. George, however, had more age on his side, being about 43. He was about 6 feet high, with marked physical and mental abilities, but slavery had had its heel upon his neck, and who could then have risen? Eliza Jones held the deed for George, and by her he was hired as foreman in a tobacco factory, in which position his duties were onerous, especially to one with a heavy bleeding heart throbbing daily for freedom, while at the same time mournfully brooding over past wrongs. Of these wrongs one incident must suffice. He had been married twice, and had been the father of 6 children by his first wife. At the command of his owner the wedded relations were abruptly broken, and he was obliged to seek another wife. In entering this story on the book at the time of the arrival, the concluding words were written thus: "This story is thrilling, but time will not allow its being penned." Although safely under the protection of the British Lion, George's heart was in Virginia, where his wife was retained. As he could not return for her deliverance, he was wise enough to resort to the pen, hoping in this way to effect his grand object, as the following letter will show: Toronto, January 25th, 1855. Dear friend Still: George Walker, of Petersburg, Virginia, is now in my office, and requests me to write a letter to you, and request you to write to his wife, after or according to the instructions he gave to his friend John Brown in your city, with whom he says you are acquainted. You will understand, of course, his reason for wanting the letter he wrote and posted at Philadelphia. You will please attend to it, and address a letter to him, Walker, in my care. He and Beverly Good, his comrade, tender much love to you. Send them on, we are prepared for them. Yours in great haste, J.B. Smith. P.S. Be sure and follow the directions given to Brown. Adam Brooks, alias William Smith, Hardtown, Montgomery County, Maryland, lost a rather promising article of merchandise in the person of Adam. The particulars of his going are on this wise: John Phillips, his so-called master, believed in selling, and practiced accordingly, to the extent at least of selling Adam's mother, brother, and sister, only 2 years before his escape. If Adam had known nothing else against Phillips, this was enough in all conscience to have awakened his deadly hate. But added to this, Phillips was imprudent in his habit of threatening to sell, etc. This kept the old wound in Adam's heart continually bleeding, and forced him to the conclusion that his master was not only a hard man as a driver on the farm, but that at heart he was actually a bad man. Furthermore, that it was his duty to break his fetters and seek his freedom in Canada. In thus looking at his situation, his mind was worked up to fever heat, and he resolved that, let the consequences be what they might, go he must. In this promising state of mind he started, at an appointed time, for Pennsylvania, and sure enough he succeeded. Having the appearance of a desirable working hand, a Pennsylvania farmer prevailed on him to stop for a time. It was not long before the folly of this halt was plainly discernible, as his master had evidently got wind of his whereabouts, and was pretty hot in pursuit. Word reached Adam, however, barely in time for him to make his escape through the aid of friends. In coming into the hands of the Committee he needed no persuading to go to Canada. He was occupied with 2 interesting problems, to go back or to go forward, but he set his face hopefully towards Canada, and had no thought of stopping short thereof. In stature he was small, color black, countenance pleasant, and intellect medium. As to his fitness for making a good citizen in Canada, the Committee had no doubt. Sarah A. Dunnigan. Having no one to care for her, and having been threatened with the auction block, Sarah mustered pluck and started out in search of a new home among strangers beyond the borders of slave territory. According to her story, she was born free in the State of Delaware, but had been bound out to a man by the name of George Churchman, living in Wilmington. Here she averred that she had been flogged repeatedly, and had been otherwise ill treated, while no one interfered to take her part. Consequently she concluded that although she was born free, she would not be likely to be benefited thereby unless she made her escape on the Underground Rail Road. This idea of freedom continued to agitate Sarah's mind until she decided to leave forthwith. She was a young mulatto woman, single, and told her story of hardships and of the dread of being sold in a manner to elicit much sympathy. She had a mother living in Newcastle, named Ann Eliza Kingslow. It was no uncommon thing for free-born persons in slave states to lose their birthright in a manner similar to that by which Sarah feared that she had lost hers. Arrived, Joseph Hall, Jr., son of Joseph Hall, of Norfolk, Virginia. That is all that is recorded of this passenger. Yet it is possible that this item of news may lead to the recognition of Joseph, should he still happen to be of the large multitude of fugitives scattered over the land amongst the living. Isaac D. Davis. In fleeing from bondage in Maryland, Davis was induced to stop, as many others were, in Pennsylvania. Not comprehending the fugitive slave law, he fancied that he would be safe so long as he kept matters private concerning his origin. But in this particular he labored under a complete delusion. When he least dreamed of danger, the slave catchers were scenting him close. Of their approach, however, he was fortunate enough to be notified in time to place himself in the hands of the Committee, who soon held out Canada to him as the only sure refuge for him and all others similarly situated. His fears of being carried back opened his eyes and understanding, so that he could readily see the force of this argument, and accepting the proffered aid of the Committee, was sent on his way rejoicing. He had been away from his master 18 months, and in the meanwhile had married a wife in Pennsylvania. What became of them after this flight the book contains no record. Jacob Matthias Boyer left at about the age of 20. He had no idea of working in the condition of a slave, but if he had not been threatened with the auction block, he might have remained much longer than he did. He had been owned by Richard Carman, cashier of one of the Annapolis banks, and who had recently died. Jacob fled from Annapolis. Very little record was made of either master or slave. Probably no incidents were related of sufficient importance. Still the Committee felt pleased to receive one so young. Indeed, it always afforded the Committee especial satisfaction to see children, young people, and females escaping from the prison house. Jacob was of a dark hue, a little below medium stature. Zechariah Meade, alias John Williams. This traveler had been in the house of bondage in Maryland, doing service for Charles C. Owens, to whom he belonged. According to Zechariah's statement, his mistress had been very unfortunate with her slave property, having lost 15 head out of 20 in a similar manner to that by which she lost Zechariah. Thus she had been considerably reduced in circumstances, but Zechariah had no compassion on her whatever, but insisted that she was a hard mistress. Doubtless Zechariah was prompted to flee by the bad example of others who had succeeded in making good their escape before he had made up his mind to leave. He was not yet quite 21, but was wide awake, and it appeared from his conversation that he had done some close thinking before he started for freedom. He left his father, mother, and 3 brothers, all slaves except his father. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 5. Slaveholder in Maryland with 3 colored wives. James Griffin, alias Thomas Brown. James was a tiller of the soil under the yoke of Joshua Hitch, who lived on a farm about 17 miles from Baltimore. James spoke rather favorably of him. Indeed, it was through a direct act of kindness on the part of his master that he procured the opportunity to make good his escape. It appeared from his story that his master's affairs had become particularly embarrassed, and the sheriff was making frequent visits to his house. This sign was interpreted to mean that James, if not others, would have to be sold before long. The master was much puzzled to decide which way to turn. He owned but 3 other adult slaves beside James, and they were females. One of them was his chief housekeeper, and with them all his social relations were of such a nature as to lead James and others to think and say that they were all his wives. Or to use James's own language, he had 3 slave women, 2 were sisters, and he lived with them all as his wives. 2 of them he was very fond of, and desired to keep them from being sold, if possible. The 3rd he concluded he could not save. She would have to be sold. In this dilemma, he was good enough to allow James a few days' holiday, for the purpose of finding him a good master. Expressing his satisfaction and gratification, James, armed with full authority from his master to select a choice specimen, started for Baltimore. On reaching Baltimore, however, James carefully steered clear of all slaveholders, and shrewdly turned his attention to the matter of getting an Underground Railroad ticket for Canada. After making as much inquiry as he felt was safe, he came to the conclusion to walk of nights for a long distance. He examined his feet and legs, found that they were in good order, and his faith and hope strong enough to remove a mountain. Besides, several days still remained in which he was permitted to look for a new master, and these he decided could be profitably spent in making his way towards Canada. So off he started, at no doubt a very diligent pace, for at the end of the first night's journey he had made much headway, but at the expense of his feet. His faith was stronger than ever, so he rested next day in the woods, concealed of course, and the next evening started with fresh courage and renewed perseverance. Finally he reached Columbia, Pennsylvania, and there he had the happiness to learn the mountain which at first had tried his faith so severely was removed, and friendly hands were reached out, and a more speedy and comfortable mode of travel advised. He was directed to the Vigilance Committee in Philadelphia, from whom he received friendly aid, and all necessary information respecting Canada and how to get there. James was 31 years of age, rather a fine-looking man, of a chestnut color, and quite intelligent. He had been a married man, but for 2 years before his escape he had been a widower. That is, his wife had been sold away from him to North Carolina, and in that space of time he had received only 3 letters from her. He had given up all hope of ever seeing her again. He had 2 little boys living in Baltimore, whom he was obliged to leave. Their names were Edward and William. What became of them afterwards was never known at the Philadelphia station. James's master was a man of about 50 years of age, who had never been lawfully married, yet had a number of children on his place, who were of great concern to him in the midst of their pressing embarrassments. Of course the committee never learned how matters were settled after James left, but, in all probability, his wives, Nancy and Mary, sisters, and Lizzie, with all the children, had to be sold. End of section 5. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 6 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 3 by William Still. Section 6. Captain F. arrives with 9 passengers. Names of passengers: Peter Hines, Eatontown, North Carolina; Matthew Bodams, Plymouth, North Carolina; James Morris, South End, North Carolina; Charles Thompson, Charity Thompson, Nathaniel Bowser, and Thomas Cooper, Portsmouth, Virginia; George Anderson, Elkton, Maryland. Their arrival was announced by Thomas Garrett as follows: Wilmington, 7th month, 19th, 1856. Respected friend William Still: I now have the pleasure of consigning to thy care 4 able-bodied human beings from North Carolina, and 5 from Virginia, one of which is a girl 12 or 13 years of age, the rest all men. After thee has seen and conversed with them, thee can determine what is best to be done with them. I am assured they are such as can take good care of themselves. Elijah Pennypacker, some time since, informed me he could find employment in his neighborhood for 2 or 3 good hands. I should think that those from Carolina would be about as safe in that neighborhood as any place this side of Canada. Wishing our friends a safe trip, I remain thy sincere friend, Thomas Garrett. After conferring with Harry Carriages, we have concluded to send 5 or 6 of them tonight in the cars, and the balance, if those go safe, tomorrow night, or in the steamboat on 2nd day morning, directed to the Anti-Slavery Office. There was much rejoicing over these selected passengers, and very much interesting information was elicited from them. Peter was only 21 years of age, composed of equal parts of Anglo-Saxon and Anglo-African blood, rather a model-looking article, with a fair share of intelligence. As a slave, he had fared pretty well. He had neither been abused nor stinted of food or clothing, as many others had been. His duties had been to attend upon his master and reputed father, Elias Hines, Esquire, a lawyer by profession in North Carolina. No charges whatever appear to have been made against Mr. Haynes, according to the record book, but Peter seemed filled with great delight at the prospects ahead, as well as with the success that had attended his efforts thus far in striking for freedom. James was 27 years of age. His experience had been quite different from that of Peter's. The heel of a woman, by the name of Mrs. Ann McCourt, had been on James's neck, and she had caused him to suffer severely. As James recounted his grievances, while under the rule, he by no means gave her a very flattering character, but on the contrary, he plainly stated that she was a desperate woman, that he had never known any good of her, and that he was moved to escape to get rid of her. In other words, she had threatened to sell him. This well-nigh produced frenzy in James's mind, for too well did he remember that he had already been sold 3 times, and in different stages of his bondage had been treated quite cruelly. In the change of masters he was positive in saying that he had not found a good one, and besides he entertained the belief that such personages were very rare. Those of the committee who listened to James were not a little amazed at his fluency, intelligence, and earnestness, and acknowledged that he dealt unusually telling blows against the patriarchal institution. Mathew was 23 years of age, very stout, no fool, a man of decided resolution, and of the very best black complexion produced in the South. Mathew had a very serious bill of complaints against Samuel Simmons, who professed to own him, Mathew, both body and mind, while in this world at least. Among these complaints was the charge of ill treatment. Nevertheless, Mathew's joy and pleasure were matchless over his Underground Railroad triumph, and the prospect of being so soon out of the land and reach of slavery, and in a land where he could enjoy his freedom as others enjoy theirs. Indeed, the entire band evinced similar feelings. Mathew left a brother in Martin County. Further sketches of this interesting company were not entered on the book at the time, perhaps on account of the great press of Underground Railroad business which engaged the attention of the acting committee. However, they were all duly cared for, and counseled to go to Canada, where their rights would be protected by a strong and powerful government, and they could enjoy all the rights of citizenship in common with all the world and the rest of mankind. And especially were they advised to get education, to act as men, and remember those still in bonds as bound with them, and that they must not forget to write back, after their arrival in Canada, to inform their friends in Philadelphia of their prospects, and what they thought of the goodly land. Thus, with the usual Underground Railroad passports, they were again started Canada-ward. Without difficulty of any kind they duly reached Canada, and a portion of them wrote back as follows: Toronto, C.W., August 17th, 1856. Mr. Still: Dear Sir, these few lines may find you as they leave us, as are well at present and arrived safe in Toronto. Give our respects to Mrs. S. and daughter. Toronto is a very extensive place. We have plenty of pork, beef, and mutton. There are 5 market houses and many churches. Female wages is 62 1/2 cents per day, men's wages is $1 and York shilling. We are now boarding at Mr. George Blunt's on Centre Street, 2 doors from Elm, back of Lawyers' Hall, and when you write to us, direct your letter to the care of Mr. George Blunt, etc. Signed, James Monroe, Peter Hines, Henry James Morris, and Matthew Bodame. This intelligence was very gratifying, and most assuredly added to the pleasurable contemplation of having the privilege of holding out a helping hand to the fleeing bondman. From James Morris, one of this company, however, letters of a painful nature were received touching his wife in bonds, setting forth her awful situation, and appealing to the committee to use their best endeavors to rescue her, with her child, from slavery. One of these letters, so full of touching sentiments of affection and appeal on behalf of his wife, is as follows: Toronto, Canada West, Upper, 18th day of the 9th month, 1856. Mr. William Still, Dear Sir: I hope these lines may find you and your family as they leave me. Give my respects to little Caroline and her mother. Dear Sir: I have received 2 letters from my wife since I saw you, and the second was awful. I am sorry to say she says she has been treated awful since I left, and she told the lady she thought she was left free, and she told her she was as much slave as ever she was, that the state was not to be settled until her death, and it would be a miracle if she and her child got it then, and that her master left a great many relations, and she didn't know what they would do. Mr. Still, Dear Sir, I am very sorry to hear my wife and child are slaves. If you please, dear sir, inform me what to do for my dear wife and child. She said she has been threatened to be put in jail 3 times since I left. Also she tells me that she is washing for the captain of a vessel that used to run to Petersburg, but now he runs to Baltimore, and he has promised to take her to Delaware or New York for $50, and she had not the money. She sent to me, and I sent her all I had, which was $5. Dear sir, can you inform me what to do with a case of this kind? The captain's name is Thomas. My wife is named Lucy Ann Morris. My child is named Lot. If you please, dear sir, answer me as soon as you can possible. Henry James Morris, Toronto, C.W. Henry James Morris, in care of William George Blunt, Centre Street, 2 doors from Elam. This sad letter made a mournful impression, as it was not easy to see how her deliverance was to be effected. One feature, however, was this epistle afforded much satisfaction, namely, to know that James did not forget his poor wife and child, who were in the prison house. Many months after this first letter came to hand, Mrs. Dr. Willis, one of the first ladies in Toronto, wrote on his behalf as follows: Toronto, 15th June, Monday morning, 1857. To Mr. Still, Dear Sir: I write you this letter for a respectable young man. His name is James Morris. He passed through your hands July of last year, 1856, and has just had a letter from his wife, whom he left behind in Virginia, that she and her child are likely to be sold. He is very anxious about this, and wishful that she could get away by some vessel or otherwise. His wife's name is Lucy Morris. The child's name is Lot Morris. The lady's name she lives with is a Mrs. Hine, I hope I spell her name right, Hine, at the corner of Duke Street and Washington Street, in Norfolk City, Virginia. She is hired out to this rich old widow lady. James Morris wishes me to write you. He has saved $40, and will send it to you whenever it is required, to bring her on to Toronto, Canada West. It is in the bank ready upon call. Will you please, sir, direct your letter in reply to this to a Mrs. Ringgold, Centre Street, 2 doors from Elam Street, Toronto, Canada West, as I will be out of town. I write this instead of Mr. Thomas Henning, who is just about leaving for England. Hoping you will reply soon, I remain, sir, respectfully yours, Agnes Willis. Whether James ever succeeded in recovering his wife and child is not known to the writer. Many similarly situated were wont to appeal again and again, until growing entirely hopeless, they would continue to marry. Here it may be remarked, with reference to marrying, that of the great number of fugitives in Canada, the male sex was largely in preponderance over the female, and many of them were single young men. This class found themselves very acceptable to Irish girls, and frequently legal alliances were the result. and it is more than likely that there are white women in Canada today who are married to some poor slave woman's fugitive husband. Verily, the romantic and tragic phases of the Underground Railroad are without number, if not past finding out. Scarcely had the above-mentioned 9 left the Philadelphia depot ere the following way-worn travelers came to hand: Perry Shepard and Isaac Reed, Eastern Shore, Maryland; George Sperryman, alias Thomas Johnson, Richmond; Valentine Spires, near Petersburg; Daniel Green, alias George Taylor, Leesburg, Virginia; James Johnson, alias William Gilbert, and wife Harriet, Prince George's County, Maryland; Henry Cooper and William Israel Smith, Middletown, Delaware; Anna Dorsey, Maryland. Although starting from widely separated localities within the slightest communication with each other in the South, each separate prisoner earnestly bent on freedom, had endured suffering, hunger, and perils by land and water, sustained by the hope of ultimate freedom. Perry Shepard and Isaac Reed reported themselves as having fled from the Eastern Shore of Maryland, that they had there been held to service or slavery by Sarah Ann Burgess and Benjamin Franklin Houston, from whom they fled. No incidents of slave life or travel were recorded, save that Perry left his wife Milky Ann and 2 children, Nancy and Rebecca, free. Also Isaac left his wife Hester Ann Louisa, and the following named children: Philip Henry, Harriet Ann, and Jane Elizabeth. George Sperryman's lot was cast amongst the oppressed in the city of Richmond, Virginia. Of the common ills of slave life, George could speak from experience. But little of his story, however, was recorded at the time. He had reached the committee through the regular channel, was adjudged worthy of aid and encouragement, and they gave it to him freely. Nicholas Templeman was the loser in this instance. How he bore the misfortune the committee was not apprised. Without question, the property was delighted with getting rid of the owner. Valentine Spires came a fellow passenger with George, having "took out" the previous Christmas, from a place called Dunwoody, near Petersburg. He was held to service in that place by Dr. Jesse Squires. Under his oppressive rules and demands, Valentine had been convinced that there could be no peace. Consequently, he turned his attention to one idea: freedom and the Underground Railroad, and with this faith worked his way through to the committee, and was received and aided, of course. David Greene fled from Warrenton, near Leesburg. Elliot Curlett so alarmed David by threatening to sell him, that the idea of liberty immediately took possession in David's mind. David had suffered many hardships at the hands of his master, but when the auction block was held up to him, that was the worst cut of all. He became a thinker right away. Although he had a wife and 1 child in slavery, he decided to flee for his freedom at all hazards, and accordingly he carried out his firm resolution. James Johnson, this article, was doing unrequited labor as the slave of Thomas Wallace, in Prince George County, Maryland. He was a stout and rugged-looking man of 35 years of age. On escaping, he was fortunate enough to bring his wife Harriet with him. She was 10 years younger than himself, and had been owned by William T. Wood, by whom she said she had been well treated. But of late this Wood had taken to liquor, and she felt in danger of being sold. She knew that rum ruined the best of slaveholders, so she was admonished to get out of danger as soon as possible. Charles Henry Cooper and William Israel Smith. These passengers were representatives of the peculiar institution of Middletown, Delaware. Charles was owned by Kathrine Mendine, and William by John P. Cather. According to their confession, Charles and William, it seemed, had been thinking a good deal over the idea of working for nothing, of being daily driven to support others, while they were rendered miserable thereby. So they made up their minds to try the Underground Railroad, hit or miss. This resolution was made and carried into effect, on the part of Charles at least, at the cost of leaving a mother, 3 brothers, and 3 sisters in slavery, without hope of ever seeing them again. The ages of Charles and William were respectively 22 and 21, both stout and well-made young men, with intellects well qualified to make the wilderness of Canada bud and blossom as they rose, and thitherward they were dispatched. Anna Dorset became tired of slavery in Maryland, where she reported that she had been held to service by a slaveholder, known by the name of Eli Molesworth. The record is silent as to how she was treated. As a slave she had been brought up a seamstress, and was quite intelligent. Age 22, mulatto. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 3 by William Still. Section 7. Owen and Otho Taylor's flight with horses, etc. 3 brothers, 2 of them with wives and children. About the latter part of March, 1856, Owen Taylor and his wife, Mary Ann, and their little son Edward, together with a brother and his wife and 2 children, and a 3rd brother, Benjamin, arrived from near Clear Springs, 9 miles from Hagerstown, Maryland. They all left their home, or rather escaped from the prison house, on Easter Sunday, and came via Harrisburg, where they were assisted and directed to the Vigilance Committee in Philadelphia. A more interesting party had not reached the committee for a long time. The 3 brothers were intelligent and heroic, and, in the resolve to obtain freedom, not only for themselves, but for their wives and children, desperately in earnest. They had counted well the cost of this struggle for liberty, and had fully made up their minds that if interfered with by slave catchers, somebody would have to bite the dust. That they had pledged themselves never to surrender alive was obvious. Their travel-worn appearance, their attachment for each other, the joy that the tokens of friendship afforded them, the description they gave of incidents on the road, made an impression not soon to be effaced. In the presence of a group like this, Sumner's great and eloquent speech on the barbarism of slavery seemed almost cold and dead. The mute appeals of these little ones in their mother's arms, the unlettered language of these young mothers striving to save their offspring from the doom of slavery, the resolute and manly bearing of these brothers, expressed in words full of love of liberty, and of the determination to resist slavery to the death, in defense of their wives and children, this was Sumner's speech enacted before our eyes. Owen was about 31 years of age, but had experienced a deal of trouble. He had been married twice, and both wives were believed to be living. The first one, with their little child, had been sold in the Baltimore market about 3 years before. The mother was sent to Louisiana, the child to South Carolina. Father, mother, and child parted with no hope of ever seeing each other again in this world. After Owen's wife was sent South, he sent her his likeness and address. The latter was received, and she was greatly delighted with it, but he never heard of her having received his likeness. He likewise wrote to her, but he was not sure that she received his letters. Finally, he came to the conclusion that as she was forever dead to him, he would do well to marry again. Accordingly, he took to himself another partner, the one who now accompanied him on the Underground Railroad. Omitting other interesting incidents, a reference to his handiwork will suffice to show the ability of Owen. Owen was a born mechanic, and his master practically tested his skill in various ways, sometimes in the blacksmith shop, at other times as a wheelwright, again at making brushes and brooms, and at leisure times he would try his hand in all these crafts. This jack of all trades was, of course, very valuable to his master. Indeed, his place was hard to fill. Henry Fiery, a farmer, about 64 years of age, a stout, crusty old fellow, was the owner of Owen and his 2 brothers. Besides slaves, the old man was in possession of a wife whose name was Martha, and 7 children who were pretty well grown up. One of the sons owned Owen's wife and 2 children. Owen declared that they had been worked hard, while few privileges had been allowed them. Clothing of the poorest texture was only sparingly furnished. Nothing like Sunday raiment was ever given them. For these comforts they were compelled to do overwork of nights. For a long time the idea of escape had been uppermost in the minds of this party. The 1st of January past was the time solemnly fixed upon to "took out," but for some reason or other, not found on the record book, their strategical minds did not see the way altogether clear, and they deferred starting until Easter Sunday. On that memorable evening the men boldly harnessed two of Mr. Fiery's steeds, and placed their wives and children in the carriage, started off via Hagerstown in a direct line for Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, at a rate that allowed no grass to grow under the horses' feet. In this manner they made good time, reached Chambersburg safely, and ventured up to a hotel where they put up their horses. Here they bade their faithful beasts good bye and took out for Harrisburg by another mode of travel, the cars. On their arrival they naturally fell into the hands of the committee, who hurried them off to Philadelphia, apprising the committee there of their approach by a dispatch sent ahead. Probably they had scarcely reached Philadelphia ere the Fierys were in hot haste after them, as far as Harrisburg, if not farther. It hardly need be hinted that the community in which the Fierys lived was deeply agitated for days after, as indeed it was along the entire route to Chambersburg, in consequence of this bold and successful movement. The horses were easily captured at the hotel where they were left, but of course they were mute as to what had become of their drivers. The furious Fierys probably got wind of the fact that they had made their way to Harrisburg. At any rate, they made very diligent search at this point. While here prosecuting his hunting operations, Fiery managed to open communication with at least one member of the Harrisburg committee, to whom his grievances were made known, but derived little satisfaction. After the experience of a few weeks, the pursuers came to the conclusion that there was no likelihood of recovering them through these agencies, or through the fugitive slave law. In their despair, therefore, they resorted to another dodge. All at once they became sort of friendly, indeed more than half disposed to emancipate. The member of the committee in Harrisburg had, it is probable, frequently left room for their great delusion, if he did not even go so far as to feed their hopes with plausible suggestions, that some assistance might be afforded by which an amicable settlement might be made between masters and slaves. The following extract from the committee's letter, relative to this matter, is open to this inference, and may serve to throw some light on the subject. Harrisburg, April 26, '56. Friend Still: Your last came to hand in due season, and I am happy to hear of the safe arrival of those gents. I have before me the power of attorney of Mr. John S. Fiery, son of Mr. Henry Fiery, of Washington county, Maryland, the owner of those 3 men, 2 women and 3 children, who arrived in your town on the 24th or 25th of March. He graciously condescends to liberate the oldest in a year, and the remainder in proportional time, if they will come back, or to sell them their time for $1,300. He is sick of the job, and is ready to make any conditions. Now, if you personally can get word to them, and get them to send him a letter, in my charge, informing him of their whereabouts and prospects, I think it will be the best answer I can make him. He will return here in a week or 2 to know what can be done. He offers $500 to see them. Or if you can send me word where they are, I will endeavor to write to them for his special satisfaction, or if you can do either, send me your latest information, for I intend to make him spend a few more dollars, and if possible get a little sicker of this bad job. Do try and send him a few bitter pills for his weak nerves and disturbed mind. Yours in great haste, Joseph C. Bustill. A subsequent letter from Mr. Bustill contains, besides other interesting Underground Railroad matter, an item relative to the feeling of disappointment experienced by Mr. Fiery on learning that his property was in Canada. Harrisburg, May 26, '56. Friend Still: I embrace the opportunity presented by the visit of our friend John F. Williams to drop you a few lines in relation to our future operations. The lightning train was put on the road on last Monday, and as the traveling season has commenced and this is the southern route for Niagara Falls, I have concluded not to send by way of Auburn, except in cases of great danger, but hereafter we will use the lightning train, which leaves here at 1 1/2 and arrives in your city at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I will telegraph about 5 1/2 o'clock in the afternoon, so it may reach you before you close. These 4 are the only ones that have come since my last. The woman has been here some time waiting for her child and her beau, which she expects here about the 1st of June. If possible, Please keep a knowledge of her whereabouts to enable me to inform him if he comes. I have nothing more to send you, except that John Fiery has visited us again, and much to his chagrin received the information of their being in Canada. Yours as ever, Joseph C. Bustill. Whilst the Fierys were working like beavers to re-enslave these brave fugitives, the latter were daily drinking in more and more of the spirit of freedom, and were busy with schemes for the deliverance of other near kin left behind under the galling yoke. Several very interesting letters were received from Otho Taylor relative to a raid he designed making expressly to effect the escape of his family. The two subjoined must suffice. Others, much longer, cannot now be produced. They have probably been loaned and not returned. April 15th, 1857. Sir, we arrived here safely. Mr. Sirus and his lady is well situated. They have a place for the year, round $15 per month. We are all well and hope that you are all the same. Now I wish to know whether you would please to send me some money to go after those people. Send it here if you please. Yours truly, Otho Taylor. William Still, St. Catherine's, January 26, 1857. Mr. William Still, Dear Sir, I write at this time in behalf of Otho Taylor. He is very anxious to go and get his family at Clear Spring, Washington county, Maryland. He would like to know if the society there would furnish him the means to go after them from Philadelphia, that you will be running no risk in doing this. If the society can do this, he would not be absent from P. more than 3 days. He is so anxious to get his family from slavery that he is willing to do almost anything to get them to Canada. You may possibly recollect him. He was at your place last August. I think he can be trusted. If you can do something for him, he has the means to take him to your place. Please let me know immediately if you can do this. Respectfully yours, M.A.H. Wilson. Such appeals came very frequently from Canada, causing much sadness, as but little encouragement could be held out to such projects. In the first place, the danger attendant upon such expeditions was so fearful, and in the second place, our funds were so inadequate for this kind of work, that, in most cases, such appeals had to be refused. Of course, there were those whose continual coming, like the poor widow in the Gospel, could not be denied. Heavy reward. $300 reward. Ran away from the subscriber, residing near Bladensburg, Prince George's County, Maryland, on Saturday night, the 22nd of March, 1856, my negro man, Tom Mathews, aged about 25 years, about 5 feet 9 or 10 inches high, dark copper color, full suit of bushy hair, broad face with high cheekbones, broad and square shoulders, stands and walks very erect, though quite a sluggard in action, except in a dance, at which he is hard to beat. He wore away a black coat and brown pantaloons. I will give the above reward if taken and brought home, or secured in jail, so that I can get him. E. A. Jones, near Bladensburg, Maryland. As Mr. Jones may be unaware which way his man Tom traveled, this item may inform him that his name was entered on the Underground Railroad book April 4th, 1856, at which date he appeared to be in good health and full of hope for a safe sojourn in Canada. He was destitute, of course, just as anybody else would have been, if robbers had stripped him of every dollar of his earnings, but he felt pretty sure that he could take care of himself in Her Majesty's dominion. The committee, encouraged by his efforts, reached him a helping hand, and sent him on to swell the goodly number in the promised land, Canada. On the same day that Tom arrived, the committee had the pleasure of taking James Jones by the hand. He was owned by Dr. William Stewart, of King George's Courthouse, Maryland. He was not, however, in the service of his master at the time of his escape, but was hired out in Alexandria. For some reason not noticed in the book, James became dissatisfied, changed his name to Henry Ryder, got an Underground Railroad pass, and left the doctor and his other associations in Maryland. He was one of the well cared for "articles," and was a very near kin to the white people, at least a half brother, mulatto of course. He was 32 years of age, medium size, hard featured and raw boned, but no marks about him. James looked as if he had had pretty good health. Still the committee thought that he would have much better in Canada. After hearing a full description of that country and of the great number of fugitives there from Maryland and other parts of the South, Jim, felt that that was just the place he wanted to find, and was soon off with a free ticket, a letter of introduction, etc. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 8. Captain F. arrives with 14 prime articles on board. Part 1. Thomas Garrett announced this in the following letter. Wilmington, 3rd month, 23rd day, 1856. Dear friend, William Still. Captain Fountain has arrived all safe with the human cargo thee was inquiring for, a few days since. I had men waiting till 12 o'clock, till the captain arrived at his berth, ready to receive them. Last night they then learned that he had landed them at the rocks, near the old Swedes' church, in the care of our efficient pilot, who is in the employ of my friend John Hillis, and he has them now in charge. As soon as my breakfast is over, I will see Hillis and determine what is best to be done in their case. My own opinion is, we had better send them to Hook, and there put them in the cars tonight, and send a pilot to take them to thy house. As Marcus Hook is in Pennsylvania, the agent of the cars runs no risk of the fine of $500 our state imposes for assisting one of God's poor out of the state by steamboat or cars. As ever, thy friend, Thomas Garrett. Names of the articles: Rebecca Jones and her 3 daughters, Sarah Frances, Mary and Rebecca, Isaiah Robinson, Arthur Spence, Caroline Taylor and her 2 daughters, Nancy and Mary, Daniel Robinson, Thomas Page, Benjamin Dickinson, David Cole and wife. From the tenor of Thomas Garrett's letter, the committee was prepared for a joyful reception, knowing that Captain F. was not in the habit of doing things by the halves, that he was not in the habit of bringing numbskulls. Indeed, he brought none but the bravest and most intelligent. Yet notwithstanding our knowledge of his practice in this respect, when he arrived we were surprised beyond measure. The women outnumbered the men. The 2 young mothers, with their interesting, hearty, and fine-looking children, represented in blood the 2 races about equally, presented a very impressive spectacle. The men had the appearance of being active, smart, and well disposed, much above the generality of slaves, but compared with those of the opposite sex, their claims for sympathy were very faint indeed. No one could possibly avoid the conclusion that these mothers, with their handsome daughters, were valued on the ledger of their owners at enormously high prices, that lustful traders and sensualists had already gloated over the thought of buying them in a few short years. Probably not one of those beautiful girls would have brought less than $1,500 or $2,000 at the age of 15. It was therefore a great satisfaction to think that their mothers, who knew full well to what a fate such slave girls were destined, had labored so heroically to snatch them out of this danger ere the critical hour arrived. Rebecca Jones was about 28 years of age, mulatto, good-looking, considerably above medium size, very intelligent, and a true-born heroine. The following reward, offered by the notorious negro trader Hall, proved that Rebecca and her children were not to be allowed to go free, if slave hunters could be induced by a heavy pecuniary consideration to recapture them. $300 reward is offered for the apprehension of negro woman Rebecca Jones and her 3 children, the man Isaiah, belonging to W. Davidson, who have disappeared since the 20th inst. The above reward will be paid for the apprehension and delivery of the said negroes to my jail, by the attorney in fact of the owner, or the sum of $250 for the man alone, or $150 for the woman and 3 children alone. William W. Hall, for the attorney, Feb. 1. Years before her escape, her mistress died in England, and as Rebecca had always understood, long before this event, that all the slaves were to be freed at the death of her mistress, she was not prepared to believe any other report. It turned out, however, as in thousands of other instances, that no will could be found, and of course the administrators retained the slave property, regardless of any verbal expressions respecting freeing, etc. Rebecca closely watched the course of the administrators, and in the meanwhile firmly resolved that neither she nor her children should ever serve another master. Rather than submit, she declared that she would take the lives of her children and then her own. Notwithstanding her bold and decided stand, the report went out that she was to be sold, and that all the slaves were still to be held in bondage. Rebecca's sympathizers and friends advised her, as they thought for the best, to get a friend or gentleman to purchase her for herself. To this she replied, "Not 3 cents would I give, nor do I want any of my friends to buy me, not if they could get me for 3 cents. It would be of no use," she contended, as she was fully bent on dying rather than remain a slave. The slaveholders evidently understood her, and were in no hurry about bringing her case to an issue. They rather gave her time to become calm, but Rebecca was inflexible. 6 years before her arrival, her husband had escaped in company with the noted fugitive Shadrach. For a time after he fled, she frequently received letters from him, but for a long time he had ceased to write, and of late she had heard nothing from him. In escaping stowed away in the boat, she suffered terribly, but faithfully endured to the end, and was only too happy when the agony was over. After resting and getting thoroughly refreshed in Philadelphia, she, with others, was forwarded to Boston, for her heart was there. Several letters were received from her respecting her prospects, etc., from which it appears that she had gained some knowledge of her husband, although not of a satisfactory nature. At any rate, she decided that she could not receive him back again. The following letter has reference to her prospects, going to California, her husband, etc. Parker House, School Street, Boston, October 18th, '56. My dear Sir, I can hardly express the pleasure I feel at the receipt of your kind letter, but allow me to thank you for the same. And now I will tell you my reasons for going to California. Mrs. Tarrell, a cousin of my husband, has sent for me. She says I can do much better there than in Boston, and as I have my children's welfare to look to, I have concluded to go. Of course I shall be just as likely to hear from home there as here. Please tell Mr. Bagnal I shall expect one letter from him before I leave here. I should like to hear from my brothers and sisters once more, and let me hear every particular. You never can know how anxious I am to hear from them. Do please impress this upon their minds. I have written 2 letters to Mr. Lundy and never received an answer. I heard Mrs. Lundy was dead, and thought that might possibly be the reason he had not replied to me. Please tell the doctor I should take it as a great favor if he would write me a few lines. I suppose you think I am going to live with my husband again. Let me assure you 'tis no such thing. My mind is as firm as ever, and believe me, in going away from Boston, I am going away from him. I have heard he is living somewhere near. He has been making inquiries about me, but that can make no difference in my feelings to him. I hope that yourself, wife, and family are all quite well. Please remember me to them all. Do me the favor to give my love to all inquiring friends. I should be most happy to have any letters of introduction you may think me worthy of, and I trust I shall ever remain, yours faithfully, Rebecca Jones. P.S. I do not know if I shall go this fall or in the spring. It will depend upon the letter I receive from California, but whichever it may be, I shall be happy to hear from you very soon. Isaiah, who was a fellow servant with Rebecca, and was included in the reward offered by Hall for Rebecca, etc., was a young man about 23 years of age, a mulatto, intelligent and of prepossessing manners. A purely ardent thirst for liberty prompted him to flee, although he declared he had been treated very badly, and had even suffered severely from being shamefully beaten. He had, however, been permitted to hire his time by the year, for which $120 were regularly demanded by his owner. Young as he was a married man with a wife and 2 children, to whom he was devoted. He had besides 2 brothers and 2 sisters, for whom he felt a warm degree of brotherly affection, Yet when the hour arrived for him to accept a chance for freedom at the apparent sacrifice of these dearest ties of kindred, he was found heroic enough for this painful ordeal, and to give up all for freedom. Caroline Taylor and her 2 little children were also from Norfolk, and came by boat. Upon the whole, they were not less interesting than Rebecca Jones and her 3 little girls. Although Caroline was not in her person half so stately, nor gave such promise of heroism as Rebecca, for Caroline was rather small of stature, yet she was more refined, and quite as intelligent as Rebecca, and represented considerably more of the Anglo-Saxon blood. She was a mulatto, and her children were almost fair enough to pass for white. Probably they were quadroons. Hardly any one would have suspected they had only 1/4 of colored blood in their veins. For 10 years Caroline had been in the habit of hiring her time at the rate of $75 per year, with the exception of the last year, when her hire was raised to $84. So anxious was she to have her older girl, 11 years old, at home with her, that she also hired her time by the year, for which she was compelled to pay $24. As her younger child was not sufficiently grown to hire out for pay, she was permitted to have it at home with her on the conditions that she would feed, clothe, and take care of it, permitting no expense whatever to fall upon the master. Judging from the appearance and manners of the children, their mother had, doubtless, been most faithful to them, for more handsome, well-behaved, intelligent, and pleasing children could not easily be selected from either race or any station of life. The younger, Mary by name, 9 years of age, attracted very great attention, by the deep interest she manifested in a poor fugitive, whom she had never seen before, at the Philadelphia station, confined to the bed, and suffering excruciating pain from wounds he had received whilst escaping. Hours and hours together, during the 2 or 3 days of their sojourn, she spent of her own accord, by his bedside, manifesting almost womanly sympathy in the most devoted and tender manner. She thus, doubtless, unconsciously imparted to the sufferer a great deal of comfort. Very many affecting incidents had come under the observation of the acting committee, under various circumstances, but never before had they witnessed a sight more interesting, a scene more touching. Caroline and her children were owned by Peter March, Esquire, late of Norfolk, but at that time he was living in New York, and was carrying on the iron business. He came into possession of them through his wife, who was the daughter of Caroline's former master, and almost the only heir left, in consequence of the terrible fever of the previous summer. Caroline was living under the daily fear of being sold. This, together with the task of supporting herself and 2 children, made her burden very grievous. Not a great while before her escape, her New York master had been on to Norfolk, expressly with a view of selling her, and asking $2,000 for her. This, however, he failed to get, and was still awaiting an offer. These ill omens aroused Caroline to think more seriously over the condition of herself and children than she had ever done before, and in this state of mind she came to the conclusion that she would strive to save herself and children by flight on the Underground Railroad. She knew full well that it was no faint-hearted struggle that was required of her, so she had nerved herself with the old martyr spirit to risk her all on her faith in God and freedom, and was ready to take the consequences if she fell back into the hands of the enemy. This noble decision was the crowning act in the undertakings of thousands similarly situated. Through this faith she gained the liberty of herself and her children. Quite a number of the friends of the slave saw these interesting fugitives, and wept and rejoiced with them. Colonel A. Cammings, in those days publisher of the Evening Bulletin, for the first time witnessed an Underground Railroad arrival. Some time previous, in conversation with Mr. J. M. McKim, the colonel had expressed views not altogether favorable to the Underground Railroad. Indeed, he was rather inclined to apologize for slavery, if not to defend the fugitive slave law. While endeavoring somewhat tenaciously to maintain his ground, Mr. McKim opposed to him not only the now well-established anti-slavery doctrines, but also offered as testimony Underground Railroad facts, the results of personal knowledge from daily proofs of the heroic struggles, marvelous faith, and intense earnestness of the fugitives. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 3 by William Still, Section 9. Captain F. arrives with 14 prime articles on board. Part 2. In all probability, the Colonel did not feel prepared to deny wholly Mr. McKim's statement, yet he desired to see some for himself. "Well," said Mr. McKim, "you shall see some." So when this arrival came to hand, true to his promise, Mr. McKim called on the Colonel and invited him to accompany him to the Underground Railroad station. He assured the Colonel that he did not want any money from him, but simply wanted to convince him of his error in the recent argument that they had held on the subject. Accordingly, the Colonel accompanied him, and found that 22 passengers had been on hand within the past 24 hours, and at least 16 or 17 were then in his presence. It is needless to say that such a sight admitted of no contradiction, no argument, no doubt. The facts were too self-evident. The Colonel could say but little, so complete was his amazement. But he voluntarily attested the thoroughness of his conversion by pulling out of his pocket and handing to Mr. McKim a $20 gold piece to aid the passengers on to freedom. In these hours of rest and joyful anticipation, the necessities of both large and small were administered to according to their needs, before forwarding them still further. The time and attention required for so many left but little opportunity, however, for the secretary to write their narratives. He had only evening leisure for the work. 10 or 12 of that party had to be sent off without having their stories recorded. Daniel Robertson was one of this number. His name is simply entered on the roll, and, but for letters received from him, after he passed on north, no further knowledge would have been obtained. In Petersburg, whence he escaped, he left his wife, for whose deliverance he felt bound to do everything that lay in his power, as the subjoined letters will attest. Havana, August 11, 1856, Schuylkill County, New York. Mr. William Still, Dear Sir: I came from Virginia in March, and was at your office the last of March. My object in writing you is to inquire what I can do, or what can be done, to help my wife to escape from the same bondage that I was in. You will know by your books that I was from Petersburg, Virginia, and that is where my wife is now. I have received 2 or 3 letters from a lady in that place, and the last one says that my wife's mistress is dead, and that she expects to be sold. I am very anxious to do what I can for her before it is too late, and beg of you to devise some means to get her away. Captain, the man that brought me away, knows the colored agent at Petersburg, and knows he will do all he can to forward my wife. The captain promised that when I could raise $100 for him, that he would deliver her in Philadelphia. Tell him that I can now raise the money, and will forward it to you at any day that he thinks that he can bring her. Please see the captain and find when he will undertake it, and then let me know when to forward the money to you. I am at work for the Honorable Charles Cook, and can send the money any day. My wife's name is Harriet Robertson, and the agent at Petersburg knows her. Please direct your answer, with all necessary directions, to N. Coryell, of this village, and he will see that all is right. Very respectfully, Daniel Robertson. Havana, August 18, 1856. Mr. William Still, Dear Sir: Yours of the 18th, for D. Robertson, was duly received. In behalf of Daniel, I thank you kindly for the interest you manifest in him. The letters that have gone from him to his friends in Virginia have been written by me, and sent in such a manner as we thought would best ensure safety. Yet I am well aware of the risk of writing, and have restrained him as far as possible, and the last one I wrote was to be the last till an effort was made to reclaim his wife. Daniel is a faithful, likely man, and is well liked by all who know him. He is industrious and prudent, and is bending his whole energies toward the reclaiming his wife. He can forward to you the $100 any day that it may be wanted, and if you can do anything to forward his interests, it will be very gratefully received as an additional favor on your part. He asks for no money, but your kindly efforts, which he regards more highly than money. Very respectfully, N. Coriel. The letters that have been written for him were dated Niagara Falls, Canada West, and his friends think he is there. None of them know to the contrary, and it is important that they never do know. N.C. Havana, September 29, 1856. Mr. William Still. Dear Sir, I enclose herewith a draft on New York, payable to your order, for $100, to be paid on the delivery at Philadelphia of Daniel Robertson's wife. You can readily see that it has been necessary for Daniel to work almost night and day to have laid up so large an amount of money, since the 1st of April, as this $100. Daniel is industrious and prudent, and saves all of his earnings, above his most absolute wants. If the captain is not successful in getting Daniel's wife, you, of course, will return the draft, without charge, as you said. I hope success will attend him, for Daniel deserves to be rewarded, if ever man did. Yours, etc., N. Coriel. Havana, January 2, 1857. Dear Sir, your favor containing draft on New York for Daniel Robertson came to hand on the 31st ultimate. Daniel begs to tender his acknowledgments for your kind interest manifested in his behalf, and says he hopes you will leave no measure untried which has any appearance of success, and that the money shall be forthcoming at a moment's notice. Daniel thinks that since Christmas the chances for his wife's deliverance are fewer than before, for at that time he fears she was disposed of and possibly went south. The paper sent me, with your well-written article, was received, and on reading it to Daniel he knew some of the parties mentioned in it. He was much pleased to hear it read. Daniel spent New Year's in Elmira, about 18 miles from this place, and there he met two whom he was well acquainted with. Yours, etc., N. Coriel. William Still, Esquire, Philadelphia. Such appeals as these letters contained awakened deep interest in the breasts of Daniel's new friends, which spoke volumes in favor of the slave and against slave holders. But alas, nothing could be done to relieve the sorrowing mind of poor Daniel for the deliverance of his wife in chains. The committee sympathized deeply with him, but could do no more. What other events followed in Daniel's life as a fugitive were never made known to the committee. Arthur Spence also deserves a notice. He was from North Carolina, about 24 years of age, and of pleasing appearance, and was heart and soul in sympathy with the cause of the Underground Railroad. In North Carolina he declared that he had been heavily oppressed by being compelled to pay $175 per annum for his hire. In order to get rid of this heavy load, by shrewd management he gained access to the kind-hearted captain and procured an Underground Railroad ticket. In leaving bondage he was obliged to leave his mother, 2 brothers, and 1 sister. He appeared to be composed of just the kind of material for making a good British subject. Ben Dickinson. Ben was also a slave in North Carolina, located at Eatontown, being the property of Miss Ann Blunt, who was very hard. In slave property, Miss Blunt was interested to the number of about 90 head. She was much in the habit of hiring out servants, and in thus disposing of her slaves, Ben thought she was a great deal more concerned in getting good prices for herself than good places for them. Indeed, he declared that she did not care how mean the place was if she could only get her price. For 3 years Ben had Canada and the Underground Railroad in view, having been badly treated. At last the long-looked-for time arrived, and he conferred neither with master nor mistress, but picked himself up, and took out. Age 28, medium size, quite dark, a good carpenter, and generally intelligent. Left 2 sisters, etc. Of this heroic and promising party we can only mention, in conclusion, one more passenger, namely, Tom Page. At the time of his arrival his name only was enrolled on the book. Yet he was not a passenger soon to be forgotten. He was but a mere boy, probably 18 years of age, but a more apt, ready-witted, active, intelligent, and self-reliant fellow is not often seen. Judging from his smartness, under slavery, with no chances, it was easy to imagine how creditably he might, with a white boy's chances, have climbed the hill of art and science. Obviously he had intellect enough, if properly cultivated, to fill any station within the ordinary reach of intelligent American citizens. He could read and write remarkably well for a slave, and well did he understand his advantages in this particular. Indeed, if slaveholders had only been aware of the growing tendency of Tom's mind, they would have rejoiced at hearing of his departure for Canada. He was a most dangerous piece of property to be growing up amongst slaves. After leaving the committee and going North, his uncaged mind felt the need of more education, and at the same time he was eager to make money and do something in life. As he had no one to depend on, parents and relatives being left behind in Norfolk, he felt that he must rely upon himself, young as he was. He first took up his abode in Boston, or New Bedford, where most of the party with whom he escaped went, and where he had an aunt, and perhaps some other distant kin. There he worked and was a live young man indeed, among the foremost in ideas and notions about freedom, etc., as many letters from him bore evidence. After spending a year or more in Massachusetts, he had a desire to see how the fugitives were doing in Upper and Lower Canada, and if any better chances existed in these parts for men of his stamp. Some of his letters from distant places gave proof of real thought and close observation, but they were not generally saved, probably were loaned to be read by friendly eyes. Nevertheless, the two subjoined will, in a measure, suffice to give some idea of his intelligence, etc. Boston, Mass., February 25th, 1857. William Still, Esquire. Dear Sir, I have not heard from you for some time. I take this opportunity of writing you a few lines, to let you and all know that I am well at present, and thank God for it. Dear Sir, I hear that the Underground Railroad was in operation. I am glad to hear that. Give my best respects to your family, and also to Dr. L., Mr. Warwick, Mr. Camp, and families, to Mr. Fisher, Mr. Taylor, and to all friends, names too numerous to mention. Please to let me know when the road arrived with another cargo. I want to come to see you all before long, if nothing happens and life lasts. Mrs. Gault requested me to learn of you if you ask Mr. Bagnal if he will see father and what he says about the children. Please to answer as soon as possible. No more at present. From a friend, Thomas F. Page. Niagara Falls, New York, October 6th, '58. Dear Sir, I received your kind letter, and I was very glad to hear from you and your family. This leaves me well, and I hope when this comes to hand it may find you the same. I have seen a large number of your U.G.R.R. friends in my travels through the Eastern as well as the Western States. Well, there are a good many from my own city who I know, some I talk to on private matters and some I won't. Well, around here there are so many, Tom, Dick, and Harry, that you do not know who your friend is. So it don't hurt any one to be careful. Well, somehow or another, I do not like Canada or the provinces. I have been to St. John, N.B., Lower Province, or Lower Canada, also St. Katharine's, C.W., and all around the Canada side, and I do not like it at all. The people seem to be so queer, though I suppose if I had of went to Canada when I first came north to live, I might like it by this time. I was home when Aunt had her ambrotype taken for you. She often speaks of your kindness to her. There are a number of your friends wishes you well. My little brother is going to school in Boston. The lady Mrs. Hillard, that my aunt lives with, thinks a good deal of him. He is very smart, and I think, if he lives, he may be of some account. Do you ever see my old friend Captain Fountain? Please to give my love to him, and tell him to come to Boston, as there are a number of his friends that would like to see him. My best respects to all friends. I must now bring my short epistle to a close, by saying I remain your friend truly, Thomas F. Page. While a portion of the party on hand with him came as passengers with Captain P., another portion was brought by Captain B., both parties arriving within 12 hours of each other, and both had likewise been frozen up on the route for weeks with their respective live freight on board. The sufferings for food which they were called upon to endure were beyond description. They happened to have plenty of salt fat pork, and perhaps beans, Indian meal, and some potatoes for standing dishes. The more delicate necessaries did not probably last longer than the first or second week of their ice bondage. Without a doubt, one of these captains left Norfolk about the 20th of January, but did not reach Philadelphia till about the 20th of March, having been frozen up, of course, during the greater part of that time. Men, women, and children were alike sharers in the common struggle for freedom, were alike an hungered, in prison, naked and sick, but it was a fearful thing in those days for even women and children to whisper their sad lamentations in the city of Philadelphia, except to those friendly to the Underground Railroad. Doubtless, if these mothers, with their children and partners in tribulation, could have been seen as they arrived direct from the boats, many hearts would have melted, and many tears would have found their way down many cheeks. But at that time cotton was acknowledged to be king, the fugitive slave law was supreme, and the notorious decision of Judge Taney that black men had no rights which white men were bound to respect echoed the prejudices of the masses too clearly to have made it safe to reveal the fact of their arrival, or even the heart-rending condition of these fugitives. Nevertheless, they were not turned away empty, though at a peril they were fed, aided, and comforted, and sent away well clothed. Indeed, so bountifully were the women and children supplied, that as they were being conveyed to the Camden and Amboy station, they looked more like a pleasuring party than like fugitives. Some of the good friends of the slave sent clothing, and likewise cheered them with their presence. Before the close of this volume, such friends and sympathizers will be more particularly noticed in an appropriate place. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 3 by William Still. Section 10. Sundry arrivals, latter part of December 1855 and beginning of January 1856. Joseph Cornish was about 40 years of age when he escaped. The heavy bonds of slavery made him miserable. He was a man of much natural ability, quite dark, well made, and said that he had been "worked very hard." According to his statement, he had been an acceptable preacher in the African Methodist Church, and was also respected by the respectable white and colored people in his neighborhood. He would not have escaped but for fear of being sold, as he had a wife and 5 children to whom he was very much attached, but had to leave them behind. Fortunately they were free. Of his ministry and connection with the church he spoke with feelings of apparent solemnity, evidently under the impression that the little flock he left would be without a shepherd. Of his master, Captain Samuel LeCount, of the U.S. Navy, he had not one good word to speak, at least nothing of the kind is found on the record book. But on the contrary, he declared that he was very hard on his servants, allowing them no chance whatever to make a little ready money for themselves. So in turning his face toward the Underground Railroad, and his back against slavery, he felt that he was doing God service. The committee regarded him as a remarkable man, and was much impressed with his story, and felt it to be a privilege and a pleasure to aid him. Lewis Francis was a man of medium size, 27 years of age, good-looking and intelligent. He stated that he belonged to Mrs. Delinus of Abingdon, Harford County, Maryland, but that he had been hired out from a boy to a barber in Baltimore. For his hire his mistress received $8 per month. To encourage Lewis, his kind-hearted mistress allowed him out of his own wages the sum of $2.50 per annum. His clothing he got as best he could, but nothing did she allow him for that purpose. Even with this arrangement she had been dissatisfied of late years, and thought she was not getting enough out of Lewis. She therefore talked strongly of selling him. This threat was very annoying to Lewis, so much so that he made up his mind that he would one day let her see that so far as he was concerned, it was easier to talk of selling him than it would be to carry out her threat. With this growing desire for freedom he gained what little light he could on the subject of traveling, Canada, etc., and at a given time off he started on his journey, and found his way to the committee, who imparted substantial aid as usual. Alexander Munson, alias Samuel Garrett. This candidate for Canada was only 18 years of age, a well-grown lad, however, and had the one idea that all men were born free pretty deeply rooted in his mind. He was quite smart, and of a chestnut color. By the will of his original owner, the slaves were all entitled to their freedom, but it appeared, from Alexander's story, that the executor of the estate did not regard this freedom clause in the will. He had already sold some of the slaves, and others, he among them, were expected to be sold before coming into possession of their freedom. 2 of them had been sold to Alabama, therefore, with these evil warnings, young Alexander resolved to strike out at once for Canada, despite Maryland slaveholders. With this bold and manly spirit he succeeded, of course. Anna Scott and her husband Samuel Scott. This couple escaped from Cecil Cross Roads, Maryland. The wife, in this instance, evidently took the lead, and acted the more manly part in striking for freedom. Therefore, our notice of this arrival will chiefly relate to her. Anna was owned by a widow named Mrs. Ann Elizabeth Lucy, who resided on a farm of her own. 15 slaves, with other stock, were kept on the place. She was accustomed to rule with severity, being governed by a high temper, and in no wise disposed to allow her slaves to enjoy even ordinary privileges, and besides would occasionally sell to the Southern market. She was calculated to render slave life very unhappy. Anna portrayed her mistress's treatment of the slaves with much earnestness, especially when referring to the sale of her own brother and sister. Upon the whole, the mistress was so hateful to Anna that she resolved not to live in the house with her. During several years prior to her escape, Anna had been hired out, where she had been treated a little more decently than her mistress was wont to do. On this account she was less willing to put up with any subsequent abuse from her mistress. To escape was the only remedy, so she made up her mind that she would leave at all hazards. She gave her husband to understand that she had resolved to seek a home in Canada. Fortunately, he was free, but slavery had many ways of putting the yoke on the colored man, even though he might be free. It was bound to keep him in ignorance, and at the same time miserably abject, so that he would scarcely dare to look up in the presence of white people. Sam, apparently, was one of the number who had been greatly wronged in this particular. He had less spirit than his wife, who had been directly goaded to desperation. He agreed, however, to stand by her in her struggles while fleeing, and did so, for which he deserves credit. It must be admitted that it required some considerable nerve for a free man even to join his wife in an effort of this character. In setting out, Anna had to leave her father, Jacob Trusty, 7 sisters and 2 brothers. The names of the sisters were as follows: Emmeline, Susan Ann, Delilah, Mary Eliza, Rosetta, Effie Ellender, and Elizabeth. The brothers, Emson and Perry. For the commencement of their journey they availed themselves of the Christmas holidays, but had to suffer from the cold weather they encountered. Yet they got along tolerably well, and were much cheered by the attention and aid they received from the committee. William Henry Lammonson came from near Newcastle, Delaware. He was smart enough to take advantage of the opportunity to escape at the age of 21. As he had given the matter his fullest attention for a long time, he was prepared to make rapid progress when he did start, and as he had no great distance to travel, it is not unlikely that while his master was one night sleeping soundly, this young piece of property, worth at least $1,000 in the market, was crossing Mason and Dixon's line and steering directly for Canada. Francis Harkins was the name of the master. William did not give him a very bad character. George Washington Gooseberry, alias Isaac Stout, also took advantage of the holidays to separate from his old master, Anthony Rybold, a farmer living near Newcastle, Delaware. Nothing but the desire to be free moved George to escape. He was a young man about 23 years of age, of a pure black color, in stature medium size, and well made. Nothing remarkable is noted in the book in any way connected with his life or escape. Caroline Graves. Caroline was of the bond class belonging to the state of Maryland. having reached the age of 40 without being content, and being no bright prospect in the future, she made up her mind to break away from the bonds of slavery and seek a more congenial atmosphere among strangers in Canada. She had had the privilege of trying 2 masters in her lifetime. The first, she admitted, was kind to her, but the latter was cruel. After arriving in Canada, she wrote back as follows: Toronto, January 22, 1856. Dear Sir William Still, I have found my company. They arrived here on Monday evening. I found them on Tuesday evening. Please to be so kind as to send them boxes. We are here without clothes to wear. We have some white friends is going to pay for them at this end of the road. The reason that we send this note, we are afraid the other one wouldn't go straight because it wasn't directed right. Please to send them by the express, then they won't be lost. Please to direct these boxes for Caroline Graves in the car of Mrs. Britton. Please to send the bill of the boxes on with them. Mrs. Britton, Lusig Street, near Young Street. George Graham and his wife Jane, alias Henry Washington and Eliza. The cold weather of January was preferred in this instance for traveling. Indeed, matters were so disagreeable with them that they could not tarry in their then quarters any longer. George was 24 years of age, quite smart, pleasant countenance, and of dark complexion. He had experienced rough usage all the way along through life, not unfrequently from severe floggings. Twice within the last year he had been sold. In order to prevent a renewal of these inflictions, he resorted to the Underground Railroad with his wife, to whom he had only been married 6 months. In one sense they appeared to be in a sad condition, it being the dead of winter, but their condition in Alexandria, under a brutal master and mistress, which both had the misfortune to have, was much sadder. To give all their due, however, George's wife acknowledged that she had been well treated under her old mistress, but through a change she had fallen into the hands of a new one, by whom her life had been rendered most miserable, so much so that she was willing to do almost anything to get rid of her, and was, therefore, driven to join her husband in running away. Henry Chambers, John Chambers, Samuel Fall, and Jonathan Fisher. This party represented the more promising-looking field-hand slave population of Maryland. Henry and John were brothers, 24 and 26 years of age, stout-made, chestnut color, good-looking, but in height not quite medium. Henry owed service or labor to a fellow man by the name of William Rybold, a farmer living near Sassafras Neck, Maryland. Henry evidently felt that he did Master Rybold no injustice in testifying that he knew no good of him, although he had labored under him like a beast of burden all his days. He had been clothed meanly and poorly fed. He also alleged that his mistress was worse than his master, as she would think nothing of knocking and beating the slave women for nothing. John was owned by Thomas Murphy. From that day to this, Thomas may have been troubling his brain to know why his man John treated him so shabbily as to leave him in the manner that he did. Jack had a good reason for his course nevertheless. In his cornfield phrase, he declared that his master Murphy would not give you half clothes, and besides, he was a hard man, who kept Jack working out on hire. Therefore, feeling his wrongs keenly, Jack decided, with his other friends, to run off and be free. Sam, another comrade, was also owned by William Rybold. Sam had just arrived at his maturity, 21, when he was invited to join in the plot to escape. At first it might be thought strange why one so young should seek to escape. A few brief words from Sam soon explained the mystery. It was this: his master, as he said, had been in the habit of tying him up by the hands and flogging him unmercifully. Besides, in the allowance of food and clothing, he always stinted the slaves, yet worked them very hard. Sam's chances for education had been very unfavorable, but he had mind enough to know that liberty was worth struggling for. He was willing to make the trial with the other boys. He was of a dark chestnut color and of medium size. Jonathan belonged to A. Rybold, and was only 19 years of age. All that need be said in relation to his testimony is, that it agreed with his colleagues and fellow servants, Samuel. Before starting on their journey, They felt the need of new names, and in putting their wits together, they soon fixed this matter by deciding to pass in future by the following names: James and David Green, John Henry, and Jonathan Fisher. In the brief sketches given in this chapter, some lost ones, seeking information of relatives, may find comfort, even if the general reader should fail to be interested. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 3 by William Still. Section 11. Part of the Arrivals in December 1855. Thomas Jervis Gooseberry and William Thomas Freeman. The coming of this party was announced in the subjoined letter. Schuylkill, 11th month, 29th, 1855. William Still, dear friend. Those boys will be along by the last Norristown train to-morrow evening. I think the train leaves Norristown at 6 o'clock, but of this inform thyself. The boys will be sent to a friend at Norristown, with instructions to assist them in getting seats in the last train that leaves Norristown to-morrow evening. They are 2 of the 11 who left some time since, and took with them some of their master's horses. I have told them to remain in the cars at Green Street until somebody meets them. E. F. Pennypacker. Having arrived safely, by the way and manner indicated in E. F. Pennypacker's note, as they were found to be only 16 and 17 years of age, considerable interest was felt by the acting committee to hear their story. They were closely questioned in the usual manner. They proved to be quite intelligent, considering how young they were, and how the harrow of slavery had been upon them from infancy. They escaped from Chestertown, Maryland, in company with 9 others, they being a portion of the 11 who arrived in Wilmington with 2 carriages, etc. But for prudential reasons they were separated while traveling. Some were sent on, but the boys had to be retained with friends in the country. Many such separations were inevitable. In this respect a great deal of care and trouble had to be endured for the sake of the cause. Thomas Jervis, the elder boy, was quite dark and stammered somewhat, yet he was active and smart. He stated that Sarah Maria Perkins was his mistress in Maryland. He was disposed to speak rather favorably of her, at least he said that she was tolerably kind to her servants. She, however, was in the habit of hiring out, to reap a greater revenue for them, and did not always get them places where they were treated as well as she herself treated them. Tom left his father, Thomas Gooseberry, and 3 sisters, Julia Ann, Mary Ellen, and Katy Bright, all slaves. Ezekiel, the younger boy, was of a chestnut color, clever-looking, smart and well-grown, just such an one as a father enjoying the blessings of education and citizenship might have felt a considerable degree of pride in. He was owned by a man called John Dwa, who followed farming and drinking, and when under the influence of liquor, was disposed to ill-treat the slaves. Ezekiel had not seen his mother for many years, although she was living in Baltimore, and was known by the name of Dorcas Denby. He left no brothers nor sisters. The idea of boys so young and inexperienced as they were, being thrown on the world, gave occasion for serious reflection. Still, the committee were rejoiced that they were thus early in life, getting away from the sum of all villainies. In talking with them, the committee endeavored to impress them with right ideas as to how they should walk in life, aided them, of course, and sent them off with a double share of advice. What has been their destiny since is not known. Henry Hooper, a young man of 19 years of age, came from Maryland in December, in a subsequent Underground Railroad arrival. That he came in good order and was aided and sent off was fully enough stated on the book, but nothing else. Space, however, was left for the writing out of his narrative, but it was never filled up. Probably the loose sheet on which the items were jotted down was lost. Jacob Hall, alias Henry Thomas, wife Henrietta, and child, were also among the December passengers. On the subject of freedom they were thoroughly converted. Although Jacob was only about 20 years of age, He had seen enough of slavery under his master, Major William Hutchins, whom he described as a farmer, commissioner, drunkard, and hard master, to know that no hope could be expected from him, but if he remained, he would daily have to be under the harrow. The desire to work for himself was so strong that he could not reconcile his mind to the demands of slavery. While meditating upon freedom, he concluded to make an effort with his wife and child to go to Canada. His wife Henrietta, who was then owned by a woman named Sarah Ann McGough, was as unhappily situated as himself. Indeed, Henrietta had come to the conclusion that it was out of the question for a servant to please her mistress, it mattered not how hard she might try. She also said that her mistress drank, and that made her "wuz." Besides, she had sold Henrietta's brother and sister, and was then taking steps to sell her, had just had her appraised with this view. It was quite easy, therefore, looking at their condition in the light of these plain facts, for both husband and wife to agree that they could not make their condition any worse, even if they should be captured in attempting to escape. Henrietta also remembered that years before her mother had escaped, and got off to Canada, which was an additional encouragement. Thus, as her own faith was strengthened, she could strengthen that of her husband. Their little child they resolved to cling to through thick and thin. So, in order that they might not have so far to carry him, father and mother each bridled a horse and "took out" in the direction of the first Underground Railroad station. Their faithful animals proved of incalculable service, but they were obliged to turn them loose on the road without even having the opportunity or pleasure of rewarding them with a bountiful feed of oats. Although they had strange roads, woods, and night scenes to pass through, yet they faltered not. They found friends and advisers on the road, however, and reached the committee in safety, who was made to rejoice that such promising-looking "property" could come out of Ladies' Manor, Maryland. The committee felt that they had acted wisely in taking the horses to assist them the first night. The next arrival is recorded thus: December 10, 1855, arrived 2 men from near Chestertown, Maryland. They came to Wilmington in a 1-horse wagon, and through aid of T.G. they were sent on. Further account at the time, written on a loose piece of paper, is among the missing. Fenton Jones escaped from Frederick, Maryland. After arriving in the neighborhood of Ereildoun, Pennsylvania, he was induced to tarry a while for the purpose of earning means to carry him still farther. But he was soon led to apprehend danger, and was advised and directed to apply to the Vigilance Committee of Philadelphia for the needed aid, which he did, and was dispatched forthwith to Canada. About the same time a young woman arrived, calling herself Mary Curtis. She was from Baltimore, and was prompted to escape to keep from being sold. She was 19 years of age, small size, dark complexion. No special incidents in her life were noted. William Brown came next. If others had managed to make their way out of the prison house with great difficulties, it was far from William to meet with such good luck, as he had suffered excessively for 5 weeks while traveling. It was an easy matter for a traveler to get lost, not knowing the roads, nor was it safe to apply to a stranger for information or direction. Therefore, in many instances, the journey would either have to be given up, or be prosecuted, suffering almost to the death. In the trying circumstances in which William found himself, dark as everything looked, he could not consent to return to his master, as he felt persuaded that if he did, there would be no rest on earth for him. He well remembered that because he had resisted being flogged, being high-spirited, his master had declined to sell him for the express purpose of making an example of him, as a warning to the other slaves on the place. William was as much opposed to being thus made use of as he was to being flogged. His reflections and his stout heart enabled him to endure 5 weeks of severe suffering while fleeing from oppression. Of course, when he did succeed, the triumph was unspeakably joyous. Doubtless he had thought a great deal during this time, and being an intelligent fugitive, he interested the committee greatly. The man that he escaped from was called William Elliot, a farmer living in Prince George's County, Maryland. William Elliot claimed the right to flog, and used it too. William, however, gave him the character of being among the moderate slaveholders of that part of the country. This was certainly a charitable view. William was of a chestnut color, well made, and would have commanded, under the hammer, a high price, if his apparent intelligence had not damaged him. He left his father, grandmother, 4 sisters and 2 brothers, all living where he fled from. Charles Henry Brown. This chattel was owned by Dr. Richard Dorsey, of Cambridge, Maryland. Up to 27 years of age, he had experienced and observed how slaves were treated in his neighborhood, and he made up his mind that he was not in favor of the institution in any form whatever. Indeed, he felt that for a man to put his hand in his neighbor's pocket and rob him was nothing compared to the taking of a man's hard earnings from year to year. Really, Charles reasoned the case so well, in his uncultured country phrases, that the committee was rather surprised and admired his spirit in escaping. He was a man of not quite medium size, with marked features of mind and character. Oliver Purnell and Isaac Fidget arrived from Berlin, Maryland. Each had different owners. Oliver stated that Mose Purnell had owned him, and that he was a tolerably moderate kind of a slaveholder, although he was occasionally subject to fractious turns. Oliver simply gave as his reason for leaving in the manner that he did, that he wanted his own earnings. He felt that he had as good a right to the fruit of his labor as anybody else. Despite all the pro-slavery teachings he had listened to all his life, he was far from siding with the pro-slavery doctrines. He was about 26 years of age, chestnut color, wide awake, and a man of promise. Yet it was sadly obvious that he had been blighted and cursed by slavery even in its mildest forms. He left his parents, 2 brothers and 3 sisters, all slaves in the hands of Purnell, the master whom he deserted. Isaac, his companion, was about 30 years of age, dark, and in intellect about equal to the average passengers on the Underground Railroad. He had a very lively hope of finding his wife in freedom, she having escaped the previous spring, but of her whereabouts he was ignorant, as he had had no tidings of her since her departure. A lady by the name of Mrs. Fidget held the deed for Isaac. He spoke kindly of her, as he thought she treated her slaves quite as well at least as the best of slaveholders in his neighborhood. His view was a superficial one. It meant only that they had not been beaten and starved half to death. As the heroic adventures and sufferings of slaves struggling for freedom shall be read by coming generations, were it not for unquestioned statutes upholding slavery in its dreadful heinousness, people will hardly be able to believe that such atrocities were enacted in the 19th century, under a highly enlightened, Christianized, and civilized government. Having already copied a statute enacted by the state of Virginia, as a sample of Southern state laws, it seems fitting that the Fugitive Slave Bill, enacted by the Congress of the United States, shall be also copied, in order to commemorate that most infamous deed, by which it may be seen how great were the bulwarks of oppression to be surmounted by all who sought to obtain freedom by flight. End of section 11. Recording by Lee Smalley.
Section 12 of The Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engle. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 12. The Fugitive Slave Bill of 1850. An act respecting fugitives from justice and persons escaping from the service of their masters. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the persons who have been or may hereafter be appointed commissioners, in virtue of any act of Congress, by the circuit courts of the United States, and who, in consequence of such appointment, are authorized to exercise the powers that any justice of the peace or other magistrate of any of the United States may exercise in respect to offenders for any crime or offense against the United States, by arresting, imprisoning, or bailing the same under and by virtue of the 33rd section of the Act of the 24th of September, 1789, entitled An act to establish the judicial courts of the United States shall be and are hereby authorized and required to exercise and discharge all the powers and duties conferred by this act. Section 2. And be it further enacted that the Superior Court of each organized territory of the United States shall have the same power to appoint commissioners to take acknowledgments of bail and affidavit, and to take depositions of witnesses in civil causes, which is now possessed by the circuit courts of the United States. And all commissioners who shall hereafter be appointed for such purposes by the Superior Court of any organized territory of the United States shall possess all the powers and exercise all the duties conferred by law upon the commissioners appointed by the circuit courts of the United States for similar purposes, and shall, moreover, exercise and discharge all the powers and duties conferred by this act. Section 3. And be it further enacted that the circuit courts of the United States and the superior courts of each organized territory of the United States shall from time to time enlarge the number of commissioners, with a view to afford reasonable facilities to reclaim fugitives from labor, and to the prompt discharge of the duties imposed by this act. Section 4. And be it further enacted that the commissioners above named shall have concurrent jurisdiction with the judges of the circuit and district courts of the United States, in their respective circuits and districts within the several states, and the judges of the superior courts of the territories, severally and collectively, in term time and vacation, and shall grant certificates to such claimants upon satisfactory proof being made, with authority to take and remove such fugitives from service or labor, under the restrictions herein contained, to the state or territory from which such persons may have escaped or fled. Section 5. And be it further enacted that it shall be the duty of all marshals and deputy marshals to obey and execute all warrants and precepts issued under the provisions of this act when to them directed, and should any marshal or deputy refuse to receive such warrant or other process when tendered, or to use all proper means diligently to execute the same, he shall, on conviction thereof, be fined in the sum of $1,000 to the use of such claimant, on the motion of such claimant by the circuit or district court for the district of such marshal. And after arrest of such fugitive by the marshal or his deputy, or whilst at any time in his custody, under the provisions of this act, should such fugitive escape, whether with or without the assent of such marshal or his deputy, such marshal shall be liable, on his official bond, to be prosecuted for the benefit of such claimant, for the full value of the service or labor of said fugitive in the state, territory, or district whence he escaped, and the better to enable the said commissioners, when thus appointed, to execute their duties faithfully and efficiently, in conformity with the requirements of the Constitution of the United States and of this act, they are hereby authorized and empowered, within their counties respectively, to appoint in writing under their hands any one or more suitable persons from time to time to execute all such warrants and other process as may be issued by them in the lawful performance of their respective duties, with an authority to such commissioners or the persons to be appointed by them to execute process as aforesaid, to summon and call to their aid the bystanders or posse comitatus of the proper county, when necessary to ensure a faithful observance of the clause of the Constitution referred to. In conformity with the provisions of this act, and all good citizens are hereby commanded to aid and assist in the prompt and efficient execution of this law, whenever their services may be required, as aforesaid, for that purpose. And said warrants shall run and be executed by said officers anywhere in the state within which they are issued. Section 6. And be it further enacted that when a person held to service or labor in any state or territory of the United States has heretofore or shall hereafter escape into another state or territory of the United States, the person or persons to whom such service or labor may be due, or his, her, or their agent or attorney duly authorized, by power of attorney in writing, acknowledged and certified under the seal of some legal office or court of the state or territory in which the same may be executed, may pursue and reclaim such fugitive person, either by procuring a warrant from some one of the courts, judges, or commissioners aforesaid, of the proper circuit, district, or county, for the apprehension of such fugitive from service or labor, or by seizing and arresting such fugitive where the same can be done without process, and by taking or causing such person to be taken forthwith before such court, judge, or commissioner, whose duty it shall be to hear and determine the case of such claimant in a summary manner, and upon satisfactory proof being made, by deposition or affidavit in writing, to be taken and certified by such court, judge, or commissioner, or other satisfactory testimony, duly taken and certified by some court, magistrate, justice of the peace, or other legal officer authorized to administer an oath and take depositions under the laws of the state or territory from which such person, owing service or labor, may have escaped, with a certificate of such magistrate or other authority as aforesaid, with the seal of the proper court or officer thereto attached, which seal shall be sufficient to establish the competency of the proof, and with proof also by affidavit of the identity of the person whose service or labor is claimed to be due, as aforesaid, that the person so arrested does in fact owe service or labor to the person or persons claiming him or her in the state or territory from which such fugitive may have escaped, as aforesaid, and that said person escaped, to make out and deliver to such claimant, his or her agent or attorney, a certificate setting forth the substantial facts as to the service or labor due from such fugitive to the claimant, and of his or her escape from the state or territory in which such service or labor was due, to the state or territory in which he or she was arrested, with authority to such claimant, or his or her agent or attorney, to use such reasonable force and restraint as may be necessary under the circumstances of the case, to take and remove such fugitive person back to the state or territory from whence he or she may have escaped, as aforesaid. In no trial or hearing under this act shall the testimony of such alleged fugitives be admitted in evidence, and the certificates in this and the first section mentioned shall be conclusive of the right of the person or persons in whose favor granted to remove such fugitives to the state or territory from which they escaped, and shall prevent all molestation of said person or persons by any process issued by any court, judge, magistrate, or other person whomsoever. Section 7. And be it further enacted, that any person who shall knowingly and willfully obstruct, hinder, or prevent such claimant, his agent, or attorney, or any person or persons lawfully assisting him, her, or them, from arresting such a fugitive from service or labor, either with or without process, as aforesaid, or shall rescue or attempt to rescue such fugitive from service or labor, or from the custody of such claimant, his or her agent or attorney, or other person or persons lawfully assisting as aforesaid, when so arrested, pursuant to the authority herein given or declared, or shall aid, abet, or assist such person, so owing service or labor as aforesaid, directly or indirectly, to escape from such claimant, his agent or attorney, or other person or persons legally authorized, as aforesaid, or shall harbor or conceal such fugitive, so as to prevent the discovery and arrest of such person, after notice or knowledge of the fact that such person was a fugitive from service or labor, as aforesaid, shall, for either of said offenses, be subject to a fine not exceeding $1,000, and imprisonment not exceeding 6 months, by indictment and conviction before the District Court of the United States, for the district in which such offense may have been committed, or before the proper court of criminal jurisdiction, if committed within any one of the organized territories of the United States, and shall, moreover, forfeit and pay, by way of civil damages, to the party injured by such illegal conduct, the sum of $1,000 for each fugitive so lost as aforesaid, to be recovered by action of debt in any of the district or territorial courts aforesaid, within whose jurisdiction the said offense may have been committed. Section 8. And be it further enacted that the marshals, their deputies, and the clerks of the said districts and territorial courts shall be paid for their services the like fees as may be allowed to them for similar services in other cases, and where such services are rendered exclusively in the arrest, custody, and delivery of the fugitives to the claimant, his or her agent or attorney, or where such supposed fugitive may be discharged out of custody from the want of sufficient proof as aforesaid, then such fees are to be paid in the whole by such complainant, his agent or attorney, and in all cases where the proceedings are before a commissioner, he shall be entitled to a fee of $10 in full for his services in each case, upon the delivery of the said certificate to the claimant, his or her agent or attorney, or a fee of $5 in cases where proof shall not, in the opinion of said commissioner, warrant such certificate and delivery, inclusive of all services incident to such arrest and examination, to be paid in either case by the claimant, his or her agent or attorney. The person or persons authorized to execute the process to be issued by such commissioners for the arrest and detention of fugitives from service or labor, as aforesaid, shall also be entitled to a fee of $5 each for each person he or they may arrest and take before any such commissioners as aforesaid, at the instance and request of such claimant, with such other fees as may be deemed reasonable by such commissioner, for such other additional services as may be necessarily performed by him or them, such as attending to the examination, keeping the fugitive in custody, and providing him with food and lodgings during his detention, and until the final determination of such commissioner, and in general for performing such other duties as may be required by such claimant, his or her attorney or agent or commissioner in the premises. Such fees to be made up in conformity with the fees usually charged by the officers of the courts of justice within the proper district or county as far as may be practicable, and paid by such claimants, their agents or attorneys, whether such supposed fugitive from service or labor be ordered to be delivered to such claimants by the final determination of such commissioners or not. Section 9. And be it further enacted that upon affidavit made by the claimant of such fugitive, his agent or attorney, after such certificate has been issued, that he has reason to apprehend that such fugitive will be rescued by force from his or their possession before he can be taken beyond the limits of the state in which the arrest is made, it shall be the duty of the officer making the arrest to retain such fugitive in his custody, and to remove him to the state whence he fled, and there to deliver him to said claimant, his agent or attorney. And to this end the officer aforesaid is hereby authorized and required to employ so many persons as he may deem necessary to overcome such force, and to retain them in his service so long as circumstances may require. The said officer and his assistants, while so employed, to receive the same compensation, and to be allowed the same expenses as are now allowed by law for the transportation of criminals, to be certified by the judge of the district within which the arrest is made, and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. Section 10. And be it further enacted, that when any person held to service or labor in any state or territory, or in the District of Columbia, shall escape therefrom, the party to whom such service or labor shall be due, his, her, or their agent or attorney, may apply to the court of record therein, or judge thereof in vacation, and make such satisfactory proof to such court or judge in vacation of the escape aforesaid, and that the person escaping owed service or labor to such party. Thereupon the court shall cause a record to be made of the matters so proved, and also a personal description of the person so escaping, with such convenient certainty as may be, and a transcript of such record, authenticated by the attestation of the clerk, and of the seal of said court being produced in any other state, territory, or district, in which the person so escaping may be found, and being exhibited to any judge, commissioner, or other officer authorized by the law of the United States to cause persons escaping from service or labor to be delivered up, shall be held and taken to be full and conclusive evidence of the fact of escape, and that the service or labor of the person escaping is due to the party in such record mentioned. And upon the production, by the said party, of other or further evidence, if necessary, either oral or by affidavit, in addition to what is contained in said records of the identity of the person escaping, he or she shall be delivered up to the claimant, and said court, commissioners, judge, or other persons authorized by this act to grant certificates to claimants of fugitives, shall, upon the production of the record and other evidence aforesaid, grant to such claimant a certificate of his right to take any such person, identified and proved to be owing service or labor as aforesaid, which certificate shall authorize such claimant to seize or arrest and transport such person to the state or territory from which he escaped, provided that nothing herein contained shall be construed as requiring the production of a transcript of such record as evidence as aforesaid, but in its absence the claim shall be heard and determined upon other satisfactory proofs competent in law. End of section 12. Recording by Jill Engle.
Section 13 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 13. The slave hunting tragedy in Lancaster County in September 1851. Part 1. Treason at Christiana. Having inserted the Fugitive Slave Bill in these records of the Underground Railroad, one or two slave cases will doubtless suffice to illustrate the effect of its passage on the public mind, and the colored people in particular. The deepest feelings of loathing, contempt, and opposition were manifested by the opponents of slavery on every hand. Anti-slavery papers, lecturers, preachers, etc., arrayed themselves boldly against it on the ground of its inhumanity and violation of the laws of God. On the other hand, the slaveholders South and their pro-slavery adherents in the North demanded the most abject obedience from all parties, regardless of conscience or obligation to God. In order to compel such obedience, as well as to prove the practicability of the law, unbounded zeal daily marked the attempt on the part of slaveholders and slave catchers to refasten the fetters on the limbs of fugitives in different parts of the North whither they had escaped. In this dark hour, when colored men's rights were so insecure, as a matter of self-defense they felt called upon to arm themselves and resist all kidnapping intruders, although clothed with the authority of wicked law. Among the most exciting cases tending to justify this course, the following may be named. James Hamlet was the first slave case who was summarily arrested under the Fugitive Slave Law and sent back to bondage from New York. William and Ellen Craft were hotly pursued to Boston by hunters from Georgia. Adam Gibson, a free colored man residing in Philadelphia, was arrested, delivered into the hands of his alleged claimants by Commissioner Edward D. Ingraham, and hurried into slavery. Euphemia Williams, the mother of 6 living children, her case excited much interest and sympathy. Shadrach was arrested and rescued in Boston. Hannah Dellum and her child were returned to slavery from Philadelphia. Thomas Hall and his wife were pounced upon at midnight in Chester County, beaten, and dragged off to slavery, etc. And, as if gloating over their repeated successes, and utterly regardless of all caution, about 1 year after the passage of this nefarious bill, a party of slave hunters arranged for a grand capture at Christiana. 1 year from the passage of the law, at a time when alarm and excitement were running high, the most decided stand was taken at Christiana, in the State of Pennsylvania, to defeat the law and defend freedom. Fortunately for the fugitives, the plans of the slave hunters and officials leaked out while arrangements were making in Philadelphia for the capture, and information being sent to the Anti Slavery Office, a messenger was at once dispatched to Christiana to put all persons supposed to be in danger on their guard. Among those thus notified were brave hearts who did not believe in running away from slave catchers. They resolved to stand up for the right of self-defense. They loved liberty and hated slavery, and when the slave catchers arrived, they were prepared for them. Of the contest on that bloody morning, we have copied a report, carefully written at the time, by C.M. Burleigh, editor of the Pennsylvania Freeman, who visited the scene of battle immediately after it was over, and doubtless obtained as faithful an account of all the facts in the case as could then be had. Last Thursday morning, the 11th inst., a peaceful neighborhood in the borders of Lancaster county was made the scene of a bloody battle, resulting from an attempt to capture 7 colored men as fugitive slaves. As the reports of the affray which came to us were contradictory, and having good reason to believe that those of the daily press were grossly one-sided and unfair, we repaired to the scene of the tragedy, and by patient inquiry and careful examination endeavored to learn the real facts. To do this from the varying and conflicting statements which we encountered, scarcely 2 of which agreed in every point, was not easy, but we believe the account we give below, as the result of these inquiries, is substantially correct. Very early on the 11th inst., a party of slave hunters went into a neighborhood about 2 miles west of Christiana, near the eastern border of Lancaster county, in pursuit of fugitive slaves. The party consisted of Edward Gorsuch, his son Dickerson Gorsuch, his nephew Dr. Pierce, Nicholas Hutchins, and others, all from Baltimore county, Maryland, and one Henry H. Kline, a notorious slave-catching constable from Philadelphia, who had been deputized by Commissioner Ingraham for this business. At about day dawn they were discovered lying in an ambush near the house of one William Parker, a colored man, by an inmate of the house who had started for his work. He fled back to the house, pursued by the slave hunters, who entered the lower part of the house, but were unable to force their way into the upper part, to which the family had retired. A horn was blown from an upper window. 2 shots were fired, both, as we believe, though we are not certain, by the assailants, one at the colored man who fled into the house, and the other at the inmates through the window. No one was wounded by either. A parley ensued. The slaveholder demanded his slaves, who he said were concealed in the house. The colored men presented themselves successively at the window, and asked if they were the slaves claimed. Gorsuch said that neither of them was his slave. They told him that they were the only colored men in the house, and were determined never to be taken alive as slaves. Soon the colored people of the neighborhood, alarmed by the horn, began to gather, armed with guns, axes, corn cutters, or clubs. Mutual threatenings were uttered by the 2 parties. The slaveholders told the blacks that resistance would be useless, as they had a party of 30 men in the woods near by. The blacks warned them again to leave, as they would die before they would go into slavery. From an hour to an hour and a half passed in these parleyings, angry conversations, and threats, the blacks increasing by new arrivals, until they probably numbered from 30 to 50, most of them armed in some way. About this time Castner Hanaway, a white man and a friend, who resided in the neighborhood, rode up, and was soon followed by Elijah Lewis, another friend, a merchant in Cooperville, both gentlemen highly esteemed as worthy and peaceable citizens. As they came up, Kline, the deputy marshal, ordered them to aid him, as a United States officer, to capture the fugitive slaves. They refused, of course, as would any man not utterly destitute of honor, humanity, and moral principle, and warned the assailants that it was madness for them to attempt to capture fugitive slaves there, or even to remain, and begged them, if they wished to save their own lives, to leave the ground. Kline replied, "Do you really think so?" "Yes," was the answer, "the sooner you leave the better, if you would prevent bloodshed." Kline then left the ground, retiring into a very safe distance into a cornfield, and toward the woods. The blacks were so exasperated by his threats, that but for the interposition of the two white friends, it is very doubtful whether he would have escaped without injury. Messrs. Hanaway and Lewis both exerted their influence to dissuade the colored people from violence, and would probably have succeeded in restraining them, had not the assailing party fired upon them. Young Gorsuch asked his father to leave, but the old man refused, declaring, as it is said and believed, that he would go to hell or have his slaves. Finding they could do nothing further, Hanaway and Lewis both started to leave, again counseling the slave hunters to go away and the colored people to peace, but had gone but a few rods when one of the inmates of the house attempted to come out at the door. Gorsuch presented his revolver, ordering him back. The colored man replied, "You had better go away if you don't want to get hurt," and at the same time pushed him aside and passed out. Maddened at this, and stimulated by the question of his nephew whether he would take such an insult from a "d nigger," Gorsuch fired at the colored man, and was followed by his son and nephew, who both fired their revolvers. The fire was returned by the blacks, who made a rush upon them at the same time. Gorsuch and his son fell, the one dead, the other wounded. The rest of the party, after firing their revolvers, fled precipitately through the corn into the woods, pursued by some of the blacks. One was wounded, the rest escaped unhurt. Kline, the deputy marshal, who now boasts of his miraculous escape from a volley of musket balls, had kept at a safe distance, though urged by young Gorsuch to stand by his father and protect him, when he refused to leave the ground. He, of course, came off unscathed. Several colored men were wounded, but none severely. Some had their hats or their clothes perforated with bullets, others had flesh wounds. They said that the Lord protected them, and they shook the bullets from their clothes. One man found several shot in his boot, which seemed to have spent their force before reaching him, and did not even break the skin. The slaveholders having fled, several neighbors, mostly Friends and anti-slavery men, gathered to succor the wounded and take charge of the dead. We are told that Parker himself protected the wounded man from his excited comrades, and brought water and a bed from his own house for the invalid, thus showing that he was as magnanimous to his fallen enemy as he was brave in the defense of his own liberty. The young man was then removed to a neighboring house, where the family received him with the tenderest kindness, and paid him every attention, although they told him, in Quaker phrase, that they had no unity with his cruel business, and were very sorry to see him engaged in it. He was much affected by their kindness, and we are told expressed his regret that he had been thus engaged, and his determination, if his life was spared, never again to make a similar attempt. His wounds are very severe, and it is feared mortal. All attempts to procure assistance to capture the fugitive slaves failed, the people in the neighborhood either not relishing the business of slave catching, or at least not choosing to risk their lives in it. There was a very great reluctance felt to going even to remove the body and the wounded man, until several abolitionists and Friends had collected for that object, when others found courage to follow on. The excitement caused by this most melancholy affair is very great among all classes. The abolitionists of course mourn the occurrence, while they see in it a legitimate fruit of the fugitive slave law, just such a harvest of blood as they had long feared that the law would produce, and which they had earnestly labored to prevent. We believe that they alone of all classes of the nation are free from responsibility for its occurrence, having wisely foreseen the danger, and faithfully labored to avert it by removing its causes, and preventing the inhuman policy which has hurried on the bloody convulsion. The enemies of the colored people are making this the occasion of fresh injuries, and a more bitter ferocity toward that defenseless people, and of new misrepresentation and calumnies against the abolitionists. The colored people, though the great body of them had no connection with this affair, are hunted like partridges upon the mountains by the relentless horde which has been poured forth upon them under the pretense of arresting the parties concerned in the fight. When we reached Christiana on Friday afternoon, we found that the Deputy Attorney Thompson of Lancaster was there, and had issued warrants, upon the depositions of Kline and others, for the arrest of all suspected persons. A company of police were scouring the neighborhood in search of colored people, several of whom were seized while at their work near by and brought in. Kastner Hanaway and Elijah Lewis, hearing that warrants were issued against them, came to Christiana and voluntarily gave themselves up, calm and strong in the confidence of their innocence. They, together with the arrested colored men, were sent to Lancaster jail that night. The next morning we visited the ground of the battle, and the family where young Gorsuch now lives, and while there we saw a deposition which he had just made, that he believed no white persons were engaged in the affray beside his own party. As he was on the ground during the whole controversy, and Deputy Marshal Kline had discreetly run off into the cornfield before the fighting began, the hireling slave catcher's eager and confident testimony against our white friends will, we think, weigh lightly with impartial men. On returning to Christiana, we found that the United States Marshal from the city had arrived at that place, accompanied by Commissioner Ingraham, Mr. Jones, a special commissioner of the United States from Washington, the U.S. District Attorney Ashmead, with 45 U.S. Marines from the Navy Yard, and a posse of about 40 of the city marshal's police, together with a large body of special constables, eager for such a manhunt, from Columbia and Lancaster and other places. This crowd divided into parties of from 10 to 25, and scoured the country in every direction for miles around, ransacking the houses of the colored people, and captured every colored man they could find, with several colored women and 2 other white men. Never did our heart bleed with deeper pity for the peeled and persecuted colored people than when we saw this troop let loose upon them, and witnessed the terror and distress which its approach excited in families wholly innocent of the charges laid against them. On the other hand, a few extracts from the editorials of some of the leading papers will suffice to show the state of public feeling at that time, and the dreadful opposition abolitionists and fugitives had to contend with. From one of the leading daily journals of Philadelphia, we copy as follows: "There can be no difference of opinion concerning the shocking affair which occurred at Christiana on Thursday, the resisting of a law of Congress by a band of armed negroes, whereby the majesty of the government was defied and life taken in one and the same act. There is something more than a mere ordinary, something more than even a murderous riot in all this. It is an act of insurrection. We might, considering the peculiar class and condition of the guilty parties, almost call it a servile insurrection, if not also one of treason. 50, 80, or 100 persons, whether white or black, who are deliberately in arms for the purpose of resisting the law, even the law for the recovery of fugitive slaves, are in the attitude of levying war against the United States, and doubly heavy becomes the crime of murder in such a case, and doubly serious the accountability of all who have any connection with the act as advisers, suggesters, countenancers, or accessories in any way whatever." In those days the paper from which this extract is taken represented the Whig party, and the more moderate and respectable class of citizens. The following is an extract from a leading Democratic organ of Philadelphia: "We will not, however, insult the reader by arguing that which has not been heretofore doubted, and which is not doubted now by 10 honest men in the State, and that is, that the abolitionists are implicated in the Christiana murder. All the ascertained facts go to show that they were the real, if not the chief instigators. White men are known to harbor fugitives in the neighborhood of Christiana, and these white men are known to be abolitionists, known to be opposed to the Fugitive Slave Law, and known to be the warm friends of William F. Johnston, Governor of the State of Pennsylvania, and as if to clinch the argument, no less than 3 white men are now in the Lancaster prison, and were arrested as accomplices in the dreadful affair on the morning of the 11th, and one of these white men was committed on a charge of high treason on Saturday last by United States Commissioner Ingraham. Another daily paper of opposite politics thus spake: "The unwarrantable outrage committed last week at Christiana, Lancaster county, is a foul stain upon the fair name and fame of our State. We are pleased to see that the officers of the Federal and State governments are upon the tracks of those who were engaged in the riot, and that several arrests have been made. We do not wish to see the poor misled blacks who participated in the affair suffer to any great extent, for they were but tools. The men who are really chargeable with treason against the United States government, and with the death of Mr. Gorsuch, an estimable citizen of Maryland, are unquestionably white, with hearts black enough to incite them to the commission of any crime equal in atrocity to that committed in Lancaster county. Pennsylvania has now but one course to pursue, and that is to aid and warmly aid the United States in bringing to condign punishment every man engaged in the riot. She owes it to herself and to the Union. Let her in this resolve be just and fearless." From a leading neutral daily paper the following is taken: "One would suppose from the advice of forcible resistance so familiarly given by the abolitionists, that they are quite unaware that there is any such crime as treason recognized by the Constitution, or punished with death by the laws of the United States. We would remind them that not only is there such a crime, but that there is a solemn decision of the Supreme Court that all who are concerned in a conspiracy which ripens into treason, whether present or absent from the scene of actual violence, are involved in the same liabilities as the immediate actors. If they engage in the conspiracy and stimulate the treason, they may keep their bodies from the affray without saving their necks from a halter. It would be very much to the advantage of society if an example could be made of some of these persistent agitators, who excite the ignorant and reckless to treasonable violence from which they themselves shrink, but who are not only in morals but in law equally guilty and equally amenable to punishment with the victims of their inflammatory counsels." A number of the most influential citizens represented the occurrence to the Governor as follows: "To the Governor of Pennsylvania, the undersigned citizens of Pennsylvania respectfully represent that citizens of a neighboring State have been cruelly assassinated by a band of armed outlaws at a place not more than 3 hours' journey distant from the seat of government and from the commercial metropolis of the State; that this insurrectionary movement, in one of the most populous parts of the State, has been so far successful as to overawe the local ministers of justice and paralyze the power of the law; that your memorialists are not aware that any military force has been sent to the seat of insurrection, or that the civil authority has been strengthened by the adoption of any measures suited to the momentous crisis. They therefore respectfully request the Chief Executive Magistrate of Pennsylvania to take into consideration the necessity of vindicating the outraged laws and sustaining the dignity of the Commonwealth on this important and melancholy occasion." End of section 13. Section 14 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 14. The Slave Hunting Tragedy in Lancaster County in September 1851. Part 2. Under this high pressure of public excitement, threatening and alarm breathed so freely on every hand that fugitive slaves and their friends in this region of Pennsylvania at least were compelled to pass through an hour of dreadful darkness, an ordeal extremely trying. The authorities of the United States, as well as the authorities of the State of Pennsylvania and Maryland, were diligently making arrests wherever a suspected party could be found who happened to belong in the neighborhood of Christiana. In a very short time the following persons were in custody: J. Kastner Hanaway, Elijah Lewis, Joseph Scarlett, Samuel Kendig, Henry Spins, George Williams, Charles Hunter, Wilson Jones, Francis Harkins, Benjamin Thompson, William Brown, number 1, William Brown, number 2, John Halliday, Elizabeth Mosey, John Morgan, Joseph Berry, John Norton, Dennis Smith, Harvey Scott, Susan Clark, Tansy Brown, Eliza Brown, Eliza Parker, Hannah Pinkney, Robert Johnson, Miller Thompson, Isaiah Clark, and Jonathan Black. These were not all, but sufficed for a beginning. At least it made an interesting entertainment for the first day's examination, and although there were 2 or 3 non-resistant Quakers and a number of poor defenseless colored women among those thus taken as prisoners, still it seemed utterly impossible for the exasperated defenders of slavery to divest themselves of the idea that this heroic deed in self-defense on the part of men who felt that their liberties were in danger was anything less than actually levying war against the United States. Accordingly, therefore, the hearing gravely took place at Lancaster. On the side of the Commonwealth, the following distinguished counsel appeared on examination: Hon. John L. Thompson, District Attorney; William B. Folney, Esq.; Thomas E. Franklin, Esq., Attorney General of Lancaster County; George L. Ashmead, Esq., of Philadelphia, Representative of the United States authorities; and Hon. Robert Brent, Attorney General of Maryland. For the defense: Hon. Thaddeus Stevens, Rhea Frazier, Messrs. Ford, Kline and Dickey, Esquires. From a report of the first day's hearing, we copy a short extract as follows: The excitement at Christiana during yesterday was very great. Several hundred persons were present, and the deepest feeling was manifested against the perpetrators of the outrage. At 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, the United States Marshal, Mr. Roberts, United States District Attorney, J.H. Ashmead, Esq., Mr. Commissioner Ingraham, and Recorder Lee, accompanied by the United States Marines, returned to the city. Lieutenant Johnson and officers Lewis S. Brest, Samuel Mitchell, Charles McCully, Samuel Neff, Jacob Albright, Robert McEwen, and Perkinpine, by the direction of the United States Marshal, had charge of the following named prisoners, who were safely lodged in Moyamensing Prison, accompanied by the Marines: Joseph Scarlett, white; William Brown, Ezekiel Thompson, Isaiah Clarkson, Daniel Calsbury, Benjamin Pendergrass, Elijah Clark, George W.H. Scott, Miller Thompson, and Samuel Hanson, all colored. The last 3 were placed in the debtors' apartment, and the others in the criminal apartment of the Moyamensing Prison, to await their trial for treason, etc. In alluding to the second day's doings, the Philadelphia Ledger thus represented matters at the field of battle: The intelligence received last evening represents the country for miles around to be in as much excitement as at any time since the horrible deed was committed. The officers sent there at the instance of the proper authorities are making diligent search in every direction, and securing every person against whom the least suspicion is attached. The police force from this city, amounting to about 60 men, are under the marshalship of Lieutenant Ellis. Just as the cars started east in the afternoon, 5 more prisoners who were secured at a place called the Welsh Mountains, 12 miles distant, were brought into Christiana, They were placed in custody until such time as a hearing will take place. Although the government had summoned its ablest legal talent, and the popular sentiment was as 100 to 1 against William Parker and his brave comrades who had made the slave hunter bite the dust, most nobly did Thaddeus Stevens prove that he was not to be cowed, that he believed in the stirring sentiment so much applauded by the American people, "Give me liberty or give me death," not only for the white man, but for all men. Thus standing upon such great and invulnerable principles, it was soon discovered that one could chase 1,000, and two put 10,000 to flight, in latter as well as in former times. At first even the friends of freedom thought that the killing of Gorsuch was not only wrong, but unfortunate for the cause. Scarcely a week passed, however, before the matter was looked upon in a far different light, and it was pretty generally thought that if the Lord had not had a direct hand in it, the cause of freedom at least would be greatly benefited thereby. And just in proportion as the masses cried, "Treason! treason!" the hosts of freedom from one end of the land to the other were awakened to sympathize with the slave. Thousands were soon aroused to show sympathy who had hitherto been dormant. Hundreds visited the prisoners in their cells to greet, cheer, and offer them aid and counsel in their hour of sore trial. The friends of freedom remained calm, even while the pro slavery party were fiercely raging and gloating over the prospect, as they evidently thought of the satisfaction to be derived from teaching the abolitionists a lesson from the scaffold, which would in future prevent Underground Rail Road passengers from killing their masters when in pursuit of them. Through the efforts of the authorities, 3 white men and 27 colored had been safely lodged in the Moyamensing prison under the charge of treason. The authorities, however, had utterly failed to catch the hero, William Parker, as he had been sent to Canada via the Underground Rail Road, and was thus sitting under his own vine and fig tree, where none dared to molest or make him afraid. As an act of simple justice, it may here be stated that the abolitionists and prisoners found a true friend and ally at least in one United States official, who, by the way, figured prominently in making arrests, etc., namely the United States Marshal A.E. Roberts. In all his intercourse with the prisoners and their friends, he plainly showed that all his sympathies were on the side of freedom, and not with the popular pro-slavery sentiment which clamored so loudly against traitors and abolitionists. 2 of his prisoners had been identified in the jail as fugitive slaves by their owners. When the trial came on, these 2 individuals were among the missing. How they escaped was unknown. The marshal, however, was strongly suspected of being a friend of the Underground Rail Road. And to add now that those suspicions were founded on fact will doubtless do him no damage. In order to draw the contrast between freedom and slavery, simply with a view of showing how the powers that were acted and judged in the days of the reign of the Fugitive Slave Law, unquestionably nothing better could be found to meet the requirements of this issue than the charge of Judge Kane, coupled with the indictment of the grand jury. In the light of the Emancipation and the 15th Amendment, they are too transparent to need a single word of comment. Judge and jury having found the accused chargeable with treason, nothing remained, so far as the men were concerned, but to bide their time as best they could in prison. Most of them were married, and had wives and children clinging to them in this hour of fearful looking for of judgment. The law of treason, as laid down by Judge Kane. The following charge to the Grand Jury of the United States District Court, in reference to the slave hunting affray in Lancaster County, and preparatory to their finding bills of indictment against the prisoners, was delivered on Monday, September 28th, by Judge Kane. Gentlemen of the Grand Jury: It has been represented to me that since we last met, circumstances have occurred in one of the neighboring counties in our district, which should call for your prompt scrutiny, and perhaps for the energetic action of the court. It is said that a citizen of the State of Maryland, who had come into Pennsylvania to reclaim a fugitive from labor, was forcibly obstructed in the attempt by a body of armed men, assaulted, beaten, and murdered; that some members of his family, who had accompanied him in the pursuit, were at the same time, and by the same party, maltreated and grievously wounded; and that an officer of justice, constituted under the authority of this court, who sought to arrest the fugitive, was impeded and repelled by menaces and violence, while proclaiming his character and exhibiting his warrant. It is said, too, that the time and manner of these outrages, their asserted object, the denunciations by which they were preceded, and the simultaneous action of most of the guilty parties, evinced a combined purpose forcibly to resist and make nugatory a constitutional provision, and the statutes enacted in pursuance of it; and it is added, in confirmation of this, that for some months back gatherings of people, strangers as well as citizens, have been held from time to time in the vicinity of the place of the recent outbreaks, at which exhortations were made and pledges interchanged to hold the law for the recovery of fugitive slaves as of no validity, and to defy its execution. Such are some of the representations that have been made in my hearing, and in regard to which it has become your duty, as the grand inquest of the district, to make legal inquiry. Personally, I know nothing of the facts or the evidence relating to them. As a member of the court, before which the accused persons may hereafter be arraigned and tried, I have sought to keep my mind altogether free from any impressions of their guilt or innocence, and even from an extrajudicial knowledge of the circumstances which must determine the legal character of the offence that has thus been perpetrated. It is due to the great interests of public justice, no less than to the parties implicated in a criminal charge, that their cause should be in no wise and in no degree prejudged. And in referring, therefore, to the representations which have been made to me, I have no other object than to point you to the reasons for my addressing you at this advanced period of our sessions, and to enable you to apply with more facility and certainty the principles and rules of law which I shall proceed to lay before you. If the circumstances to which I have adverted have in fact taken place, they involve the highest crime known to our laws. Treason against the United States is defined by the Constitution, Article 3, Section 3, Clause 1, to consist in levying war against them or adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. This definition is borrowed from the ancient law of England, statute of the 25th year of Edward III, Statute 5, Chapter 2, and its terms must be understood, of course, in the sense which they bore in that law, and which obtained here when the Constitution was adopted. The expression levying war, so regarded, embraces not merely the act of formal or declared war, but any combination forcibly to prevent or oppose the execution or enforcement of a provision of the Constitution or of a public statute, if accompanied or followed by an act of forcible opposition in pursuance of such combination. This, in substance, has been the interpretation given to these words by English judges, and it has been uniformly and fully recognized and adopted in the courts of the United States. See Foster, Hale, and Hawkins, and the opinions of Iredell, Patterson, Chase, Marshall, and Washington, judges of the Supreme Court, and of Peters, District Judge, in U.S. v. Vijol, U.S. v. Marshall, U.S. v. Fries, U.S. v. Bowman and Swarthout, and U.S. v. Burr. The definition, as you will observe, includes two particulars, both of them indispensable elements of the offense. There must have been a combination or conspiring together to oppose the law by force, and some actual force must have been exerted, or the crime of treason is not consummated. The highest, or at least the direct proof of the combination, may be found in the declared purposes of the individual party before the actual outbreak, or it may be derived from the proceedings of meetings in which he took part openly, or which he either prompted or made effective by his countenance or sanction, commending, counseling, and instigating forcible resistance to the law. I speak, of course, of a conspiring to resist a law, not the more limited purpose to violate it, or to prevent its application and enforcement in a particular case or against a particular individual. The combination must be directed against the law itself. But such direct proof of this element of the offense is not legally necessary to establish its existence. The concert of purpose may be deduced from the concerted action itself, or it may be inferred from facts occurring at the time, or afterwards, as well as before. Besides this, there must be some act of violence as the result or consequence of the combining. But here again, it is not necessary to prove that the individual accused was a direct personal actor in the violence. If he was present, directing, aiding, abetting, counseling, or countenancing it, he is in law guilty of the forcible act. Nor is even his personal presence indispensable. Though he be absent at the time of its actual perpetration, yet if he directed the act, devised or knowingly furnished the means for carrying it into effect, instigated others to perform it, he shares their guilt. In treason there are no accessories. There has been, I fear, an erroneous impression on this subject among a portion of our people. If it has been thought safe to counsel and instigate others to acts of forcible oppugnation to the provisions of a statute, to inflame the minds of the ignorant by appeals to passion and denunciations of the law as oppressive, unjust, revolting to the conscience, and not binding on the actions of men, to represent the constitution of the land as a compact of iniquity which it were meritorious to violate or subvert, the mistake has been a grievous one, and they who have fallen into it may rejoice if peradventure their appeals and their counsels have been hitherto without effect. The supremacy of the Constitution, in all of its provisions, is at the very basis of our existence as a nation. He whose conscience or whose theories of political or individual right forbid him to support and maintain it in its fullest integrity, may relieve himself from the duties of citizenship by divesting himself of its rights. But while he remains within our borders, he is to remember that successfully to instigate treason is to commit it. I shall not be supposed to imply in these remarks that I have doubts of the law-abiding character of our people. No one can know them well without the most entire reliance on their fidelity to the Constitution. Some of them may differ from the mass as to the rightfulness or the wisdom of this or the other provision that is found in the Federal compact. They may be divided in sentiment as to the policy of a particular statute or of some provision in a statute. But it is their honest purpose to stand by the engagements, all the engagements, which bind them to their brethren of the other States. They have but one country. They recognize no law of higher social obligation than its Constitution and the laws made in pursuance of it. They recognize no higher appeal than to the tribunals it has appointed. They cherish no patriotism that looks beyond the Union of the States. That there are men here, as elsewhere, whom a misguided zeal impels to violations of law, that there are others who are controlled by false sympathies, and some who yield too readily and too fully to sympathies not always false, or if false yet pardonable, and become criminal by yielding, that we have not only in our jails and almshouses, but segregated here and there in detached portions of the state, ignorant men, many of them without political rights, degraded in social position, and instinctive of revolt. All this is true. It is proved by the daily record of our police courts, and by the ineffective labors of those good men among us who seek to detach want from temptation, passion from violence, and ignorance from crime. But it should not be supposed that any of these represent the sentiment of Pennsylvania, and it would be to wrong our people sorely to include them in the same category of personal, social, or political morals. It is declared in the article of the Constitution which I have already cited, that no person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. This and the corresponding language in the Act of Congress of the 30th of April, 1790, seem to refer to the proofs on the trial, and not to the preliminary hearing before the committing magistrate or the proceeding before the grand inquest. There can be no conviction until after arraignment on bill found. The previous action in the case is not a trial, and cannot convict, whatever be the evidence or the number of witnesses. I understand this to have been the opinion entertained by Chief Justice Marshall, 1 Burr's Trial, 195, and though it differs from that expressed by Judge Iredell on the indictment of Fries, 1 Wharton's American State Trials, 480, I feel authorized to recommend it to you as within the terms of the Constitution, and involving no injustice to the accused. I have only to add that treason against the United States may be committed by anyone resident or sojourning within its territory, and under the protection of its laws, whether he be a citizen or an alien. Foster, Civil Law 183, 5. 1 Hale, 59, 60, 62. 1 Hawkins, Chapter 17. Section 5, Kell 38. Besides the crime of treason, which I have thus noticed, there are offenses of minor grades against the Constitution and the State, some or other of which may be apparently established by the evidence that will come before you. These are embraced in the Act of Congress on the 30th of September, 1790, Chapter 9, Section 22, on the subject of obstructing or resisting the service of legal process. The Act of the 2nd of March, 1831, Chapter 99, Section 2, which secures the jurors, witnesses, and officers of our courts in the fearless, free, and impartial administration of their respective functions, and the Act of the 18th of September, 1850, Chapter 60, which relates more particularly to the rescue or attempted rescue of a fugitive from labor. These acts were made the subject of a charge to the grand jury of this court in November last, of which I shall direct a copy to be laid before you, and I do not deem it necessary to repeat their provisions at this time. Gentlemen of the grand jury, you are about to enter upon a most grave and momentous duty. You will be careful in performing it, not to permit your indignation against crime, or your just appreciation of its perilous consequences, to influence your judgment on the guilt of those who may be charged before you with its commission. But you will be careful also that no misguided charity shall persuade you to withhold the guilty from the retributions of justice. You will inquire whether an offense has been committed, what was its legal character, and who were the offenders. And this done, and this only, you will make your presentments according to the evidence and the law. Your inquiries will not be restricted to the conduct of the people belonging to our own State. If in the progress of them you shall find that men have been among us, who, under whatever mask of conscience or of peace, have labored to incite others to treasonable violence, and who, after arranging the elements of the mischief, have withdrawn themselves to await the explosion they had contrived, you will feel yourselves bound to present the fact to the court, and however distant may be the place in which the offenders may have sought refuge, we give you the pledge of the law that its far-reaching energies shall be exerted to bring them up for trial, if guilty, to punishment. The offense of treason is not triable in this court, but by an act of Congress passed on the 8th of August, 1845, Chapter 98, it is made lawful for the grand jury, empaneled and sworn in the district court, to take cognizance of all the indictments for crimes against the United States within the jurisdiction of either of the federal courts of the district. There being no grand jury in attendance at this time in the circuit court, to pass upon the accusations I have referred to in the first instance, it has fallen to my lot to assume the responsible office of expounding to you the law in regard to them. I have the satisfaction of knowing that if the views I have expressed are in any respect erroneous, they must undergo the revision of my learned brother of the Supreme Court, who presides in this circuit, before they can operate to the serious prejudice of any one, and that if they are doubtful even, provision exists for their re-examination in the highest tribunal of the country. Section 15 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 15. The Slave Hunting Tragedy in Lancaster County in September 1851. Part 3. On the strength of Judge Kane's carefully drawn up charge, the grand jury found true bills of indictment against 40 of the Christiana offenders, charged with treason. James Jackson, an aged member of the Society of Friends, a Quaker, and a well-known non-resistant abolitionist, was of this number. With his name the blanks were filled up. The same form, with regard to these bills, was employed in the case of each one of the accused. The following is a copy of the indictment: Eastern District of Pennsylvania, to wit, the Grand Inquest of the United States of America, inquiring for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, on their oaths and affirmations, respectfully do present, that James Jackson, yeoman of the district aforesaid, owing allegiance to the United States of America, wickedly devising and intending the peace and tranquillity of said United States to disturb, and prevent the execution of the laws thereof within the same, to wit, a law of the United States entitled An Act respecting fugitives from justice and persons escaping from the service of their masters, approved February 12th, 1793, and also a law of the United States entitled An Act to amend and supplementary to the Act entitled An Act respecting fugitives from justice and persons escaping from the service of their masters, approved February the 12th, 1793, which latter supplementary act was approved September 18th, 1850, on the 11th day of September, in the year of our Lord 1851, in the county of Lancaster, in the state of Pennsylvania, and district aforesaid, and within the jurisdiction of this court, wickedly and traitorously did intend to levy war against the United States within the same, and to fulfill and bring to effect the said traitorous intention of him the said James Jackson, he the said James Jackson, afterward, to wit, on the day and year aforesaid, in the state, district, and county aforesaid, and within the jurisdiction of this court, with a great multitude of persons, whose names to this inquest are as yet unknown, to a great number, to wit, to the number of 100 persons and upward, armed and arrayed in a warlike manner, that is to say, with guns, swords, and other warlike weapons, as well offensive as defensive, being then and there unlawfully and traitorously assembled, did traitorously assemble and combine against the said United States, and then and there with force and arms, wickedly and traitorously, and with the wicked and traitorous intention to oppose and prevent by means of intimidation and violence the execution of the said laws of the United States within the same, did array and dispose themselves in a warlike and hostile manner against the said United States, and then and there with force and arms, in pursuance of such their traitorous intention, he the said James Jackson, with the said persons so as aforesaid, wickedly and traitorously did levy war against the United States. And further, to fulfill and bring to effect the said traitorous intentions of him the said James Jackson, and in pursuance and in execution of the said wicked and traitorous combination to oppose, resist, and prevent the said laws of the United States from being carried into execution, he the said James Jackson, afterwards, to wit, on the day and year first aforesaid, in the state, district, and county aforesaid, and within the jurisdiction aforesaid, with the said persons whose names to this inquest are as yet unknown, did wickedly and traitorously assemble against the said United States, with the avowed intention by force of arms and intimidation to prevent the execution of the said laws of the United States within the same, and in pursuance and execution of such their wicked and traitorous combination, he, the said James Jackson, then and there with force and arms, with the said persons to a great number, to wit, the number of 100 persons and upwards, armed and arrayed in a warlike manner, that is to say, with guns, swords, and other warlike weapons, as well offensive as defensive, being then and there unlawfully and traitorously assembled, did wickedly, knowingly, and traitorously resist and oppose one Henry H. Kline, an officer duly appointed by Edward D. Ingraham, Esquire, a commissioner duly appointed by the Circuit Court of the United States for the said district, in the execution of the duty of the office of the said Kline, he, the said Kline, being appointed by the said Edward Ingraham, Esquire, by writing under his hand, to execute warrants and other process issued by him, the said Ingraham, in the performance of his duties as commissioner under the said laws of the United States, and then and there with force and arms, with the said great multitude of persons, so as aforesaid unlawfully and traitorously assembled, and armed and arrayed in manner as aforesaid, he, the said James Jackson, wickedly and traitorously did oppose and resist and prevent the said Kline from executing the lawful process to him directed and delivered by the said commissioner against sundry persons then residents of said county, who had been legally charged before the said commissioner as being persons held to service or labor in the state of Maryland, and owing such service or labor to a certain Edward Gorsuch, under the laws of the said state of Maryland, had escaped therefrom into the said Eastern District of Pennsylvania, which process duly issued by the said commissioner, the said Kline then and there had in his possession, and was then and there proceeding to execute, as by law he was bound to do. And so the grand inquest, upon their respective oaths and affirmations aforesaid, do say that the said James Jackson, in manner aforesaid, as much as in him lay, wickedly and traitorously did prevent, by means of force and intimidation, the execution of the said laws of the United States in the said state and district. And further, to fulfill and bring to effect the said traitorous intention of him the said James Jackson, and in further pursuance and in the execution of the said wicked and traitorous combination to expose, resist, and prevent the execution of the said laws of the said United States in the state and district aforesaid, he, the said James Jackson, afterwards, to wit, on the day and year first aforesaid, in the state, county, and district aforesaid, and within the jurisdiction of this court, with the said persons whose names to the grand inquest aforesaid are as yet unknown, did wickedly and traitorously assemble against the said United States, with the avowed intention, by means of force and intimidation, to prevent the execution of the said laws of the United States in the state and district aforesaid, and in pursuance and execution of such, their wicked and traitorous combination and intention then and there to the state, district, and county aforesaid, and within the jurisdiction of this court, with force and arms, with a great multitude of persons, to wit, the number of 100 persons and upwards, armed and arrayed in a warlike manner, that is to say, with guns, swords, and other warlike weapons, as well offensive as defensive, being then and there unlawfully and traitorously assembled, he, the said James Jackson, did knowingly and unlawfully assault the said Henry H. Kline, he, the said Kline, being an officer appointed by writing under the hand of the said Edward D. Ingraham, Esquire, a commissioner under said laws, to execute warrants and other process issued by the said commissioner in the performance of his duties as such, And he, the said James Jackson, did then and there traitorously with force and arms, against the will of the said Kline, liberate and take out of his custody persons by him before that time arrested and in his lawful custody, then and there being by virtue of lawful process against them issued by the said Commissioner, they being legally charged with being persons held to service or labor in the State of Maryland, and owing such service or labor to a certain Edward Gorsuch, under the laws of the said State of Maryland, who had escaped therefrom into the said district, and so the grand inquest aforesaid, upon their oaths and affirmations aforesaid, do say that he, the said James Jackson, as much as in him lay, did then and there, in pursuance and in execution of the said wicked and traitorous combination and intention, wickedly and traitorously, by means of force and intimidation, prevent the execution of the said laws of the United States in the said State and District. And further to fulfill and bring to effect the said traitorous intention of him, the said James Jackson, and in pursuance and in execution of the said wicked and traitorous combination to oppose, resist, and prevent the said laws of the United States from being carried into execution, he, the said James Jackson, afterwards, to wit, on the day and year first aforesaid, and on divers other days, both before and afterwards, in the State and District aforesaid, and within the jurisdiction of this court, with the said persons to this inquest as yet unknown, maliciously and traitorously did meet, conspire, consult, and agree among themselves, further to oppose, resist, and prevent, by means of force and intimidation, the execution of the said laws herein before specified. And further to fulfill, perfect, and bring to effect the said traitorous intention of him, the said James Jackson, and in pursuance and execution of the said wicked and traitorous combination to oppose and resist the said laws of the United States from being carried into execution in the State and District aforesaid, he, the said James Jackson, together with the other persons whose names are to this inquest as yet unknown, on the day and year first aforesaid, and on divers other days and times, as well before and after, at the district aforesaid, within the jurisdiction of said court, with force and arms, maliciously and traitorously did prepare and compose, and did then and there maliciously and traitorously cause and procure to be prepared and composed, divers books, pamphlets, letters, declarations, resolutions, addresses, papers, and writings, and did then and there maliciously and traitorously publish and disperse, and cause to be published and dispersed, divers other books and pamphlets, letters, declarations, resolutions, addresses, papers, and writings. The said books, pamphlets, letters, declarations, resolutions, addresses, papers, and writings, so respectively prepared, composed, published, and dispersed, as last aforesaid, containing therein, amongst other things, incitements, encouragements, and exhortations to move, induce, and persuade persons held to service in any of the United States by the laws thereof, who had escaped into the said district, as well as other persons, citizens of said district, to resist, oppose, and prevent by violence and intimidation the execution of the said laws, and also containing therein instructions and directions how and upon what occasion the traitorous purposes last aforesaid should and might be carried into effect, contrary to the form of the act of Congress in such case made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the United States. John W. Ashmead, Attorney of the U.S. for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. The abolitionists were leaving no stone unturned in order to triumphantly meet the case in court. During the interim, many tokens of kindness and marks of Christian benevolence were extended to the prisoners by their friends and sympathizers. Among these none deserve more honorable mention than the noble act of Thomas L. Kane, son of Judge Kane, and now General, in tendering all the prisoners a sumptuous Thanksgiving dinner, consisting of turkey, etc., pound cake, etc., etc. The dinner for the white prisoners, Messrs. Hanaway, Davis, and Scarlett, was served in appropriate style in the room of Mr. Morrison, one of the keepers. The U.S. Marshal, A.E. Roberts, Esq., several of the keepers, and Mr. Haynes, one of the prison officers, dined with the prisoners as their guests. Mayor Charles Gilpin was also present, and accepted an invitation to test the quality of the luxuries, thus significantly indicating that he was not an enemy of freedom. Mrs. Martha Hanaway, the wife of the traitor of that name, and who had spent most of her time with her husband since his incarceration, served each of the 27 colored traitors with a plate of the delicacies, and the supply being greater than the demand, the balance was served to outsiders in other cells on the same corridor. The pro slavery party were very indignant over the matter, and the Hon. Mr. Brent thought it incumbent upon him to bring this high handed procedure to the notice of the court, where he received a few crumbs of sympathy from the pro slavery side, of course. But the dinner had been so handsomely arranged, and coming from the source that it did, it had a very telling effect. Long before this, however, Mr. T.L. Kane had given abundant evidence that he approved of the Underground Rail Road, and was a decided opponent of the Fugitive Slave Law; in short, that he believed in freedom for all men, irrespective of race or color. Castner Hanaway was the first to be tried. Over him, therefore, the great contest was to be made. For the defense of this particular case, the abolitionists selected J.M. Reed, Thaddeus Stevens, Joseph S. Lewis, and Theodore Cuyler, Esquires. On the side of the Fugitive Slave Law, and against the traitors, were U.S. District Attorney John W. Ashmead, Hon. James Cooper, James R. Ludlow, Esq., and Robert G. Brent, Attorney General of Maryland. Mr. Brent was allowed to act as overseer in conducting matters on the side of the Fugitive Slave Law. On this infamous enactment, combined with a corrupted popular sentiment, the pro slavery side depended for success. The abolitionists viewed matters in the light of freedom and humanity, and hopefully relied upon the justice of their cause and the power of truth to overcome and swallow up all the Pharaoh's rods of serpents as fast as they might be thrown down. The prisoners having lain in their cells nearly 3 months, the time for their trial arrived. Monday morning, November 24th, the contest began. The first 3 days were occupied in procuring jurors. The pro slavery side desired none but such as believed in the Fugitive Slave Law, and in treason as expounded in the judge's charge and the finding of the grand jury. The counsel for the traitors carefully weighed the jurors, and when found wanting, challenged them. In so doing they managed to get rid of most all of that special class upon whom the prosecution depended for a conviction. The jury having been sworn in, the battle commenced in good earnest, and continued unabated for nearly 2 weeks. It is needless to say that the examinations and arguments would fill volumes, and were of the most deeply interesting nature. No attempt can here be made to recite the particulars of the trial, other than by a mere reference. It was doubtless the most important trial that ever took place in this country relative to the Underground Rail Road passengers, and in its results more good was brought out of evil than can easily be estimated. The pro slavery theories of treason were utterly demolished, and not a particle of room was left the advocates of the peculiar institution to hope that slave hunters in future, in quest of fugitives, would be any more safe than Gorsuch. The tide of public sentiment changed. Hanaway and the other traitors began to be looked upon as having been greatly injured, and justly entitled to public sympathy and honor, while confusion of face, disappointment, and chagrin were plainly visible throughout the demoralized ranks of the enemy. Hanaway was victorious. An effort was next made to convict Thompson, one of the colored traitors. To defend the colored prisoners, the old Abolition Society had retained Thaddeus Stevens, David Paul Brown, William S. Pierce, and Robert P. Kane, Esquires, son of Judge Kane. Stevens, Brown, and Pierce were well known veterans, defenders of the slave wherever and whenever called upon to do so. In the present case they were prepared for a gallant stand and a long siege against opposing forces. Likewise R.P. Kane, Esq., although a young volunteer in the Anti Slavery War, brought to the work great zeal, high attainments, large sympathy, and true pluck, while in view of all the circumstances the Committee of Arrangements felt very much gratified to have him in their ranks. By this time, however, the sandy foundations of Overseer Brent and Company on the part of slavery had been so completely swept away by the Hon. J.M. Reed and Company on the side of freedom, that there was but little chance left to deal heavy blows upon the defeated advocates of the fugitive slave law. Thompson was pronounced not guilty. The other prisoners of course shared the same good luck. The victory was then complete, equally as much so as at Christiana. Underground Railroad stock arose rapidly, and a feeling of universal rejoicing pervaded the friends of freedom from one end of the country to the other. Especially were slaveholders taught the wholesome lesson that the fugitive slave law was no guarantee against red hot shot, nor the charges of U.S. judges and the findings of grand juries, together with the superior learning of counsel from slaveholding Maryland, any guarantee that traitors would be hung. In every respect the Underground Rail Road made capital by the treason. Slaveholders from Maryland especially were far less disposed to hunt their runaway property than they had hitherto been. The deputy marshal likewise considered the business of catching slaves very unsafe. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 16. William and Ellen Craft, Part 1. Female slave in male attire, fleeing as a planter, with her husband as her body servant. A quarter of a century ago, William and Ellen Craft were slaves in the State of Georgia. With them, as with thousands of others, the desire to be free was very strong. For this jewel they were willing to make any sacrifice, or to endure any amount of suffering. In this state of mind they commenced planning. After thinking of various ways that might be tried, it occurred to William and Ellen that one might act the part of the master and the other the part of servant. Ellen, being fair enough to pass for white, of necessity would have to be transformed into a young planter for the time being. All that was needed, however, to make this important change was that she should be dressed elegantly in a fashionable suit of male attire, and have her hair cut in the style usually worn by young planters. Her profusion of dark hair offered a fine opportunity for the change. So far this plan looked very tempting, but it occurred to them that Ellen was beardless. After some mature reflection, they came to the conclusion that this difficulty could be very readily obviated by having the face muffled up, as though the young planter was suffering badly with the face or toothache. Thus they got rid of this trouble. Straightway, upon further reflection, several other very serious difficulties stared them in the face. For instance, in traveling, they knew that they would be under the necessity of stopping repeatedly at hotels, and that the custom of registering would have to be conformed to, unless some very good excuse could be given for not doing so. Here they again thought much over matters, and wisely concluded that the young man had better assume the attitude of a gentleman very much indisposed. He must have his right arm placed carefully in a sling; that would be sufficient excuse for not registering, etc. Then he must be a little lame, with a nice cane in his left hand. He must have large green spectacles over his eyes, and withal he must be very hard of hearing and dependent on his faithful servant, as was no uncommon thing with slaveholders, to look after all his wants. William was just the man to act this part. To begin with, he was very likely looking, smart, active, and exceedingly attentive to his young master. Indeed, he was almost eyes, ears, hands, and feet for him. William knew that this would please the slaveholders. The young planter would have nothing to do but hold himself subject to his ailments, and put on a bold air of superiority. He was not to deign to notice anybody. If, while traveling, gentlemen, either politely or rudely, should venture to scrape acquaintance with the young planter, in his deafness he was to remain mute, the servant was to explain. In every instance when this occurred, as it actually did, the servant was fully equal to the emergency, none dreaming of the disguises in which the Underground Rail Road passengers were traveling. They stopped at a first class hotel in Charleston, where the young planter and his body servant were treated as the house was wont to treat the chivalry. They stopped also at a similar hotel in Richmond, and with like results. They knew that they must pass through Baltimore, but they did not know the obstacles that they would have to surmount in the monumental city. They proceeded to the depot in the usual manner, and the servant asked for tickets for his master and self. Of course the master could have a ticket, but bonds will have to be entered before you can get a ticket, said the ticket master. It is the rule of this office to require bonds for all negroes applying for tickets to go North, and none but gentlemen of well-known responsibility will be taken, further explained the ticket master. The servant replied that he knew nothing about that he was simply traveling with his young master to take care of him, he being in a very delicate state of health, so much so that fears were entertained that he might not be able to hold out to reach Philadelphia, where he was hastening for medical treatment, and ended his reply by saying, "My master can't be detained." Without further parley, the ticket master very obligingly waived the old rule, and furnished the requisite tickets. The mountain being thus removed, the young planter and his faithful servant were safely in the cars for the city of brotherly love. Scarcely had they arrived on free soil when the rheumatism departed, the right arm was unslung, the toothache was gone, the beardless face was unmuffled, the deaf heard and spoke, the blind saw, and the lame leaped as a hart, and in the presence of a few astonished friends of the slave, the facts of this unparalleled Underground Rail Road feat were fully established by the most unquestionable evidence. The constant strain and pressure on Ellen's nerves, however, had tried her severely, so much so that for days afterward she was physically very much prostrated, although joy and gladness beamed from her eyes, which bespoke inexpressible delight within. Never can the writer forget the impression made by their arrival. Even now, after a lapse of nearly a quarter of a century, it is easy to picture them in a private room, surrounded by a few friends, Ellen in her fine suit of black, with her cloak and high-heeled boots, looking in every respect like a young gentleman. In an hour after having dropped her male attire and assumed the habiliments of her sex, the feminine only was visible in every line and feature of her structure. Her husband, William, was thoroughly colored, but he was a man of marked natural abilities, of good manners, and full of pluck, and possessed of perceptive faculties very large. It was necessary, however, in those days, that they should seek a permanent residence, where their freedom would be more secure than in Philadelphia. Therefore they were advised to go to headquarters, directly to Boston. There they would be safe, it was supposed. As it had then been about a generation since a fugitive had been taken back from the old Bay State, and through the incessant labors of William Lloyd Garrison, the great pioneer, and his faithful coadjutors, it was conceded that another fugitive slave case could never be tolerated on the free soil of Massachusetts. So to Boston they went. On arriving, the warm hearts of abolitionists welcomed them heartily, and greeted and cheered them without let or hindrance. They did not pretend to keep their coming a secret, or hide it under a bushel. The story of their escape was heralded broadcast over the country, North and South, and indeed over the civilized world. For 2 years or more not the slightest fear was entertained that they were not just as safe in Boston as if they had gone to Canada. But the day the Fugitive Bill passed, even the bravest abolitionist began to fear that a fugitive slave was no longer safe anywhere under the stars and stripes, North or South, and that William and Ellen Craft were liable to be captured at any moment by Georgia slave hunters. Many abolitionists counseled resistance to the death at all hazards. Instead of running to Canada, fugitives generally armed themselves, and thus said, "Give me liberty or give me death." William and Ellen Craft believed that it was their duty as citizens of Massachusetts to observe a more legal and civilized mode of conforming to the marriage rite than had been permitted them in Slavery, and as Theodore Parker had shown himself a very warm friend of theirs, they agreed to have their wedding over again according to the laws of a free State. After performing the ceremony, the renowned and fearless advocate of equal rights, Theodore Parker, presented William with a revolver and a dirk knife, counseling him to use them manfully in defense of his wife and himself, if ever an attempt should be made by his owners or anybody else to re-enslave them. But notwithstanding all the published declarations made by abolitionists and fugitives to the effect that slaveholders and slave catchers in visiting Massachusetts in pursuit of their runaway property would be met by just such weapons as Theodore Parker presented William with, to the surprise of all Boston, the owners of William and Ellen actually had the effrontery to attempt their recapture under the Fugitive Slave Law. How it was done, and the results, taken from the old Liberator, William Lloyd Garrison's organ, we copy as follows: From the Liberator, November 1st, 1850. Slave hunters in Boston. Our city for a week past has been thrown into a state of intense excitement by the appearance of two prowling villains, named Hughes and Knight, from Macon, Georgia, for the purpose of seizing William and Ellen Craft under the infernal Fugitive Slave Bill, and carrying them back to the hell of slavery. Since the day of '76 there has not been such a popular demonstration on the side of human freedom in this region. The humane and patriotic contagion has infected all classes. Scarcely any other subject has been talked about in the streets or in the social circle. On Thursday of last week warrants for the arrest of William and Ellen were issued by Judge Levi Woodbury, but no officer has yet been found ready or bold enough to serve them. In the meantime, the Vigilance Committee, appointed at the Faneuil Hall meeting, has not been idle. Their number has been increased to upwards of 100 good men and true, including some 30 or 40 members of the bar, and they have been in constant session, devising every legal method to baffle the pursuing bloodhounds and relieve the city of their hateful presence. On Saturday, placards were posted up in all directions, announcing the arrival of these slave hunters and describing their persons. On the same day, Hughes and Knight were arrested on the charge of slander against William Craft. The Chronotype says the damages being laid at $10,000, bail was demanded in the same sum, and was promptly furnished. By whom is the question. An immense crowd was assembled in front of the sheriff's office while the bail matter was being arranged. The reporters were not admitted. It was only known that Watson Freeman, Esq., who once declared his readiness to hang any number of negroes remarkably cheap, came in, saying that the arrest was a shame, all a humbug, the trick of the damned abolitionists, and proclaimed his readiness to stand bail. John H. Pearson was also sent for, and came. The same John H. Pearson, merchant and Southern packet agent, who immortalized himself by sending back on the 10th of September, 1846, in the bark Niagara, a poor fugitive slave who came secreted in the brig Ottoman from New Orleans, being himself judge, jury, and executioner, to consign a fellow being to a life of bondage, in obedience to the law of a slave state, and in violation of the law of his own. This same John H. Pearson, not contented with his previous infamy, was on hand. There is a story that the slave hunters have been his table guests also, and whether he bailed them or not we don't know. What we know is, that soon after Pearson came out from the back room where he and Knight and the sheriff had been closeted, the sheriff said that Knight was bailed. He would not say by whom. Knight, being looked after, was not to be found. He had slipped out through a back door, and thus cheated the crowd of the pleasure of greeting him, possibly with that rough and ready affection which Barclay's brewers bestowed upon Haynau. The escape was very fortunate every way. Hughes and Knight have since been twice arrested and put under bonds of $10,000, making $30,000 in all, charged with a conspiracy to kidnap and abduct William Craft, a peaceable citizen of Massachusetts, etc. Bail was entered by Hamilton Wills, of Wills & Company, 25 State Street, and Patrick Riley, U.S. Deputy Marshal. The following, says the chronotype, is a verbatim et literatum copy of the letter sent by Knight to Craft to entice him to the U.S. Hotel in order to kidnap him. It shows that the schoolmaster owes Knight more service and labor than it is possible for Craft to. Boston, October 22nd, 1850, 11th October, P.M. William Craft, Sir: I have to leave so early in the morning that I could not call according to promise, so if you want me to carry a letter home with me, you must bring it to the United States Hotel to morrow and leave it in box 44, or come yourself to morrow evening after tea and bring it. Let me know if you come yourself by sending a note to box 44, U.S. Hotel, so that I may know whether to wait after tea or not by the bearer. If your wife wants to see me, you could bring her with you if you come yourself. John Knight. P.S. I shall leave for home early a Thursday morning. J.K. At a meeting of colored people held in Belknap Street Church on Friday evening, the following resolutions were unanimously adopted: Resolved, that God willed us free, man willed us slaves. We will as God wills. God's will be done. Resolved, that our oft repeated determination to resist oppression is the same now as ever, and we pledge ourselves at all hazards to resist unto death any attempt upon our liberties. Resolved, that as South Carolina seizes and imprisons colored seamen from the North, under the plea that it is to prevent insurrection and rebellion among her colored population, the authorities of this State and city in particular be requested to lay hold of and put in prison immediately any and all fugitive slave hunters who may be found among us, upon the same ground and for similar reasons. Spirited addresses of a most emphatic type were made by Messrs. Raymond of Salem, Roberts, Nell, and Allen of Boston, and Davis of Plymouth. Individuals and highly respectable committees of gentlemen have repeatedly waited upon these Georgia miscreants to persuade them to make a speedy departure from the city. After promising to do so, and repeatedly falsifying their word, it is said that they left on Wednesday afternoon in the express train for New York, and thus, says the chronotype, they have gone off with their ears full of fleas to fire the solemn word for the dissolution of the Union. Telegraphic intelligence is received that President Fillmore has announced his determination to sustain the Fugitive Slave Bill at all hazards. Let him try. The fugitives, as well as the colored people generally, seem determined to carry out the spirit of the resolutions to their fullest extent. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 17. William and Ellen Craft, Part 2. Ellen first received information that the slave hunters from Georgia were after her through Mrs. George S. Hilliard of Boston, who had been a good friend to her from the day of her arrival from Slavery. How Mrs. Hilliard obtained the information, the impression it made on Ellen, and where she was secreted, the following extract of a letter written by Mrs. Hilliard touching the memorable event will be found deeply interesting. In regard to William and Ellen Craft, it is true that we received her at our house when the first warrant under the act of 1850 was issued. Dr. Bowditch called upon us to say that the warrant must be for William and Ellen, as they were the only fugitives here known to have come from Georgia, and the doctor asked what we would do. I went to the house of the Rev. F.T. Gray on Mount Vernon street, where Ellen was working with Miss Dean, an upholsteress, a friend of ours, who had told us she would teach Ellen her trade. I proposed to Ellen to come and do some work for me, not intending to alarm her. My manner, which I supposed to be indifferent and calm, betrayed me, and she threw herself into my arms, sobbing and weeping. She, however, recovered her composure as soon as we reached the street, and was very firm ever after. My husband wished her by all means to be brought to our house, and to remain under his protection, saying, "I am perfectly willing to meet the penalty should she be found here, but will never give her up." The penalty, you remember, was 6 months' imprisonment and $1,000 fine. William Craft went after a time to Lewis Hayden. He was at first, as Dr. Bowditch told us, barricaded in his shop on Cambridge street. I saw him there, and he said, "Ellen must not be left at your house." "Why, William," I said, "do you think we would give her up?" "Never," said he, "but Mr. Hilliard is not only our friend, but he is a U.S. Commissioner, and should Ellen be found in his house, he must resign his office as well as incur the penalty of the law, and I will not subject a friend to such a punishment for the sake of our safety." Was not this noble, when you think how small was the penalty that any one could receive for aiding slaves to escape, compared to the fate which threatened them in case they were captured? William C. made the same objection to having his wife taken to Mr. Ellis Gray Loring's, he also being a friend and a commissioner. This deed of humanity and Christian charity is worthy to be commemorated and classed with the act of the Good Samaritan, as the same spirit is shown in both cases. Often was Mrs. Hilliard's house an asylum for fugitive slaves. After the hunters had left the city in dismay, and the storm of excitement had partially subsided, the friends of William and Ellen concluded that they had better seek a country where they would not be in daily fear of slave catchers, backed by the government of the United States. They were therefore advised to go to Great Britain. Outfits were liberally provided for them, passages procured, and they took their departure for a habitation in a foreign land. Much might be told concerning the warm reception they met with from the friends of humanity on every hand, during a stay in England of nearly a score of years, but we feel obliged to make the following extract suffice. Extract of a letter from William Farmer, Esquire, of London, to William Lloyd Garrison, June 26, 1851. Fugitive slaves at the Great Exhibition. Fortunately, we have at the present moment in the British metropolis some specimens of what were once American chattels personal in the persons of William and Ellen Craft and William W. Brown, and their friends resolved that they should be exhibited under the world's huge glass case, in order that the world might form its opinion of the alleged mental inferiority of the African race, and their fitness or unfitness for freedom. A small party of anti-slavery friends was accordingly formed to accompany the fugitives through the exhibition. Mr. and Mrs. Estlin of Bristol, and a lady friend, Mr. and Mrs. Richard Webb of Dublin, and a son and daughter, Mr. McDonnell, a most influential member of the Executive Committee of the National Reform Association, one of our unostentatious but highly efficient workers for reform in this country, and whose public and private acts, if you were acquainted with, you would feel the same esteem and affection for him as is felt towards him by Mr. Thompson, myself, and many others. These ladies and gentlemen, together with myself, met at Mr. Thompson's house, and in company with Mrs. Thompson and Miss Amelia Thompson, the Crafts, and Brown, proceeded from thence to the exhibition. Saturday was selected as a day upon which the largest number of the aristocracy and wealthy classes attend the Crystal Palace, and the company was on this occasion the most distinguished that had been gathered together within its walls since its opening day. Some 15,000, mostly of the upper classes, were there congregated, including the Queen, Prince Albert, and the royal children, the anti-slavery Duchess of Sutherland, by whom the fugitives were evidently favorably regarded, the Duke of Wellington, the Bishops of Winchester and St. Asaph, a large number of peers, peeresses, members of Parliament, merchants and bankers, and distinguished men from almost all parts of the world. Surpassing in variety of tongue, character, and costume the description of the population of Jerusalem on the day of Pentecost, a season of which it is hoped the Great Exhibition will prove a type in the copious outpouring of the Holy Spirit of brotherly union, and the consequent diffusion throughout the world of the anti-slavery gospel of good will to all men. In addition to the American exhibitors, it so happened that the American visitors were particularly numerous, among whom the experienced eyes of Brown and the Crafts enabled them to detect slaveholders by the dozens. Mr. McDonnell escorted Mrs. Craft and Mrs. Thompson. Miss Thompson, at her own request, took the arm of William Wells Brown, whose companion she elected to be for the day. William Craft walked with Miss Amelia Thompson and myself. This arrangement was purposely made in order that there might be no appearance of patronizing the fugitives, but that it might be shown that we regard them as our equals, and honored them for their heroic escape from slavery. Quite contrary to the feeling of ordinary visitors, the American department was our chief attraction. Upon arriving at Powers's Greek Slave, our glorious anti-slavery friend, Punch's Virginia Slave, was produced. I hope you have seen this production of our great humorous moralist. It is an admirably drawn figure of a female slave in chains, with the inscription beneath, "The Virginia Slave, a companion for Powers's Greek Slave." The comparison of the two soon drew a small crowd, including several Americans, around and near us. Although they refrained from any audible expression of feeling, the object of the comparison was evidently understood and keenly felt. It would not have been prudent in us to have challenged in words an anti-slavery discussion in the World's Convention, but everything that we could with propriety do was done to induce them to break silence upon the subject. We had no intention verbally of taking the initiative in such a discussion. We confined ourselves to speaking at them in order that they might be led to speak to us, but our efforts were of no avail. The gauntlet, which was unmistakably thrown down by our party, the Americans were too wary to take up. We spoke among each other of the wrongs of slavery. It was in vain. We discoursed freely upon the iniquity of a professedly Christian republic, holding 3 millions of its population in cruel and degrading bondage. You might as well have preached to the winds. William Wells Brown took Punch's Virginia Slave and deposited it within the enclosure by the Greek Slave, saying audibly, "As an American fugitive slave, I place this Virginia Slave by the side of the Greek Slave as its most fitting companion." Not a word, or reply, or remonstrance from Yankee or Southerner. We had not, however, proceeded many steps from the place before the Virginia Slave was removed. We returned to the statue and stood near the American by whom it had been taken up, to give him an opportunity of making any remarks he chose upon the matter. Whatever were his feelings, his policy was to keep his lips closed. If he had felt that the act was wrongful, would he not have appealed to the sense of justice of the British bystanders, who are always ready to resist an insult offered to a foreigner in this country? If it was an insult, why not resent it, as became high-spirited Americans? But no, the chivalry of the South tamely allowed itself to be plucked by the beard. The garrulity of the North permitted itself to be silenced by 3 fugitive slaves. We promenaded the exhibition between 6 and 7 hours, and visited nearly every portion of the vast edifice. Among the thousands whom we met in our perambulations, who dreamed of any impropriety in a gentleman of character and standing like Mr. McDonnell walking arm in arm with a colored woman, or an elegant and accomplished young lady like Miss Thompson, daughter of the Hon. George Thompson, M.C., becoming the promenading companion of a colored man? Did the English peers or peeresses? Not the most aristocratic among them. Did the representatives of any other country have their notions of propriety shocked by the matter? None but Americans. To see the arm of a beautiful English young lady passed through that of a "nigger," taking ices and other refreshments with him upon terms of the most perfect equality, certainly was enough to rile, and evidently did rile, the slaveholders who beheld it, but there was no help for it. Even the New York Broadway bullies would not have dared to utter a word of insult, much less lift a finger against William Wells Brown when walking with his fair companion in the World's Exhibition. It was a circumstance not to be forgotten by these Southern bloodhounds. Probably for the first time in their lives they felt themselves thoroughly muzzled. They dared not even to bark, much less bite. Like the meanest curs, they had to sneak through the Crystal Palace, unnoticed and uncared for, while the victims who had been rescued from their jaws were warmly greeted by visitors from all parts of the country. Brown and the Crafts have paid several other visits to the great exhibition, in one of which William Craft succeeded in getting some Southerners out upon the Fugitive Slave Bill, respecting which a discussion was held between them in the American department. Finding themselves worsted at every point, they were compelled to have recourse to lying, and unblushingly denied that the bill contained the provisions which Craft alleged it did. Craft took care to inform them who and what he was. He told them that there had been too much information upon that measure diffused in England for lying to conceal them. He has subsequently met the same parties, who, with contemptible hypocrisy, treated the "nigger" with great respect. In England the Crafts were highly respected. While under her British Majesty's protection, Ellen became the mother of several children, having had none under the Stars and Stripes. These they spared no pains in educating for usefulness in the world. Some 2 years since, William and Ellen returned with 2 of their children to the United States, and after visiting Boston and other places, William concluded to visit Georgia, his old home, with a view of seeing what inducement war had opened up to enterprise, as he had felt a desire to remove his family thither if encouraged. Indeed, he was prepared to purchase a plantation if he found matters satisfactory. This visit evidently furnished the needed encouragement, judging from the fact that he did purchase a plantation somewhere in the neighborhood of Savannah, and is at present living there with his family. The portraits of William and Ellen represent them at the present stage of life as citizens of the U.S. Of course they have greatly changed in appearance from what they were when they first fled from Georgia. Obviously the Fugitive Slave Law, in its crusade against William and Ellen Craft, reaped no advantages, but on the contrary liberty was greatly the gainer. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still, Section 18. Arrivals from Richmond, Lewis Cobb and Nancy Brister. No one Southern city furnished a larger number of brave, wide-awake, and likely-looking Underground Railroad passengers than the city of Richmond. Lewis and Nancy were fair specimens of the class of travelers coming from that city. Lewis was described as a light yellow man, medium size, good-looking, and intelligent. In referring to bondage, he spoke with great earnestness and in language very easily understood, especially when speaking of Samuel Myers, from whom he escaped. He did not hesitate to give him the character of being a very hard man, who was never satisfied, no matter how hard the slaves might try to please him. Myers was engaged in the commission and forwarding business, and was a man of some standing in Richmond. From him Lewis had received very severe floggings, the remembrance of which he would not only carry with him to Canada, but to the grave. It was owing to abuse of this kind that he was awakened to look for a residence under the protection of the British Lion. For 8 months he longed to get away, and had no rest until he found himself on the Underground Railroad. His master was a member of the Sundry Methodist Church, as was also his wife and family, but Lewis thought that they were strangers to practical Christianity, judging from the manner the slaves were treated by both master and mistress. Lewis was a Baptist, and he belonged to the second church. $1,200 had been offered for him. He left his father, Judville, and his brother, John Harris, both slaves. In view of his prospects in Canada, Lewis's soul overflowed with pleasing anticipations of freedom, and the committee felt great satisfaction in assisting him. Nancy was also from Richmond, and came in the same boat with Lewis. She represented the most likely-looking female bondservants. Indeed, her appearance recommended her at once. She was neat, modest, and well-behaved, with a good figure and the picture of health, with a countenance beaming with joy and gladness, notwithstanding the late struggles and sufferings through which she had passed. Young as she was, she had seen much of slavery, and had doubtless profited by the lessons thereof. At all events, it was through cruel treatment, having been frequently beaten after she passed her 18th year, that she was prompted to seek freedom. It was so common for her mistress to give way to unbridled passions that Nancy never felt safe. Under the severest infliction of punishment, she was not allowed to complain. Neither from mistress nor master had she any reason to expect mercy or leniency. Indeed, she saw no way of escape but by the Underground Railroad. It was true that the master, Mr. William Bears, was a Yankee from Connecticut, and his wife a member of the Episcopal Church, but Nancy's yoke seemed none the lighter for all that. Fully persuaded that she would never find her lot any better while remaining in their hands, she accepted the advice and aid of a young man to whom she was engaged. He was shrewd enough to find an agent in Richmond with whom he entered into a covenant to have Nancy brought away. With a cheerful heart, the journey was undertaken in the manner aforesaid, and she safely reached the committee. Her mother, one brother, and a sister she had to leave in Richmond. $1,000 were lost in the departure of Nancy. Having been accommodated and aided by the committee, they were forwarded to Canada. Lewis wrote back repeatedly and expressed himself very gratefully for favors received, as will be seen by the appended letters from him. Toronto, April 25th, 1857. To Mr. William Still. Dear Sir, I take this opportunity of addressing these few lines to inform you that I am well and hope that they may find you and your family enjoying the same good health. Please to give my love to you and your family. I had a very pleasant trip from your house that morning. Dear sir, you would oblige me much, if you have not sent that box to Mr. Robinson, to open it and take out the little yellow box that I tied up in the large one and send it on by express to me in Toronto. Lift up a few of the things, and you will find it near the top. All the clothes that I have are in that box, and I stand in need of them. You would oblige me much by so doing. I stopped at Mr. Jones's in Elmira, and was very well treated by him while there. I am now in Toronto, and doing very well at present. I am very thankful to you and your family for the attention you paid to me while at your house. I wish you would see Mr. Ormsted, and ask him if he has not some things for Mr. Anthony Loney, and if he has, please send them on with my things, as we are both living together at this time. Give my love to Mr. Anthony, also to Mr. Ormsted and family. Dear sir, we both would be very glad for you to attend to this, as we both do stand much in need of them at this time. Dear sir, you will oblige me by giving my love to Miss Frances Watkins, as she has said she hoped to be out in the summer. I should like to see her. I have met with a gentleman here by the name of Mr. Trueheart, and he sends his best love to you and your family. Mr. Trueheart desires to know whether you received the letter he sent to you, and if so, answer it as soon as possible. Please answer this letter as soon as possible. I must now come to a close by saying that I remain your beloved friend, Lewis Cobb. The young man who was there that morning, Mr. Robinson, got married to that young lady. Toronto, June 2nd, 1857. To Mr. William Still. Dear Sir, I received yours dated May 6th and was extremely happy to hear from you. You may be surprised that I have not answered you before this, but it was on account of not knowing anything concerning the letter being in the post office until I was told by a friend. The box of which I have been inquiring I have received, and am infinitely obliged to you for sending it. Mr. and Mrs. Renson are living in Hamilton, C.W. They send their best love on to you and your family. I am at present residing in Toronto, C.W. Mr. Anthony Loney has gone on to Boston, and is desirous of my coming on to him, and as I have many acquaintances there, I should like to know from you whether it would be advisable or not. Give, if you please, my best love to your family, and accept the same for yourself, and also to Mr. James Ormsted and family. Tell Mr. James Ormsted I would be glad if he would send me a pair of thick, heavy boots, for it rains and hails as often out here in the summer as it does there in the winter, Tell him to send number 9 and anything he thinks will do me good in this cold country. Please to give to Mr. James Ormsted, to give to Mr. Robert Selden, and tell him to give it to my father. Mr. and Mrs. Trueheart send their love to you and your family. If the gentleman Mr. R.S. is not running on the boat now, you can give directions to Ludwill Cobb in care of Mr. R. Selden, Richmond, Virginia. Tell Mr. Ormsted not to forget my boots, and send them by express. No more at present, but remain yours very truly. Please write soon. Lewis Cobb. Passengers from North Carolina by schooner. Major Latham, William Wilson, Henry Gorham, Wiley Madison, and Andrew Shepard. The above-named passengers were delivered into the hands of Thomas Garrett by the captain who brought them, and were aided and forwarded to the committee in Philadelphia, as indicated by the subjoined letter. Wilmington, 11th month, 6th, 1856. Respected friend, William Still. Thine of yesterday came to hand this morning, advising me to forward these 4 men to thee, which I propose to send from here in steamboat at 2:00 p.m. today to thy care. One of them thinks he has a brother and cousin in New Bedford, and is anxious to get to them. The others thee can do what thee thinks best with. After consulting with them, we have rigged them up pretty comfortably with clothes, and have paid for their passage to Philadelphia, and also for the passage of their pilot there and back. He proposed to ask thee for $3, for the 3 days' time he lost with them, but that we will raise here for him, as one of them expects to have money brought from Carolina soon that belongs to him, and wants thee, when they are fixed, to let me know that I may forward it to them. I will give each of them a card of our firm. Hoping they may get along safe, I remain ever thy sincere friend, Thomas Garrett. The passengers by this arrival were above the ordinary plantation or farmhand slave, as will appear from a glance at their condition under the yoke. Major Latham was 44 years of age, mulatto, very resolute, with good natural abilities, and a decided hater of slavery. John Latham was the man whom he addressed as master, which was a very bitter pill for him to swallow. He had been married twice, and at the time of his escape he was the husband of 2 wives. The first one, with their 3 children, in consequence of changes incident to slave life, was sold a long distance from her old home and husband, thereby ending the privilege of living together. He could think of them, but that was all. He was compelled to give them up altogether. After a time he took himself to another wife, with whom he lived several years. 3 more children owned him as father, the result of this marriage. During his entire manhood, Major had been brutally treated by his master, which caused him a great deal of anguish and trouble of mind. Only a few weeks before he escaped, his master, in one of his fits of passion, flogged him most cruelly. From that time, the resolution was permanently grounded in his mind to find the way to freedom, if possible, before many more weeks had passed. Day and night he studied, worked, and planned, with freedom uppermost in his mind. The hour of hope arrived, and with it Captain F. William, a fellow passenger with Major, was 42 years of age, just in the prime of life, and represented the mechanics in chains, being a blacksmith by trade. Dr. Thomas Warren, who followed farming in the neighborhood of Eatontown, was the owner of William. In speaking of his slave life, William said, "I was sold 4 times. Twice I was separated from my wives. I was separated from one of my wives when living in Portsmouth, Virginia," etc. In his simple manner of describing the trials he had been called upon to endure, it was not to be wondered at that he was willing to forsake all and run fearful risks in order to rid himself not only of the load on his back, but also the load on his heart. By the very positive character of William's testimony against slavery, the committee felt more than ever justified in encouraging the Underground Railroad. Henry Gorham was 34 years of age, a prime, heavy, dark, smart article, and a good carpenter. He admitted that he had never felt the lash on his back, but nevertheless he had felt deeply on the subject of slavery. For years, the chief concern with him was as to how he could safely reach a free state. Slavery he hated with a perfect hatred. To die in the woods, live in a cave, or sacrifice himself in some way he was bound to do rather than remain a slave. The more he reflected over his condition, the more determined he grew to seek his freedom. Accordingly, he left and went into the woods. There he prepared himself a cave and resolved to live and die in it rather than return to bondage. Before he found his way out of the prison house, 11 months elapsed. His strong impulse for freedom and intense aversion to slavery sustained him until he found an opportunity to escape by the Underground Railroad. One of the tried agents of the Underground Railroad was alone cognizant of his dwelling in the cave, and regarding him as a tolerably safe passenger, having been so long secreted, secured him a passage on the schooner, and thus he was fortunately relieved from his 11 months' residence in his den. No rhetoric or fine scholarship was needed in his case to make his story interesting. None but hearts of stone could have listened without emotion. Andrew, another fellow passenger, was 26 years of age, and a decidedly inviting-looking specimen of the peculiar institution. He filled the situation of an engineer. He, with his wife and one child, belonged to a small orphan girl who lived at South End, Camden County, North Carolina. His wife and child had to be left behind. While it seemed very hard for a husband thus to leave his wife, every one that did so weakened slavery and encouraged and strengthened anti-slavery. Numbered with these 4 North Carolina passengers is found the name of Wiley Madison, a young man of 19 years of age who escaped from Petersburg on the cars as a white man. He was of promising appearance and found no difficulty whatever on the road. With the rest, however, he concluded himself hardly safe this side of Canada, and it afforded the committee special pleasure to help them all. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 19. Thomas Clinton, Sauney Pry, and Benjamin Ducket. Passed over the UGRR in the fall of 1856. Thomas escaped from Baltimore. He described the man from whom he fled as a rum drinker of some note, by the name of Benjamin Walmsley, and he testified that under him he was neither half fed nor clothed, in consequence of which he was dissatisfied and fled to better his condition. Luckily Thomas succeeded in making his escape when about 21 years of age. His appearance and smartness indicated resolution and gave promise of future success. He was well made and of a chestnut color. Sauney Pry came from Loudoun County, Virginia. He had been one of the well cared for on the farm of Nathan Clapton, who owned some 60 or 70 slaves. Upon inquiry as to the treatment and character of his master, Sauney unhesitatingly described him as a very mean, swearing, blustering man, as hard as any that could be started. It was on this account that he was prompted to turn his face against Virginia and to venture on the Underground Railroad. Sauney was 27 years of age, chestnut color, medium size, and in intellect was at least up to the average. Benjamin Ducket came from Bell Mountain, Prince George's County, Maryland. He stated to the committee that he escaped from one Sick Perry, a farmer. Of his particular master he spoke thus: "He was one of the baddest men about Prince George. He would both fight and kill up." These characteristics of the master developed in Ben very strong desires to get beyond his reach. In fact, his master's conduct was the sole cause of his seeking the Underground Rail Road. At the time that he came to Philadelphia, he was recorded as 23 years of age, chestnut color, medium size, and wide awake. He left his father, mother, 2 brothers, and 3 sisters, owned by Marcus Devoe. About the same time that the passengers just described received succor, Elizabeth Lambert, with 3 children, reached the Committee. The names of the children were Mary, Horace, and William Henry, quite marketable looking articles. They fled from Middletown, Delaware, where they had been owned by Andrew Peterson. The poor mother's excuse for leaving her comfortable home, free board, and kind-hearted master and mistress was simply because she was tired of such kindness, and was therefore willing to suffer in order to get away from it. Hill Jones, a lad of 18, accompanied Elizabeth with her children from Middletown. He had seen enough of Slavery to satisfy him that he could never relish it. His owner was known by the name of John Cochran, and followed farming. He was of a chestnut color and well grown. Arrivals in April, 1856. Charles Hall, James Johnson, Charles Carter, George and John Logan, James Henry Watson, Zebulon Green, Lewis and Peter Burrell, William Williams and his wife, Harriet Tubman, with 4 passengers. Charles Hall. This individual was from Maryland, Baltimore county, where black men had no rights which white men were bound to respect, according to the decision of the late Chief Justice Tauney of the Supreme Court of the United States. Charles was owned by Atwood A. Blunt, a farmer, much of whose time was devoted to card playing, rum drinking, and fox hunting, so Charles stated. Charles gave him the credit of being as mild a specimen of a slaveholder as that region of the country could claim when in a sober mood, but when drunk everything went wrong with him, nothing could satisfy him. Charles testified, however, that the despotism of his mistress was much worse than that of his master, for she was all the time hard on the slaves. Latterly he had heard much talk about selling, and believing that matters would soon have to come to that, he concluded to seek a place where colored men had rights, in Canada. James Johnson. James fled from Deer Creek, Harford county, Maryland, where he was owned by William Rowty. Jim's hour had come. Within 1 day of the time fixed for his sale, he was handcuffed, and it was evidently supposed that he was secure. Trembling at his impending doom, he resolved to escape if possible. He could not rid himself of the handcuffs. Could he have done so, he was persuaded that he might manage to make his way along safely. He resolved to make an effort with the handcuffs on. With resolution his freedom was secured. What Master Rowty said when he found his property gone with the handcuffs, we know not. The next day after Jim arrived, Charles Carter, George and John Logan came to hand. Charles had been under the yoke in the city of Richmond, held to service by Daniel Delaplane, a flour inspector. Charles was hired out by the flour inspector for as much as he could command for him, for being a devoted lover of money, ordinary wages hardly ever satisfied him. In other respects Charles spoke of his master rather favorably in comparison with slaveholders generally. A 30 years' apprenticeship as a slave had not, however, won him over to the love of the system. He had long since been convinced that it was nonsense to suppose that such a thing as happiness could be found even under the best of masters. He claimed to have a wife and 4 little children living in Alexandria, Virginia. The name of the wife was Lucinda. In the estimation of slaveholders, the fact of Charles having a family might have offered no cause for unhappiness, but Charles felt differently in relation to the matter. Again, for reasons best known to the owner, he talked of selling Charles. On this point Charles also felt quite nervous, so he began to think that he had better make an attempt to get beyond the reach of buyers and sellers. He knew that many others similarly situated had got out of bondage simply by hard struggling, and he felt that he could do likewise. When he had thus determined, the object was half accomplished. True, every step that he should take was liable to bring trouble upon himself, yet with the hope of freedom buoying him up, he resolved to run the risk. Charles was about 30 years of age, likely looking, well made, intelligent, and a mulatto. George was 23 years of age, quite dark, medium size, and bore the marks of a man of considerable pluck. He was the slave of Mrs. Jane Coltson. No special complaint of her is recorded on the book. She might have been a very good mistress, but George was not a very happy and contented piece of property, as was proved by his course in escaping. The cold North had many more charms for him than the sunny South. John has already been described in the person of his brother George. He was not, however, the property of Mrs. Coltson, but was owned by Miss Cox, near Little Georgetown, Berkeley county, Virginia. These three individuals were held as slaves by that class of slaveholders known in the South as the most kind-hearted and indulgent, yet they seemed just as much delighted with the prospects of freedom as any other passengers. The next day, following the arrival of the party just noticed, James Henry Watson reached the Committee. He was in good condition, the spring weather having been favorable, and the journey made without any serious difficulty. He was from Snow Hill, Worcester county, Maryland, and had escaped from James Purnell, a farmer of whom he did not speak very favorably. Yet James admitted that his master was not as hard on his slaves as some others. For the benefit of James's kinsfolk, who may still perchance be making searches for him, not having yet learned whither he went or what became of him, we copy the following paragraph as entered on our book, April 11th, 1856. James Henry is 20 years of age, dark, well made, modest, and seems fearful of apprehension. Was moved to escape in order to obtain his freedom. He had heard of others who had run away and thus secured their freedom. He thought he could do the same. He left his father, mother, 3 brothers, and 5 sisters owned by Purnell. His father's name was Ephraim, his mother's name Mahala. The names of his sisters and brothers were as follows: Hetty, Betsy, Dinah, Kathrine, and Harriet, Homer, William, and James. Zebulon Green was the next traveler. He arrived from Duck Creek, Maryland. John Appleton, a farmer, was chargeable with having deprived Zeb of his rights. But as Zeb was only about 18 years of age when he made his exit, Mr. Appleton did not get much the start of him. In answer to the question as to the cause of his escape, he replied, bad usage. He was smart and quite dark. In traveling he changed his name to Samuel Hill. The Committee endeavored to impress him thoroughly with the idea that he could do much good in the world for himself and fellow men by using his best endeavors to acquire education, etc., and forwarded him on to Canada. Lewis Burrell and his brother Peter arrived safely from Alexandria, Virginia, April 21st, 1856. Lewis had been owned by Edward M. Clark, Peter by Benjamin Johnson Hall. These passengers seemed to be well posted in regard to slavery, and understood full well their responsibilities in fleeing from kind-hearted masters. All they feared was that they might not reach Canada safely, although they were pretty hopeful and quite resolute. Lewis left a wife, Winna Ann, and 2 children, Joseph and Mary, who were owned by Pembroke Thomas at Culpeper, Virginia, nearly 100 miles distant from him. Once or twice in the year was the privilege allowed him to visit his wife and little ones at this long distance. This separation constituted his daily grief and was the cause of his escape. Lewis and Peter left their father and mother in bondage, also one brother, Reuben, and 3 sisters, 2 of whom had been sold far south. After a sojourn in freedom of nearly 3 years, Lewis wrote on behalf of his wife as follows: Toronto, C.W., February 2nd, 1859. Mr. William Still, Dear Sir: It have been 2 years since I were at your house. At that time I were on my way to Canada, and I told you that I had a wife and had to leave her behind, and you promised me that you would help me to get her if I ever heard from her, and I think, my dear friend, that the time is come for me to strike the blow. Will you help me according to your promise? I received a letter from a friend in Washington last night, and he says that my wife is in the city of Baltimore, and she will come away if she can find a friend to help her. So I thought I would write to you, as you are acquainted with folks there to whom you can trust with such matters. I could write to Mr. Noah Davis in Baltimore, who is well acquainted with my wife, but I do not think that he is a true friend. And I could write to Mr. Samuel Madden in the same city, but I am afraid that a letter coming from Canada might be detected. But if you will write to some one that you know and get them to see Mr. Samuel Madden, he will give all the information that you want, as he is acquainted with my wife. He is a preacher and belongs to the Baptist Church. My wife's name is Winna Ann Barrell, and she is owned by one Dr. Tarns, who is on a visit to Baltimore. Now, Mr. Still, will you attend to this thing for me forthwith? If you will, I will pay you for your trouble. If we can do anything, it must be done now, as she will leave there in the spring. And if you will take the matter in hand, you must write me on to the reception of this letter, whether you will or not. Yours truly, Lewis Burrell, No. 49 Victoria Street, Toronto, C.W. As in the case of many others, the way was so completely blocked that nothing could be done for the wife's deliverance. Until the day when the millions of fetters were broken, nothing gave so much pain to husbands and wives as these heartbreaking separations. William Williams and his wife were the next who arrived. They came from Haven Manor, Maryland. They had been owned by John Peake, by whom, according to their report, they had been badly treated, and the Committee had no reason to doubt their testimony. The next arrival numbered 4 passengers, and came under the guidance of Moses, Harriet Tubman, from Maryland. They were adults, looking as though they could take care of themselves very easily, although they had the marks of Slavery on them. It was no easy matter for men and women who had been ground down all their lives to appear as though they had been enjoying freedom. Indeed, the only wonder was that so many appeared to as good advantage as they did, after having been crushed down so long. The paucity of the narratives in the month of April is quite noticeable. Why fuller reports were not written out cannot now be accounted for. Probably the feeling existed that it was useless to write out narratives except in cases of very special interest. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 20. 5 from Georgetown Cross Roads. Mother and child from Norfolk, Virginia, etc. Abe Finnear, Sam Davis, Henry Saunders, William Henry Thompson, and Thomas Parker arrived safely from the above named place. Upon inquiry, the following information was gleaned from them. Abe spoke with feelings of some bitterness of a farmer known by the name of George Spencer, who had deprived him of the hard earnings of his hands. Furthermore, he had worked him hard, stinted him for food and clothing, and had been in the habit of flogging him whenever he felt like it. In addition to the above charges, Abe did not hesitate to say that his master meddled too much with the bottle, in consequence of which he was often in a top-heavy state. Abe said, however, that he was rich and stood pretty high in the neighborhood. Stinting, flogging, and drinking were no great disadvantages to a man in Georgetown, Maryland. Abe was 23 years of age, pure black, ordinary size, and spirited, a thorough convert to the doctrine that all men are born free, and although he had been held in bondage up to the hour of his escape, he gave much reason for believing that he would not be an easy subject to manage under the yoke if ever captured and carried back. Sam was about 30 years of age, genuine black, common size, and a hater of Slavery. He was prepared to show by the scars he bore about his person why he talked as he did. Forever will he remember James Hurst, his so-called master, who was a very blustering man ofttimes, and in the habit of abusing his slaves. Sam was led to seek the Underground Rail Road in order to get rid of his master, and at the same time to do better for himself than he could possibly do in Slavery. He had to leave his wife, Phyllis, and one child. William Henry was about 24 years of age, and of a chestnut color. He too talked of slaveholders and his master in particular, just as any man would talk who had been shamefully robbed and wronged all of his life. Tom likewise told the same story, and although they used the cornfield vernacular, they were in earnest, and possessed an abundance of mother wit, so that their testimony was not to be made light of. The following letter from Thomas Garrett speaks for itself: Wilmington, 5th month, 11th, 1856. Esteemed friends McKim and Still: I purpose sending tomorrow morning by the steamboat a woman and child, whose husband, I think, went some 9 months previous to New Bedford. She was furnished with a free passage by the same line her husband came in. She has been away from the person claiming to be her master some 5 months. We therefore think there cannot be much risk at present. Those 4 I wrote thee about arrived safe up in the neighborhood of Longwood, and Harriet Tubman followed after in the stage yesterday. I shall expect 5 more from the same neighborhood next trip. Captain Lambton is desirous of having sent him a book or books with the strongest arguments of the noted men of the South against the institution of Slavery, as he wishes to prepare to defend himself, as he has little confidence in his attorney. Cannot you send to me something that will be of benefit to him, or send it direct to him? Would not W. Goodell's book be of use? His friends here think there is no chance for him but to go to the penitentiary. They now refuse to let any one but his attorney see him. As ever, your friend, Thomas Garrett. The woman and child alluded to were received and noted on the record book as follows: Winnie Patty and her daughter Elizabeth arrived safely from Norfolk, Virginia. The mother is about 22 years of age, good looking and of chestnut color, smart and brave. From the latter part of October, 1855, to the latter part of March, 1856, this young slave mother with her child was secreted under the floor of a house. The house was occupied by a slave family, friends of Winnie. During the cold winter weather she suffered severely from wet and cold, getting considerably frosted, but her faith failed not, even in the hour of greatest extremity. She chose rather to suffer thus than endure slavery any longer, especially as she was aware that the auction block awaited her. She had already been sold 3 times. She knew, therefore, what it was to be sold. Jacob Schuster was the name of the man whom she spoke of as her tormentor and master, and from whom she fled. He had been engaged in the farming business, and had owned quite a large number of slaves, but from time to time he had been selling off until he had reduced his stock considerably. Captain Lambton, spoken of in Thomas Garrett's letter, had in the kindness of his heart brought away in his schooner some Underground Rail Road passengers, but unfortunately he was arrested and thrust into prison in Norfolk, Virginia, to await trial. Having no confidence in his attorney there, he found that he would have to defend himself as best he could, consequently he wanted books, etc. He was in the attitude of a drowning man catching at a straw. The Committee was powerless to aid him, except with some money, as the books that he desired had but little effect in the lion's den in which he was. He had his trial, and was sent to the penitentiary, of course. $100 reward. Ran away from the subscriber, living in Rockville, Montgomery county, Maryland, on Saturday, 31st of May last. Negro man Alfred, about 22 years of age, 5 feet 7 inches high, dark copper color, and rather good looking. He had on, when he left, a dark blue and green plaid frock coat of cloth, and lighter colored plaid pantaloons. I will give the above reward if taken out of the county and in any of the States, or $50 if taken in the county or the District of Columbia, and secured so that I get him again. John W. Anderson, J6 1WW2. A man calling himself Alfred Homer, answering to the above description, came to the Vigilance Committee in June, 1856. As a memorial, we transferred the advertisement of John W. Anderson to our record book, and concluded to let that suffice. Alfred, however, gave a full description of his master's character, and the motives which impelled him to seek his freedom. He was listened to attentively, but his story was not entered on the book. Passengers from Maryland, 1857. William Henry Moody, Belinda Bivens, etc. William was about 20 years of age, black, usual size, and a lover of liberty. He had heard of Canada, had formed a very favorable opinion of the country, and was very desirous of seeing it. The man who had habitually robbed him of his hire was a stout-built, ill-natured man, a farmer, by the name of William Hyson. To meet the expenses of an extensive building enterprise which he had undertaken, it was apparent that Hyson would have to sell some of his property. William and some 6 others of the servants got wind of the fact that they would stand a chance of being in the market soon. Not relishing the idea of going further south, they unanimously resolved to emigrate to Canada. Accordingly, they borrowed a horse from Dr. Wise, and another from H.K. Tice, and a carriage from F.J. Posey, and Joseph P. Mong's buggy. So it was stated in the Baltimore Sun of May 27th, and off they started for the promised land. The horses and carriages were all captured at Chambersburg a day or 2 after they set out, but the rest of the property hurried on to the Committee. How Mr. Hyson raised the money to carry out his enterprise, William and his ungrateful fellow servants seemed not to be concerned. Belinda Bivens. Belinda was a large woman, 30 years of age, wholly black, and fled from Mr. Hyson in company with William and those above referred to, with the idea of reaching Canada, whither her father had fled 8 years before. She was evidently pleased with the idea of getting away from her ill-natured mistress, from poor fare and hard work without pay. She had experienced much hardship, and had become weary of her trial in bondage. She had been married, but her husband had died, leaving her with 2 little girls to care for, both of whom she succeeded in bringing away with her. In reference to the church relations of her master and mistress, she represented the former as a backslider, and added that money was his church. Of the latter she said, she would go and take the sacrament, come back, and the old boy would be in her as big as a horse. Belinda could see but little difference between her master and mistress. Joseph Winston. In the Richmond Dispatch of June 9th the following advertisement was found: $100 reward. Ran away from the subscriber. Runaway. $200 reward will be given if taken in the State, and $500 if taken out of the State. Runaway. My negro boy Joe, sometimes called Joe Winston, about 23 years old, a little over 5 feet high, rather stout built, dark gingerbread color, small mustache, stammers badly when confused or spoken to, took along 2 or 3 suits of clothes, one a blue dress coat with brass buttons, black pants and patent leather shoes, white hat, silver watch with gold chain. Was last seen in this city on Tuesday last. Had a pass to Hanover County, and supposed to be making his way towards York River, for the purpose of getting on board some coasting vessel. Samuel Ellis. The passenger above described reached the Underground Rail Road station June 6, 1857. "Why did you leave your master?" said a member of the Committee to Joe. "I left because there was no enjoyment in Slavery for colored people." After stating how the slaves were treated, he added, "I was working all the time for master, and he was receiving all the money for my daily labor." "What business did your master follow?" inquired the Committee. "He was a carpenter by trade." "What kind of a looking man was he?" again inquired the Committee. "He was a large, stout man, don't swear, but lies and cheats." Joe admitted that he had been treated very well all his life, with the exception of being deprived of his freedom. For 8 years prior to his escape he had been hired out, a part of the time as a porter in a grocery store, the remainder as bartender in a saloon. At the time of his escape he was worth $22 per month to his master. Joe had to do overwork and thus procure clothing for himself. When a small boy he resolved that he would never work all his days as a slave for the white people. As he advanced in years his desire for freedom increased. An offer of $1,500 was made for Joe, so he was informed a short time before he escaped. This caused him to move promptly in the matter of carrying out his designs touching liberty. His parents and 3 brothers, slaves, were to be left, but when the decisive hour came he was equal to the emergency. In company with William Naylor, secreted in a vessel, he was brought away and delivered to the Committee for aid and counsel, which he received, and thus ended his bondage. The reward offered by his master, Samuel Ellis, proved of no avail. ARRIVAL from Maryland. William Scott. William was about 24 years of age, well made, though not very heavy, stammered considerably when speaking, wide awake and sensible nevertheless. For 2 years the fear of being sold had not been out of his mind. To meet a security agreement which had been contracted by his mistress, about which a lawsuit had been pending for 2 years, was what he feared he should be sold for. About the 1st of May he found himself in the hands of the sheriff. On being taken to Stafford Court House Jail, however, the sheriff permitted him to walk a little ways. It occurred to William that then was his only chance to strike for freedom and Canada at all hazards. He soon decided the matter, and the sheriff saw no more of him. Susan Fox was the name of the person he was compelled to call mistress. She was described as a large, portly woman, very gross, with a tolerably severe temper at times. William's mother and one of his brothers had been sold by this woman, an outrage to be forever remembered. His grandmother, one sister with 2 children, and a cousin with 5 children, all attached by the sheriff for sale, were left in the hands of his mistress. He was married the previous Christmas, but in the trying hour he could do nothing for his wife but leave her to the mercy of slaveholders. The name of the sheriff that he outgeneraled was Walter Cox. William was valued at $1,000. Perhaps, after all, but few appreciated the sorrow that must have filled the hearts of most of those who escaped. Though they succeeded in gaining their own liberty, they were not insensible to the oppression of their friends and relations left in bondage. On reaching Canada and tasting the sweets of freedom, the thought of dear friends in bondage must have been acutely painful. William had many perils to encounter. On one occasion he was hotly chased, but proved too fleet footed for his pursuers. At another time, when straitened, he attempted to swim a river, but failed. His faith remained strong, nevertheless, and he succeeded in reaching the Committee. End of Section 20.
Section 21 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 3 by William Still, Section 21. Arrival from Washington, D.C., etc., 1857. George Carroll, Randolph Branson, John Claggart, and William Royan. These four journeyed from Egypt together, but did not leave the same kind protector. George was a full black, ordinary size, 24 years of age, and a convert to the doctrine that he had a right to himself. For years the idea of escape had been daily cherished. 5 times he had proposed to buy himself, but failed to get the consent of his master, who was a merchant, C.C. Hirara, a man about 60 years of age and a member of the Methodist Church. His property in slaves consisted in 2 men, 2 women, 2 girls, and a boy. 3 of George's brothers escaped to Canada many years prior to his leaving. There he hoped on his arrival to find them in the possession of good farms. $1,300 walked off in the person of George. Randolph physically was a superior man. He was 31 years of age and of a dark chestnut color. Weary with bondage, he came to the conclusion that he had served the master long enough without privileges. Against his master, Richard Reed, he had no hard things to say, however. He was not a crabbed, cross man, had but little to say, but did not believe in freedom. 3 of his brothers had been sold south, left his father, 2 sisters, and 1 brother. Randolph was worth probably $1,700. John was a well-made yellow man, 22 years of age, who had counted the cost of slavery thoroughly, besides having experienced the effects of it. Accordingly, he resolved to be free or die, to kill or be killed in trying to reach free land somewhere. Having almost been hired out amongst very hard white people, he was unhappy. His owner, George Coleman, lived near Fairfax, Virginia, and was a member of the Methodist Church, but in his ways was very sly and deadly against anything like freedom. He held 15 of his fellow men in chains. For John's hire he received $150 a year. He was therefore ranked with first-class stock, valued at $1,500. William was about 35 years of age, neat and pleasing in his manners. He would be the first selected in a crowd by a gentleman or a lady who might want a very neat-looking man to attend to household affairs. Though he considered Captain Cunningham, his master, a tolerable fair man, he was not content to be robbed of his liberty and earnings. As he felt that he could take care of himself, he decided to let the captain have the same chance, so he steered his course straight for Canada. Arrival from Unionville, 1857. Israel Todd and Basil Aldrich. Israel was 23 years of age, yellow, tall, well-made, and intelligent. He fled from Frederick County, Maryland. Through the sweat of his brow, Dr. Greenberry Sappington and his family had been living at ease. The doctor was a Catholic, owning only 1 other, and was said to be a man of right disposition. His wife, however, was so mean that nobody could stay with her. Israel was prompted to escape to save his wife, had lately been married, and her brother from being sold south. His detestation of slavery in every shape was very decided. He was a valuable man, worth to a trader $1,500 perhaps. Basil was only 17 years of age, about as near akin to the white folks as to the colored people, and about as strong an opponent of slavery as any Saxon going of his age. He was a brother-in-law of Israel, and accompanied him on the Underground Railroad. Basil was held to service or labor by Thornton Poole, a storekeeper and also a farmer, and at the same time an ardent lover of the creature, so much so that he kept about half drunk all the time. So Basil affirmed. The Good Spirit moved 2 of Basil's brothers to escape the spring before. A few months afterwards, a brother and sister were sold south. To manage the matter smoothly, previous to selling them, the master pretended that he was only going to hire them out a short distance from home. But instead of doing so, he sold them south. Basil might be put down at $900. Arrival from Maryland, 1857. Ordie Lee and Richard J. Booz. Both these passengers came from Maryland. Ordie was about 35 years of age, gingerbread color, well-made and intelligent. Being allowed no chances to make anything for himself was an excuse offered for his escape. Though, as will appear presently, other causes also helped to make him hate his oppression. The man who daily robbed him and compelled him to call him master was a notorious gambler by the name of Elijah Thompson, residing in Maryland. By his bad habits he had run through with his property, though in society he stood pretty tolerably high amongst some people. Then again some didn't like him. He was a mean man, all for himself. He was a man that didn't care anything about his servants except to get work out of them. When he came where the servants were working, he would snap and bite at them, and if he said anything at all, it was to hurry the work on. He never gave me, said Ordie, $50 in his life. Didn't more than half feed, said that meat and fish was too high to eat. As for clothing, he never gave me a new hat for every day, nor a Sunday rag in his life. Of his mistress, he said, she was stingy and close, made him, his master, worse than he would have been. 2 of his brothers were sold to Georgia, and his uncle was cheated out of his freedom. Left 3 brothers and 2 sisters in chains. Elijah Thompson had at least $1,500 less to sport upon by this bold step on the part of Ordie. Richard was about 22 years of age, well grown and a very likely looking article, of a chestnut color, with more than common intelligence for a slave. His complaints were that he had been treated bad, allowed no privileges to make anything, allowed no Sunday clothing, etc. So he left the portly looking Dr. Hughes with no feeling of indebtedness or regret. And as to his cross and ill-natured mistress with her 4 children, they might whistle at his services and support. His master had, however, some 18 or 20 others to rob for the support of himself and family, so they were in no great danger of starving. "Would your owner be apt to pursue you?" said a member of the committee. "I don't think he will. He was after 2 uncles of mine one time, saw them and talked with them, but was made to run." Richard left behind his mother, stepfather, 2 sisters, and 1 brother. As a slave he would have been considered cheap at $1,600. He was a fine specimen. Arrival from Cambridge, 1857. Silas Long and Solomon Light. Silas and Solomon both left together from Cambridge, Maryland. Silas was quite black, spare-built, and about 27 years of age. He was owned by a sheriff, Robert Bell, a man of about 60 years of age, and had his name up to be the hardest man in the county. The sheriff's wife was about pretty much such a woman as he was a man. There was not a pin's point of difference between them. The fear of having to be sold caused this Silas to seek the Underground Railroad. Leaving his mother, 1 brother and 1 cousin, and providing himself with a bowie knife and a few dollars of money, he resolved to reach Canada or die on the way. Of course, when slaves reached this desperate point, the way to Canada was generally found. Solomon was about 23 years of age, a good-natured looking article, who also left Cambridge, and the protection of a certain Willis Brannick, described as an unaccountable mean man. "He never gave me any money in his life," said Solomon, "but spent it pretty freely for liquor. He would not allow enough to eat or clothing sufficient. And he sold Solomon's brother the year before he fled, because he could not whip him." The fear of being sold prompted Solomon to flee. The very day he escaped he had a serious combat with 2 of his master's sons. The thumb of one of them being badly bit, and the other used roughly, the ire of the master and sons was raised to a very high degree, and the verdict went forth that Solomon should be sold tomorrow. Unhesitatingly he started for the Underground Railroad in Canada, and his efforts were not in vain. Damages, $1,500. the mother of 12 children, old Jane Davis, fled to escape the auction block. The appended letter from Thomas Garrett will serve to introduce one of the most remarkable cases that it was our privilege to report or assist. Wilmington, 6th month, the 9th, 1857. Esteemed friend William Still, we have here in this place, at Comegys Munson's, an old colored woman, the mother of 12 children, one half of which has been sold south. She has been so ill used that she was compelled to leave husband and children behind, and is desirous of getting to a brother who lives at Buffalo. She was nearly naked. She called at my house on 7th day night, but being from home did not see her till last evening. I have procured her 2 undergarments, one new, 2 skirts, one new, a good frock with cape, one of my wife's bonnets and stockings, and gave her $5 in gold, which, if properly used, will put her pretty well on the way. I also gave her a letter to thee. Since I gave them to her, she has concluded to stay where she is, till 7th day night, when Comegys Munson says he can leave his work, and will go with her to thy house. I write this so that thee may be prepared for them. They ought to arrive between 11 and 12 o'clock. Perhaps thee may find some fugitive that will be willing to accompany her. With desire for thy welfare and the cause of the oppressed, I remain thy friend, Thomas Garrett. Jane did not know how old she was. She was probably 60 or 70. She fled to keep from being sold. She had been whipped right smart, poorly fed and poorly clothed by a certain Roger McZant of the New Market district, eastern shore of Maryland. His wife was a bad woman too. Just before escaping, Jane got a whisper that her master was about to sell her. On asking him if the rumor was true, he was silent. He had been asking $100 for her. Remembering that 4 of her children had been snatched away from her and sold south, and she herself was threatened with the same fate, she was willing to suffer hunger, sleep in the woods for days and nights, wandering towards Canada, rather than trust herself any longer under the protection of her kind owner. Before reaching a place of repose, she was 3 weeks in the woods, almost wholly without nourishment. Jane doubtless represented thousands of old slave mothers, who, after having been worn out under the yoke, were frequently either offered for sale for a trifle, turned off to die, or compelled to eke out their existence on the most stinted allowance. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 22. Benjamin Ross and his wife Harriet fled from Caroline County, eastern shore of Maryland, June 1857. This party stated that Dr. Anthony Thompson had claimed them as his property. They gave the committee a pretty full report of how they had been treated in slavery, especially under the doctor. A few of the interesting points were noted as follows. The doctor owned about 20 head of slaves when they left. Formerly he had owned a much larger number, but circumstances had led him to make frequent sales during the few years previous to their escape, by which the stock had been reduced. As well as having been largely interested in slaves, he had at the same time been largely interested in real estate, to the extent of 12 farms at least, but in consequence of having reached out too far, several of his farms had slipped out of his hands. Upon the whole, Benjamin pronounced him a rough man towards his slaves, and declared that he had not given him $1 since the death of the master's father, which had been at least 20 years prior to Benjamin's escape. But Ben did not stop here. He went on to speak of the religious character of his master, and also to describe him physically. He was a Methodist preacher, and had been pretending to preach for 20 years. Then the fact that a portion of their children had been sold to Georgia by this master was referred to him with much feeling by Ben and his wife. Likewise the fact that he had stinted them for food and clothing, and led them a rough life generally, which left them no room to believe that he was anything else than a wolf in sheep's clothing. They described him as a spare-built man, bald head, wearing a wig. These two travelers had nearly reached their 70 under the yoke. Nevertheless, they seemed delighted at the idea of going to a free country to enjoy freedom, if only for a short time. Moreover, some of their children had escaped in days past, and these they hoped to find. Not many of those thus advanced in years ever succeeded in getting to Canada. Arrival from Virginia, 1857. William Jackson. William was about 50 years of age, of usual size, of good address, and intelligent. He was born the property of a slaveholder by the name of Daniel Minne, residing in Alexandria in Virginia. His master was about 84 years of age, and was regarded as kind, though he had sold some of his slaves, and was in favor of slavery. He had 2 sons, Robert and Albert, both dissipated, would lay about the tippling taverns, and keep low company, so much so that they were not calculated to do any business for their father. William had to be a kind of a right-hand man to his master. The sons, seeing that the property was trusted instead of themselves, very naturally hated it. So the young men resolved that at the death of their father, William should be sent as far south as possible. Knowing that the old man could not stand it much longer, William saw that it was his policy to get away as fast as he could. He was the husband of a free wife, who had come on in advance of him. For 30 years William had been foreman on his old master's plantation, and but for the apprehension caused by the ill will of his prospective young masters, he would doubtless have remained in servitude at least until the death of the old man. But when William reflected, and saw what he had been deprived of all his life, by being held in bondage, and when he began to breathe free air, with the prospect of ending his days on free land, he rejoiced that his eyes had been opened to see his danger, and that he had been moved to make a start for liberty. Arrival from Delaware, 1857. John Wright and wife, Elizabeth Ann and Charles Connor. This party arrived from Sussex County. John was about 30 years of age, ordinary size, full black and clear-headed. In physical appearance he would have readily passed for a superior laborer. The keenness of his eyes and quickness of his perception, however, would doubtless have rendered him an object of suspicion in some parts of the South. The truth was that the love of liberty was clearly indicated in his expressive countenance. William S. Phillips, a farmer, had been sucking John's blood and keeping him poor and ignorant for the last 8 years at least. Before that, Philip's father had defrauded him of his hire. Under the father and son, John had found plenty of hard work and bad usage, severe and repeated floggings not excepted. Old master and mistress and young master and mistress, including the entire family, belonged to what was known as the Farmer Church at Portsville. Outwardly they were good Christians. Occasionally, John said, the old man would have family prayers, and to use John's own words, in company he would try to moralize, but out of company was as great a rowdy as ever was. In further describing his old master, he said that he was a large man, with a red face and blunt nose, and was very quick and fiery in his temper, would drink and swear, and even his wife, with all hands, would have to run when he was raised. Of his young master he said, he was quite a long-bodied, thin-faced man, weighing over 150 pounds. In temper just like his father, though he did not drink. That is all the good quality that I can recommend in him. John said also that his master, on one occasion, in a most terribly angry mood, threatened that he would wade up to his knees in his, John's, blood. It so happened that John's blood was up pretty high just at that time. He gave his master to understand that he would rather go south, be sold, than submit to the scourging which was imminent. John's pluck probably had the effect of allaying the master's fire. At any rate, the storm subsided after a while, and until the day that he took the Underground Railroad car, the servant managed to put up with his master. As John's wife was on the eve of being sold, he was prompted to leave some time sooner than he otherwise would have done. The wife's statement. She was 32 years of age, of good physical proportions, and a promising-looking person, above the ordinary class of slaves belonging to Delaware. She was owned by Jane Cooper, who lived near Laurel, in Sussex County. She had been more accustomed to field labor than housework. Plowing, fencing, driving team, grubbing, cutting wood, etc., were well understood by her. During feeding times she had to assist in the house. In this respect she had harder times than the men. Her mistress was also in the habit of hiring Elizabeth out by the day to wash. On these occasions she was required to rise early enough to milk the cows, get breakfast, and feed the hogs before sunrise, so that she might be at her day's washing in good time. It is plainly to be seen that Elizabeth had not met with the ease and kindness which many claim for the slave. Elizabeth was sensible of the wrongs inflicted by her Delaware mistress, and painted her in very vivid colors. Her mistress was a widow, quite old, but very frisky, and wore a wig to hide her gray hairs. At the death of her husband the slaves believed, from what they had heard their master say, that they would be freed, each at the age of 30. But no will was found, which caused Elizabeth, as well as the rest of the slaves, to distrust the mistress more than ever, as they suspected that she knew something of its disappearance. Her mistress belonged to the Presbyterian Church, but would have family prayers only when the minister would stop. Elizabeth thought that she took greater pains to please the minister than her Maker. Elizabeth had no faith in such religion. Both Elizabeth and her husband were members of the Methodist Church. Neither had ever been permitted to learn to read or write, but they were naturally very smart. John left his mother and one sister in bondage. One of his brothers fled to Canada 15 years before their escape. His name was Abraham. Charles Connor, the third person in the party, was 27 years of age, fast color, and a tough-looking article, who would have brought $1,200 or more in the hands of a Baltimore trader. The man from whom Charles fled was known by the name of John Chipman, and was described as a fleshy man, with rank beard and quick temper, very hard, commonly kept full of liquor, though he would not get so drunk that he could not go about. For a long time Charles had been the main dependence on his master's place, as he only owned 2 other slaves. Charles particularly remarked that no weather was too bad for them to be kept at work in the field. Charles was a fair specimen of the cornfield hand, but thought that he could take care of himself in Canada. End of section 22. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 23 of the Underground Railroad Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Underground Railroad Part 3 by William Still. Section 23. Arrival from Alexandria, 1857. Oscar D. Ball and Montgomery Graham. $400 reward. Ran away from the owner in Alexandria, Virginia, on the night of the 13th instant. 2 young negro men, from 20 to 25 years of age. Montgomery is a very bright mulatto, about 5 feet 6 inches in height, of polite manners, and smiles much when speaking or spoken to. Oscar is of a tawny complexion, about 6 feet high, sluggish in his appearance and movements, and of awkward manners. $100 each will be paid for the delivery of the above slaves if taken in a slave state, or $200 each if taken in a free state. 1 or more slaves belonging to other owners, it is supposed, went in their company. Address: John T. Gordon, Alexandria, Virginia. Although the name of John T. Gordon appears signed to the above advertisement, he was not the owner of Montgomery and Oscar. According to their own testimony, they belonged to a maiden lady by the name of Miss Elizabeth Gordon, who probably thought that the business of advertising for runaway negroes was rather beneath her. While both these passengers manifested great satisfaction in leaving their mistress, they did not give her a bad name. On the contrary, they gave her just such a character as the lady might have been pleased with in the main. They described her thus: Mistress is a spare woman, tolerably tall, and very kind except when sick. She would not pay much attention then. She was a member of the Southern Methodist Church, and was strict in her religion. Having a good degree of faith in his mistress, Oscar made bold one day to ask her how much she would take for him. She agreed to take $800. Oscar, wishing to drive a pretty close bargain, offered her $700, hoping that she would view the matter in a religious light, and would come down $100. After reflection, instead of making a reduction, she raised the amount to $1,000, which Oscar concluded was too much for himself. It was not, however, as much as he was worth, according to his mistress's estimate, for she declared that she had often been offered $1,500 for him. Miss Gordon raised Oscar from a child, and had treated him as a pet. When he was a little shaver, 7 or 8 years of age, she made it a practice to have him sleep with her, showing that she had no prejudice. Being rather of a rare type of slaveholders, she is entitled to special credit. Montgomery, the companion of Oscar, could scarcely be distinguished from the white folks. In speaking of his mistress, however, he did not express himself in terms quite so complimentary as Oscar. With regard to giving passes, he considered her narrow, to say the least. But he was in such perfectly good humour with everybody, owing to the fact that he had succeeded in getting his neck out of the yoke, that he evidently had no desire to say hard things about her. Judging from his story, he had been for a long time desiring his freedom, and looking diligently for the Underground Railroad, but he had had many things to contend with when looking the matter of escape in the face. Arriving in Philadelphia, and finding himself breathing free air, receiving aid and encouragement in the manner that he had never known before, he was one of the happiest of creatures. Oscar left his wife and 1 child, 1 brother, and 2 sisters. Montgomery left 1 sister, but no other near kin. Instead of going to Canada, Oscar and his comrade pitched their tents in Oswego, New York, where they changed their names, and instead of returning themselves to their kind mistress, they were wicked enough to be plotting as to how some of their friends might get off on the Underground Railroad, as may be seen from the appended letters from Oscar, who was thought to be sluggish, etc. Oswego, October 25th, 1857. Dear Sir, I take this opportunity of writing you these few lines to inform you that I am well, and hope these few lines will find you the same, and your family. You must excuse me for not writing to you before. I would have written to you before this, but I put away the card you gave me, and could not find it until a few days since. I did not go to Canada, for I got work in Oswego, but times are very dull here at present. I have been out of employ about 5 weeks. I would like to go to Australia. Do you know of any gentleman that is going there, or any other place, except South, that wants a servant to go there with him, to wait on him or do any other work? I have a brother that wants to come North. I received a letter from him a few days ago. Can you tell me of any plan that I can fix to get him? Give my respects to Mrs. Still and all your family. Please let me know if you hear of any berth of that kind. Nothing more at present. I remain your obedient servant, Oscar D. Ball. But my name is now John Delaney. Direct your letter to John Delaney, Oswego, New York, care of R. Oliphant. Oswego, November 21st, 1857. Mr. William Still, Esquire. Dear Sir, your letter of the 19th came duly to hand. I am glad to hear that the Underground Railroad is doing so well. I know those 3 well, that you said come from Alex. I broke the ice, and it seems as if they are going to keep the track open. But I had to stand and beg of those 2 that started with me to come, and even give one of them money, and then he did not want to come. I had a letter from my brother a few days ago, and he says if he lives and nothing happens to him, he will make a start for the North, and there is many others there that would start now, but they are afraid of getting frostbitten. There was 2 left, Alex, about 5 or 6 weeks ago. Their names are as follows: Lawrence Thornton and Townsend Derrick. They have been to Philadelphia, from what I can learn. They will leave Alex in mourning next spring. In the last letter I got from my brother, he named a good many that wanted to come when he did, and they are all sound men and can be trusted. He reads and writes his own letters. William Triplett and Thomas Harper passed through here last summer from my old home. Which way did those 3 that you spoke of go? Times are very dull here at present, and I can get nothing to do, but thank God have a good boarding house, and will be sheltered from the weather this winter. Give my respects to your family. Montgomery sends his also. Nothing more at present. Yours truly, John Delaney. Arrival from Unionville, 1857. Caroline Aldridge and John Wood. Caroline was a stout, light-complexioned, healthy-looking young woman of 23 years of age. She fled from Thornton Pool of Unionville, Maryland. She gave her master the character of being a very mean man, with a wife meaner still. "I consider them mean in every respect," said Caroline. No great while before she escaped, one of her brothers and a sister had been sent to the Southern market. Recently she had been apprised that herself and a younger brother would have to go the same dreadful road. She therefore consulted with the brother and a particular young friend to whom she was engaged, which resulted in the departure of all three of them. Though the ordinary steps relative to marriage, as far as slaves were allowed, had been complied with, nevertheless on the road to Canada they availed themselves of the more perfect way of having the ceremony performed, and went on their way rejoicing. Since the sale of Caroline's brother and sister just referred to, her mother and 3 children had made good their exit to Canada, having been evidently prompted by said sale. Long before that time, however, 3 other brothers fled on the Underground Railroad. They were encouraged to hope to meet each other in Canada. John Wood. John was about 28 years of age, of agreeable manners, intelligent, and gave evidence of a strong appreciation of liberty. Times with John had not been very rough, until within the last year of his bondage. By the removal of his old master by death, a change for the worse followed. The executors of the estate, one of whom owed him an old grudge, made him acquainted with the fact that amongst certain others he would have to be sold. Judge Birch, one of the executors, itching to see him broke in, took particular pains to speak to a notorious tyrant by the name of Baldin, to buy him. Accordingly, on the day of sale, Baldin was on hand and the successful bidder for John. Being familiar with the customs of this terrible Baldin, of the starving fare and cruel flogging usual on his farm, John mustered courage to declare at the sale that he would not serve him. In the hearing of his new master he said, "Before I will serve him, I will cut my throat." The master smiled and simply asked for a rope, had me tied and delivered into the hands of a constable, to be sent over to the farm. Before reaching his destination, John managed to untie his hands and feet and flee to the woods. For 3 days he remained secreted. Once or twice he secretly managed to get an interview with his mother and one of his sisters, by whom he was persuaded to return to his master. Taking their advice, he commenced service under circumstances compared with which the diet, labor, and comforts of an ordinary penitentiary would have been luxurious. The chief food allowed the slaves on the plantation consisted of the pot liquor, in which the pork was boiled, with Indian meal bread. The merest glance at what he experienced during his brief stay on the plantation must suffice. In the field where John, with a number of others, was working, stood a hill, up which they were repeatedly obliged to ascend with loads on their backs, and the overseer at their heels, with lash in hand, occasionally slashing at first one and then another. To keep up, the utmost physical endurance was taxed. John, though a stout young man, and having never known any other condition than that of servitude, nevertheless found himself quite unequal to the present occasion. "I was surprised," said he, "to see the expertness with which all flew up the hill. One woman, quite lusty, unfit to be out of the house, on running up the hill, fell. In a moment she was up again, with her brush on her back, and an hour afterwards the overseer was whipping her. My turn came. 'What is the reason you can't get up the hill faster?' exclaimed the overseer. At the same time he struck me with a cowhide. I told him I would not stand it. Old Uncle George Washington never failed to get a whipping every day. So after serving at this only a few days, John made his last solemn vow to be free or die, and off he started for Canada. Though he had to contend with countless difficulties, he at last made the desired haven. He hailed from one of the lower counties of Maryland. John was not contented to enjoy the boon alone, but like a true lover of freedom he remembered those in bonds as bound with them, and so was scheming to make a hazardous adventure south, on the express errand of delivering his family, as the subjoined letter will show. Glandford, August 15th, 1858. Dear Sir, I received your letter and was glad to hear that your wife and family was all well, and I hope it will continue so. I am glad to inform you that this leaves me well. Also, Mr. William Still, I want for you to send me your opinion respecting my circumstances. I have made up my mind to make an adventure after my family, and I want to get an answer from you, and then I shall know how to act, and then I will send to you all particulars respecting my starting to come to your house. Mr. Still, I should be glad to know where Abraham Harris is, as I should be glad to see him, as well as any of my own brothers. His wife and my wife's mother is sisters. My wife belongs to Elson Burdell's estate. Abraham's wife belongs to Sam Adams. Mr. Still, you must not think hard of me for writing you these few lines, as I cannot rest until I release my dear family. I have not the least doubt but I can get through without the least trouble. So no more at present from your humble servant, John B. Woods. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Underground Railroad Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Underground Railroad Part 3 by William Still. Section 24. Arrival from New Orleans, 1857. James Connor, shot in different parts of the body. James stated to the committee that he was about 43 years of age, that he was born a slave in Nelson County, Kentucky, and that he was first owned by a widow lady by the name of Ruth Head. She, mistress, was like a mother to me, said Jim. I was about 16 years old when she died. The estate was settled, and I was sold south to a man named Vincent Turner, a planter, and about the worst man, I expect, that ever the sun shined on. His slaves he fairly murdered. 200 lashes were merely a promise for him. He owned about 300 slaves. I lived with Turner until he died. After his death I still lived on the plantation with his widow, Mrs. Virginia Turner. About 12 years ago, prior to Jim's escape, she was married to a Mr. Charles Parlange, a poor man, though a very smart man, bad-hearted and very barbarous. Before her second marriage cotton had always been cultivated, but a few years later sugar had taken the place of cotton, and had become the principal thing raised in that part of the country. Under the change sugar was raised, and the slaves were made to experience harder times than ever. They were allowed to have only from 3 to 3½ pounds of pork a week, with a peck of meal. Nothing else was allowed. They commenced work in the morning, just when they could barely see. They quit work in the evening, when they could not see to work longer. Mistress was a large, portly woman, good-looking, and pretty well liked by her slaves. The place where the plantation was located was at Point Copee, on Falls River, about 150 miles from New Orleans. She also owned property and about 20 slaves in the city of New Orleans. I lived there and hired my time for a while. I saw some hard times on the plantation. Many a time I have seen slaves whipped almost to death. Well, I tell you I have seen them whipped to death. A slave named Sam was whipped to death tied to the ground. Joe, another slave, was whipped to death by the overseer. Running away was the crime. 4 times I was shot. Once, before I could be taken, all hands, young and old, on the plantation, were on the chase after me. I was strongly armed with an axe, tomahawk, and butcher's knife. I expected to be killed on the spot, but I got to the woods and stayed 2 nights. At night I went back to the plantation and got something to eat. While going back to the woods I was shot in the thigh, legs, back, and head, was badly wounded. My mind was to die rather than be taken. I ran a ½ mile after I was shot, but was taken. I have shot in me now. Feel here on my head, feel my back, feel buckshot in my thigh. I shall carry shot in me to my grave. I have been shot 4 different times. I was shot twice by a fellow servant. It was my master's orders. Another time by the overseer. Shooting was no uncommon thing in Louisiana. At one time I was allowed to raise hogs. I had 25 taken from me without being allowed the first copper. My mistress promised me at another time $40 for gathering honey, but when I went to her she said by and by, but the by and by never came. In 1853 my freedom was promised. For 5 years before this time I had been overseer. During 4 years of this time a visit was made to France by my owners, but on their return my freedom was not given me. My mistress thought I had made enough money to buy myself. They asked $1,150 for me. I told them that I hadn't the money. Then they said if I would go with them to Virginia after a number of slaves they wished to purchase, and would be a good boy, they would give me my freedom on the return of the trip. We started on the 8th of June, 1857. I made fair promises wishing to travel, and they placed all confidence in me. I was to carry the slaves back from Virginia. They came as far as Baltimore, and they began to talk of coming farther north, to Philadelphia. They talked very good to me, and told me that if they brought me with them to a free state, that I must not leave them, talked a good deal about giving me my freedom, as had been promised before starting, etc. I let on to them that I had no wish to go north, that Baltimore was as far north as I wished to see, and that I had rather be going home than going north. I told them that I was tired of this country. In speaking of coming north, they made mention of the Alleghany Mountains. I told them that I would like to see that, but nothing more. They hated the north, and I made believe that I did too. Mistress said that if I behaved myself, I could go with them to France, when they went again, after they returned home, as they intended to go again. So they decided to take me with them to Philadelphia for a short visit, before going into Virginia to buy their drove of slaves for Louisiana. My heart leaped for joy when I found we were going to a free state, but I did not let my owners know my feelings. We reached Philadelphia and went to the Girard Hotel, and there I made up my mind that they should go back without me. I saw a colored man who talked with me and told me about the committee. He brought me to the anti-slavery office, etc., etc., etc. The committee told Jim that he could go free immediately, without saying a word to anybody, as the simple fact of his master's bringing him into the state was sufficient to establish his freedom before the courts. At the same time, the committee assured him if he were willing to have his master arrested and brought before one of the judges of the city to show cause why he held him a slave in Pennsylvania, contrary to the laws of the state, that he should lack neither friends nor money to aid him in the matter, and moreover his freedom would be publicly proclaimed. Jim thought well of both ways, but preferred not to meet his kind-hearted master and mistress in court, as he was not quite sure that he would have the courage to face them and stand by his charges. This was not strange. Indeed, not only slaves cowed before the eye of slaveholders. Did not even Northern men, superior in education and wealth, fear to say their souls were their own in the same presence? Jim therefore concluded to throw himself upon the protection of the committee, and take an Underground Railroad ticket, and thereby spare himself and his master and mistress the disagreeableness of meeting under such strange circumstances. The committee arranged matters for him to the satisfaction of all concerned, and gave him a passport for Her British Majesty's possession, Canada. The unvarnished facts, as they were then recorded substantially from the lips of Jim, and as they are here reproduced, comprise only a very meagre part of his sadly interesting story. At the time Jim left his master and mistress so unceremoniously in Philadelphia, some excitement existed at the attempt of his master to recover him through the police of Philadelphia, under the charge that he, Jim, had been stealing, as may be seen from the following letter, which appeared in the National Anti-Slavery Standard. Another slave hunt in Philadelphia. Philadelphia, Monday, July 27, 1857. Yesterday afternoon a rumor was afloat that a negro man named Jim, who had accompanied his master, Mr. Charles Parlange, from New Orleans to this city, had left his master for the purpose of tasting the sweets of freedom. It was alleged by Mr. Parlange that the said Jim had taken with him 2 tin boxes, one of which contained money. Mr. Parlange went on his way to New York via the Camden and Amboy Railroad, and upon his arrival at the Walnut Street wharf with 2 ladies, Jim was missing. Mr. Parlange immediately made application to a Mr. Wallace, who is a police officer stationed at the Walnut Street depot. Mr. Wallace got into a carriage with Mr. Parlange and the 2 ladies, and, as Mr. Wallace stated, drove back to the Girard house, where Jim had not been heard of since he had left for the Walnut Street wharf. A story was then set afloat to the effect that a negro of certain but very particular description, such as a Louisiana nigger driver can only give, had stolen 2 boxes as stated above. A notice signed Clark was received at the police telegraph office by the operator, David Wonderly, containing a full description of Jim, also offering a reward of $100 for his capture. This notice was telegraphed to all the wards in every section. This morning Mr. Wonderly found fault with the reporters using the information, and in presence of some 4 or 5 persons said the notice signed Clark was a private paper, and no reporter had a right to look at it, at the same time asserting that if he knew where the nigger was he would give him up, as $100 did not come along every day. The policeman Wallace expressed the utmost fear lest the name of Mr. Parlange should transpire, and stated that he was an intimate friend of his. It does not seem that the matter was communicated to the wards by any official authority whatever, and who the clerk is whose name was signed to the notice has not yet transpired. Some of the papers noticed it briefly this morning, which has set several of the officers on their tips. There is little doubt that Jim has merely exercised his own judgment about remaining with his master any longer, and took this opportunity to betake himself to freedom. It is assumed that he was to precede his master to Walnut Street wharf with the baggage, but, singular enough to say, no complaint has been made about the baggage being missed, simply the 2 tin boxes, and particularly the one containing money. This is, doubtless, a ruse to engage the services of the Philadelphia police in the interesting game of nigger hunting. Mr. Parlange, if he is sojourning in your city, will doubtless be glad to learn that the matter of his man, Jim, and the 2 tin boxes has received ample publicity. W.H. Reverend Hiram Wilson, the Underground Railroad agent at St. Catherine's, C.W., duly announced his safe arrival as follows: Buffalo, August 12, 1857. My dear friend, William Still: I take the liberty to inform you that I had the pleasure of seeing a man of sable brand at my house in St. C. yesterday, by name of James Connor, lately from New Orleans, more recently from the city of brotherly love, where he took French leave of his French master. He desired me to inform you of his safe arrival in the glorious land of freedom, and to send his kind regards to you and to Mr. Williamson, also to another person, the name I have forgotten. Poor Melinda Smith, with her 2 little girls and young babe, is with us doing well. Affectionately yours, Hiram Wilson. End of Section 24.
Section 25 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 25. Arrival from Washington, D.C. Harrison Carey. The passenger bearing this name, who applied to the committee for assistance, was a mulatto of medium size, with a prepossessing countenance, and a very smart talker. With only a moderate education, he might have raised himself to the top round of the ladder as a representative of the downtrodden slave. Seeking, as usual, to learn his history, the subjoined questions and answers were the result of the interview. Question: How old are you? Answer: 28 years of age this coming March. Question. To whom did you belong? Answer. Mrs. Jane E. Ashley. Question. What kind of woman was she? Answer. She was a very clever woman, never said anything out of the way. Question. How many servants had she? Answer. She had no other servants. Question. Did you live with her? Answer. No, I hired my time for $22 a month. Question. How could you make so much money? Answer. I was a bricklayer by trade, and I ranked among the first in the city. As Harrison talked so intelligently, the member of the committee who was examining him was anxious to know how he came to be so knowing, the fact that he could read being very evident. Harrison proceeded to explain how he was led to acquire the art both of reading and writing. Slaves caught out of an evening without passes from their master or mistress were invariably arrested, and if they were unable to raise money to buy themselves off, they were taken and locked up in a place known as the cage, and in the morning the owner was notified, and after paying the fine the unfortunate prisoner had to go to meet his fate at the hands of his owner. Often he or she found himself or herself sentenced to take 39 or more lashes before atonement could be made for the violated law and the fine sustained by the enraged owner. Harrison, having strong aversion to both of the wholesome regulations of the peculiar institution above alluded to, saw that the only remedy that he could avail himself of was to learn to write his own passes. In possessing himself of this prize, he knew that the law against slaves being taught would have to be broken. Nevertheless, he was so anxious to succeed that he was determined to run the risk. Consequently, he grasped the boon with but very little difficulty or assistance. Valuing his prize highly, he improved more and more, until he could write his own passes satisfactorily. The cage he denounced as a perfect hog-hole, and added, "It was more than I could bear." He also spoke with equal warmth on the pass custom. The idea of working hard all day, and then being obliged to have a pass, etc., his feelings sternly revolted against. Yet he uttered not a disrespectful word against the individual to whom he belonged. Once he had been sold, but for what was not noted on the record book. His mother had been sold several times. His brother, William Henry Gary, escaped from Washington, D.C., when quite a youth. What became of him it was not for Harrison to tell, but he supposed that he had made his way to a free state or Canada, and he hoped to find him. He had no knowledge of any other relatives. In further conversation with him, relative to his being a single man, he said that he had resolved not to entangle himself with a family until he had obtained his freedom. He had found it pretty hard to meet his monthly hire, consequently he was on the lookout to better his condition as soon as a favorable opportunity might offer. Harrison's mistress had a son named John James Ashley, who was then a minor. On arriving at majority, according to the will of this lad's father, he was to have possession of Harrison as his portion. Harrison had no idea of having to work for his support. He thought that if John could not take care of himself when he grew up to be a man, there was a place for all such in the poorhouse. Harrison was also moved by another consideration. His mistress's sister had been trying to influence the mistress to sell him. Thus considering himself in danger, he made up his mind that the time had come for him to change his habitation, so he resolved to try his fortune on the Underground Rail Road. Arrival from Virginia, 1857. Joe Ellis. The subject of this sketch was one of 200 slaves, owned by Bowling Ellis, who possessed large plantations at Cabin Point, Surry County, Virginia. Joe pictured his master, overseers, and general treatment of slaves in no favorable light. The practice of punishing slaves by putting them in the stocks and by flogging was dwelt upon in a manner that left no room to doubt but that Joe had been a very great sufferer under his master's iron rule. As he described the brutal conduct of overseers in resorting to their habitual modes of torturing men, women, and children, it was too painful to listen to with composure, much more to write down. Joe was about 23 years of age, full black, slender, and of average intellect, considering the class which he represented. On 4 occasions previous to the final one he had made fruitless efforts to escape from his tormentors in consequence of brutal treatment. Although he at last succeeded, the severe trials through which he had to pass in escaping came very near costing him his life. The effects he will always feel, prostration and sickness, had already taken hold upon him in a serious degree. During Joe's sojourn under the care of the Committee, time would not admit of the writing out of further details concerning him. Arrival from Maryland. Christopher Green and wife, Ann Maria, and son Nathan. Christopher had a heavy debt charged against Clayton Wright, a commission merchant of Baltimore, who claimed him as his property, and was in the habit of hiring him out to farmers in the country, and of taking all his hire except a single dollar, which was allotted him every holiday. The last item in his charge against Wright suggested certain questions. "How have you been used?" was the first query. "Sometimes right smart, and then again bad enough for it," said Christopher. Again he was asked, "What kind of a man was your master?" "He was only tolerable. I can't say much good for him. I got tired of working, and they getting my labor, and I getting nothing for my labor." At the time of his escape he was employed in the service of a man by the name of Cook. Christopher described him as a dissatisfied man who couldn't be pleased at nothing, and his wife was like him. This passenger was quite black, medium size, and in point of intellect about on a par with ordinary field hands. His wife Ann, in point of go-aheadativeness, seemed in advance of him. Indeed, she first prompted her husband to escape. Ann bore witness against one James Pipper, a farmer, whom she had served as a slave, and from whom she fled, saying that he was as mean a man as ever walked, a dark-complected old man with gray hair. With great emphasis she thus continued her testimony: "He tried to work me to death, and treated me as mean as he could without killing me. He done so much I couldn't tell to save my life. I wish I had as many dollars as he has whipped me with sticks and other things. His wife will do tolerable. I left because he was going to sell me and my son to Georgia. For years he has been threatening. Since the boys ran away last spring he was harder than ever. One was my brother Perry, and the other was a young man by the name of Jim. David, my master, drank all he could get, poured it down, and when drunk would cuss and tear and rip and beat. He lives near the 9 Bridges in Queen Anne county." Ann was certainly a forcible narrator, and was in every way a wide awake woman, about 37 years of age. Among other questions they were asked if they could read, etc. "Read," said Ann. "I would like to see anybody (slave) that could read our way. To see you with a book in your hand, they would almost cut your throat." Ann had one child only, a son, 20 years of age, who came in company with his parents. This son belonged to the said Pipper already described. When they started from the land of bondage they had large hopes, but not much knowledge of the way. However, they managed to get safely on the Underground Rail Road track, and by perseverance they reached the Committee and were aided in the usual manner. Arrival from Georgetown Cross Roads, 1857. Leeds Wright and Abram Tillison. For 3 years Leeds had been thirsting for his liberty. His heart was fixed on that one object. He got plenty to eat, drink, and wear, but was nevertheless dissatisfied. The name of his master was Rev. John Wesley Pearson, who was engaged in school teaching and preaching, and belonged to the more moderate class of slaveholders. Once when a boy, Leeds had been sold, but being very young he did not think much about the matter. For the last 8 or 10 years previous to his escape he had not seen his relatives, his father, George Wright, having fled to Canada, and the remainder of the family lived some 50 miles distant, beyond the possibility of intercourse. Therefore, as he had no strong ties to break, he could look to the time of leaving the land of bondage without regret. Abram, the companion of Leeds, had been less comfortably situated. His lot in slavery had been cast under Samuel Jarman, by whom he had been badly treated. Abram described him as a big, tall, old man, who drank and was a real wicked man. He followed farming, had 13 children. His wife was different. She was a pretty fine woman, but the children were all bad. The young masters followed playing cards. No chance at all had been allowed them to learn to read, although Abram and Leeds both coveted this knowledge. As they felt that they would never be able to do anything for their improvement by remaining, they decided to follow the example of Abram's father and others and go to Canada. Arrival from Alexandria. William Triplett and Thomas Harper. Ran away from the subscriber on Saturday night, 22nd instant, William Triplett, a dark mulatto, with whiskers and mustache, 23 to 26 years of age. Lately had a burn on the instep of his right foot, but perhaps well enough to wear a boot or shoe. He took with him very excellent clothing, both summer and winter, consisting of a brown suit in cloth, summer coats striped, check cap, silk hat, etc. $50 reward will be paid if taken within 30 miles of Alexandria or in the State of Virginia, and $150 and necessary expenses if taken out of the State and secured so that I get him again. He is the property of Mrs. A.B. Fairfax of Alexandria, and is likely to make his way to Cincinnati, where he has friends named Hamilton and Hopes now living. Robert B. Wheat. William, answering to the above description, arrived safely, in company with Thomas Harper, about 6 days after the date of their departure from the house of bondage. Mrs. A.B. Fairfax was the loser of this article. William spoke rather favorably of her. He said he did not leave because he was treated badly, but simply because he wanted to own himself, to be free. He also said that he wanted to be able to take care of his family if he should see fit to marry. As to slavery, he could see no justice in the system. He therefore made up his mind no longer to yield submission thereto. Being a smart chattel, he reasoned well on the question of slavery, and showed very conclusively that even under the kindest mistress it had no charms for him, that at best it was robbery and an outrage. Thomas Harper, his comrade, fled from John Cowling, who also lived near Alexandria. His great trouble was that he had a wife and family, but could do nothing for them. He thought that it was hard to see them in want and abused when he was not at liberty to aid or protect them. He grew very unhappy, but could see no remedy except in flight. Cowling, his master, was an Englishman by birth, and followed blacksmithing for a living. He was a man in humble circumstances, trying to increase his small fortune by slave labor. He allowed Thomas to hire himself for $100 a year, which amount he was required to raise, sick or well. He did not complain, however, of having received any personal abuse from his blacksmith master. It was the system, which was daily grinding the life out of him, that caused him to suffer and likewise escape. By trade Thomas was also a blacksmith. He left a wife and 3 children. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Underground Railroad, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 26. Arrival from Maryland. Harry Wise. $100 reward. Ran away on the 11th inst. Negro man, Harry Wise. He is about 24 years of age, and 5 feet 4 inches high, muscular, with broad shoulders, and black or deep copper color, roundish, smooth face, and rather lively expression. He came from Harford County, and is acquainted about Bel-Air Market, Baltimore. I will pay $50 reward for him if taken in this or Prince George's County, or $100 if arrested elsewhere. Elliot Burwell, A29 EO 3T, West River, Anne Arundel County. Harry reached the station in Philadelphia the latter part of August, 1857. His excuse for leaving and seeking a habitation in Canada was as follows: I was treated monstrous bad. My master was a very cross, crabbed man, and his wife was as cross as he was. The day I left they had to tie me to beat me. What about I could not tell. This is what made me leave. I escaped right out of his hands the day he had me. He was going with me to the barn to tie me across a hogshead, but I broke loose from him and ran. He ran and got the gun to shoot me, but I soon got out of his reach, and I have not seen him since. Harry might never have found the Underground Railroad but for this deadly onslaught upon him by his master. His mind was wrought up to a very high state of earnestness, and he was deemed a very fitting subject for Canada. Arrival from Norfolk, Virginia. Abram Wooders. Although slaveholders had spared no pains to keep Abram in the dark, and to make him love his yoke, he proved by his actions that he had no faith in their doctrines. Nor did he want for language in which to state the reasons for his actions. He was just in the prime of life, 35 years of age, chestnut color, common size, with a scar over the left eye and another on the upper lip. Like many others, he talked in a simple, earnest manner, and in answer to queries as to how he had fared, the following is his statement: I was held as the property of the late Taylor Sewell, but when I escaped I was in the service of W.C. Williams, a commission merchant. My old master was a very severe man, but he was always very kind to me. He had a great many more colored folks, was very severe amongst them, would get mad and sell right away. He was a drinking man, dissipated, and a gambler, a real sportsman. He lived on Newell Creek, about 12 miles from Norfolk. For the last 8 years I was hired to W.C. Williams for $150 a year. If I had all that money it might do me some good. I left because I wanted to enjoy myself some. I felt if I stayed and got old no one would care for me. I wouldn't be of no account to nobody. But are not the old slaves well cared for by their masters? A member of the committee here remarked. Take care of them? No, Abram replied with much earnestness, and then went on to explain how such property was left to perish. Said Abram, there was an old man named Ike, who belonged to the same estate that I did. He was treated like a dog after they could get no more work out of him. They said, let him die, he is of no service. There is no use of getting a doctor for him. Accordingly, there could be no other fate for the old man but to suffer and die with creepers in his legs. It was sickening to hear him narrate instances of similar suffering in the case of old slaves. Abram left 2 sisters and 1 brother in bondage. Arrival from Washington, D.C. George Johnson, Thomas and Adam Smith. $300 reward. Ran away from Kalorama, near Washington City, D.C., on Saturday night, the 22nd of August, 1857. Negro man, George Johnson, aged about 25 years. Height about 6 feet, of dark copper color, bushy hair, erect in stature, and polite in his address. I will give the above reward if taken in a free state, $100 if taken within the District of Columbia, or $200 if taken in Maryland. In either case he must be secured so that I get him. Miss Eleanor J. Conway, Baltimore, Maryland. or Oliver Dufour, Washington City, D.C., SLEOD 2W. Polite in his address as George was, he left his mistress, Eleanor J. Conway, without bidding her good bye or asking for a pass. But he did not leave his young mistress in this way without good reasons for so doing. In his interview with the Committee, about 5 days after his departure from his old home, he stated his grievances as follows: "I was born the slave of a Mr. Conway, in Washington, D.C. Under this personage, George admitted that he had experienced slavery in rather a mild form, until death took the old man off, which event occurred when George was quite young. He afterwards served the widow Conway until her death, and lastly he fell into the hands of Miss Eleanor J. Conway, who resided in Baltimore, and derived her support from the labor of slaves whom she kept hired out, as was George. Of the dead, George did not utter very hard things, but he spoke of his young mistress as having a very mean principle. Said George, 'She has sold one of my brothers and one of my cousins since last April, and she was very much opposed to freedom.' Judging from the company that she kept, she might before a great while change her relations in life. George thought, however agreeable to her, it might not be to him. So he made up his mind that his chances for freedom would not be likely to grow any better by remaining. In the neighborhood from which he fled, he left his father, mother, and 2 sisters, each having different owners. 2 brothers had been sold South. Whether they ever heard what had become of the runaway George is not known. Thomas, the companion of George, was of a truly remarkable structure. Physically and mentally he belonged to the highest order of the bond class. His place of chains was in the city of Washington, and the name of the man for whom he had been compelled to do unrequited labor was William Rowe, a bricklayer, and a pretty clever fellow, always used me well, said Thomas. "Why did you leave then?" asked a member of the Committee. He replied, "I made a proposition to my master to buy myself for $800, but he refused and wanted $1,000. Then I made up my mind that I would make less do." Thomas had been hired out at the National Hotel for $30 a month. Adam was well described in the following advertisement taken from the Baltimore Sun: $300 reward. Ran away from the subscriber near Beltsville, Prince George's County, Maryland, on Saturday night, the 22nd of August, 1857. Negro man, Adam Smith, aged about 30, height 5 feet 4 or 5 inches, black bushy hair, and well dressed. He has a mother living at Mr. Hamilton's on Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C. I will give the above reward if taken in a free State, $50 if taken in the District of Columbia or counties of Montgomery and St. George's, or $100 if taken elsewhere and secured so that I get him. Isaac Skaggs, A27 6T. With his fellow passengers, George and Thomas, he greatly enjoyed the hospitalities of the Underground Rail Road in the city of brotherly love, and had a very high idea of Canada, as he anticipated becoming a British subject at an early day. The story which Adam related concerning his master and his reasons for escaping ran thus: "My master was a very easy man, but would work you hard, and never allow you any chance night or day. He was a farmer, about 50, stout, full face, a real country ruffian, member of no church, a great drinker and gambler, would sell a slave as quick as any other slave holder. He had a great deal of cash, but did not rank high in society. His wife was very severe, hated a colored man to have any comfort in the world. They had 8 adult and 9 young slaves. Adam left because he didn't like the treatment. Twice he had been placed on the auction block. He was a married man, and left a wife and 1 child. 4 able-bodied articles in one arrival, 1857. Edward and Joseph Haynes, Thomas Harris, and James Sheldon. "This certainly is a likely looking party," are the first words which greet the eye on turning to the record under which their brief narratives were entered at the Philadelphia station, September 7th, 1857. Edward was about 54 years of age, of unmixed blood, and in point of natural ability he would rank among the most intelligent of the oppressed class. Without owing thanks to anybody, he could read and write pretty well, having learned by his own exertions. Tabby and Eliza Fortlock, sisters and single women, had been deriving years of leisure, comfort, and money from the sweat of Edward's brow. The maiden ladies owned about 18 head of this kind of property, far more than they understood how to treat justly or civilly. They bore the name of being very hard to satisfy. They were proverbially stingy. They were members of the Christ Episcopal Church. Edward, however, remembered very sensibly that his own brother had been sold South by these ladies, and not only he, but others also, had been sent to the auction block, and there made merchandise of. Edward, therefore, had no faith in these lambs of the flock, and left them because he thought there was reason in all things. Yearly my task had been increased and made heavier and heavier, until I was pressed beyond what I could bear. Under this pressure no hope, present or future, could be discerned, except by escaping on the Underground Rail Road. Joseph was also one of the chattels belonging to the Misses Portlock. A more active and wide awake young man of 20 years of age could not easily be found among the enslaved. He seemed to comprehend slavery in all its bearings. From a small boy he had been hired out, making money for the pious ladies who owned him. His experience under these protectors had been similar to that of Edward given above. Joseph was of a light brown color. Some of his friends may be able to decide by this simple fact whether he is a relative, etc. Tom, a full-faced, good-natured looking young man, was also of this party. He was about 27 years of age, and was said to be the slave of John Hatton, Esquire, cashier of the Virginia Bank of Portsmouth. Tom admitted that he was treated very well by Mr. Hatton and his family, except that he was not allowed his freedom. Besides, he felt a little tired of having to pay $12 a month for his hire, as he hired his time of his master. Of course he was not insensible to the fact also that he was liable to be sold any day. In pondering over these slight drawbacks, Tom concluded that slavery was no place for a man who valued his freedom. It mattered not how kind masters and mistresses might be. Under these considerations he made up his mind that he would have to let the cashier look out for himself, and he would do the same. In this state of mind he joined the party for Canada. James was another associate passenger, and the best looking article in the party. Few slaves showed a greater degree of intelligence and shrewdness. He had acquired the art of reading and writing very well, and was also a very ready talker. He was owned by Mrs. Maria Hansford of New York. When he was quite small he remembered seeing his mistress, but not since. He was raised with her sister, who resided in Norfolk, the place of James's servitude. James confessed that he had been treated very kindly, and had been taught to read by members of the family. This was an exceptional case, worthy of a special note. Notwithstanding all the kindness that James had received, he hated slavery, and took a deep interest in the Underground Rail Road, and used his intelligence and shrewdness to good purpose in acting as an Underground Rail Road agent for a time. James was a young man, about 25 years of age, well made, and of a yellow complexion. Although none of this party experienced brutal treatment personally, they had seen the elephant quite to their satisfaction in Norfolk and vicinity. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Underground Rail Road, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 3, by William Still. Section 27. Arrival from Arlington, Maryland, 1857. John Alexander Butler, William Henry Hipkins, John Henry Moore, and George Hill. This party made at first sight a favorable impression. They represented the bone and sinew of the slave class of Arlington, and upon investigation the committee felt assured that they would carry with them to Canada industry and determination such as would tell well for the race. John Alexander Butler was about 29 years of age, well made, dark color, and intelligent. He assured the committee that he had been hampered by slavery from his birth, and that in consequence thereof he had suffered serious hardships. He said that a man by the name of William Ford, belonging to the Methodist Church at Arlington, had defrauded him of his just rights, and had compelled him to work on his farm for nothing, also had deprived him of an education, and had kept him in poverty and ignorance all his life. In going over the manner in which he had been treated, he added that not only was his master a hard man, but that his wife and children partook of the same evil spirit. They were all hard. True, they had but 3 slaves to oppress, but these they spared not. John was a married man, and spoke affectionately of his wife and children, whom he had to leave behind at Cross Roads. William Henry, who was heart and soul in earnest with regard to reaching Canada, and was one of this party, was 23 years of age, and was a stout, yellow man with a remarkably large head, and looked as if he was capable of enjoying Canada and caring for himself. In speaking of the fettered condition from which he had escaped, the name of Ephraim Swart, a gambler and spreeer, was mentioned as the individual who had wronged him of his liberty most grievously. Against Swart he expressed himself with much manly feeling, and judging from his manner he appeared to be a dangerous customer for Master Swart to encounter north of Mason's and Dixon's line. William complained that Swart would come home late at night drunk, and if he did not find us awake, he would not attempt to wake us, but would begin cutting and slashing with a cowhide. He treated his wife very bad too. Sometimes when she would stand up for the servants, he would knock her down. Many times at midnight she would have to leave the house and go to her mother's for safety. She was a very nice woman, but he was the very old Satan himself. While William Henry was debarred from learning letters under his brutal overseer, he nevertheless learned how to plan ways and means by which to escape his bondage. He left his old mother and 2 brothers wholly ignorant of his movements. John Henry Moore, another one of the Arlington party, was about 24 years of age, a dark, spare-built man. He named David Mitchell, of Havre de Grace, as the individual above all others who had kept his foot on his neck. Without undertaking to give John Henry's description of Mitchell in full, suffice it to give the following facts. Mitchell would go off and get drunk, and come home, and if the slaves had not as much work done as he had tasked them with, he would go to beating them with clubs or anything he could get in his hand. He was a tall, spare-built man with sandy hair. He had a wife and family, but his wife was no better than he was. When charges or statements were made by fugitives against those from whom they escaped, particular pains were taken to find out if such statements could be verified. If the explanation appeared valid, the facts as given were entered on the books. John Henry could not read, but greatly desired to learn, and he looked as though he had a good head for so doing. Before he left there had been some talk of selling him South. This rumor had a marked effect upon John Henry's nervous system. It also expanded his idea touching traveling, the Underground Railroad, etc. As he had brothers and sisters who had been sold to Georgia, he made up his mind that his master was not to be trusted for a single day. He was therefore one of the most willing-hearted passengers in the party. George Hill, also a fellow passenger, was about 24 years of age, quite black, medium size, and of fair, natural mother wit. In looking back upon his days of bondage, his mind reverted to Dr. Savington, of Harford county, as the person who owed him for years of hard and unrequited toil, and at the same time was his so-called owner. The doctor, it seemed, had failed to treat George well, for he declared that he had never received enough to eat the whole time that he was with him. "The clothes I have on I got by overwork of nights. When I started I hadn't a shoe on my foot. These were given to me. He was an old man, but a very wicked man, and drank very hard." George had been taught field work pretty thoroughly, but nothing in the way of reading and writing. George explained why he left as follows: "I left because I had got along with him as well as I could. Last Saturday a week he was in a great rage and drunk. He shot at me. He never went away but what he would come home drunk, and if anybody made him angry out from home, he would come home and take his spite out of his people. He owned 3 grown men, 2 women, and 6 children." Thus hating Slavery heartily, George was enthusiastically in favor of Canada. 5 passengers, 1857. Eliza Jane Johnson, Harriet Stewart, and her daughter Mary Eliza, William Cole, and Hanson Hall. Eliza Jane was a tall, dark young woman, about 23 years of age, and had been held to service by a widow woman named Sally Spicer, who was anything but a good woman. The place of her habitation was in Delaware, between Concord and Georgetown. Eliza Jane's excuse for leaving was this: she charged her mistress with trying to work her to death, and with unkind treatment generally. When times became so hard that she could not stand her old mistress Sally any longer, she took out. Harriet did not come in company with Eliza Jane, but by accident they met at the station in Philadelphia. Harriet and daughter came from Washington, D.C. Harriet had treasured up a heavy account against a white man known by the name of William A. Linton, whom she described as a large, red-faced man, who had in former years largely invested in slave property, but latterly he had been in the habit of selling off, until only 7 remained, and among them she and her child were numbered. Therefore she regarded him as one who had robbed her of her rights, and daily threatened her with sale. Harriet was a very likely looking woman, 29 years of age, medium size, and of a brown color, and far from being a stupid person. Her daughter also was a smart and interesting little girl of 8 years of age, and seemed much pleased to be getting out of reach of slaveholders. The mother and daughter, however, had not won their freedom thus far without great suffering from the long and fatiguing distance which they were obliged to walk. Sometimes the hardness of the road made them feel as though they would be compelled to give up the journey whether or not, but they added to their faith patience, and thus finally succeeded. Heavy rewards were offered through advertisements in the Baltimore Sun, but they availed naught. The Vigilance Committee received them safely, fully cared for them, and safely sent them through to the land of refuge. Harriet's daring undertaking obliged her to leave her husband, John Stewart, behind, also one sister, a slave in Georgetown. One brother had been sold South. Her mother she had laid away in a slave's grave, but her father she hoped to find in Canada, he having escaped thither when she was a small girl. At least it was supposed that he had gone there. Arrival from Howard county, Maryland, 1857. Bill Cole and Hanson. $500 reward. Ran away on Saturday night, September 5th. Bill Cole, aged about 37 years, of copper complexion, stout built, ordinary height, walks very erect, earnest but squint look when spoken to. Also Hanson, copper complexion, well made, sickly look, medium height, stoops when walking, quick when spoken to, aged about 30 years. $300 will be paid for the apprehension and delivery of Bill if caught out of the State, and $200 if in the State. $200 for Hanson if out of the State, and $100 if in the State. W. Baker Dorsey, Hammond Dorsey, Savage Post Office, Howard county, Maryland. Such notoriety as was given them by the above advertisement did not in the least damage Bill and Hanson in the estimation of the Committee. It was rather pleasing to know that they were of so much account as to call forth such a public expression from Messrs. Dorsey. Besides, it saved the Committee the necessity of writing out a description of them, the only fault found with the advertisement being in reference to their ages. Bill, for instance, was put down 10 years younger than he claimed to be. Which was correct, Bill or his master? The Committee were inclined to believe Bill in preference to his master, for the simple reason that he seemed to account satisfactorily for his master's making him so young. He, the master, could sell him for much more at 37 than at 47. Unscrupulous horse jockeys and traders in their fellow men were about on a par as to that kind of sharp practice. Hanson, instead of being only 30, declared that he was 37 the 15th of February. These errors are noticed and corrected, because it is barely possible that Bill and Hanson may still be lost to their relatives, who may be inquiring and hunting in every direction for them, and as many others may turn to these records with hope, it is therefore doubly important that these descriptions shall be as far as possible correct, especially as regards ages. Hanson laughed heartily over the idea that he looked sickly. While on the Underground Rail Road he looked very far from sickly. On the contrary, a more healthy, fat, and stout-looking piece of property no one need wish to behold than was this same Hanson. He confessed, however, that for some time previous to his departure he had feigned sickness, told his master that he was sick all over. 10 times a day Hanson said they would ask him how he was, but was not willing to make his task much lighter. The following description was given of his master, and his reason for leaving him. My master was a red-faced farmer, severe temper, would curse and swear and drink, and sell his slaves whenever he felt like it. My mistress was a pretty cross, curious kind of a woman too, though she was a member of the Protestant Church. They were rich, and had big farms and a good many slaves. They didn't allow me any provisions hardly. I had a wife, but they did not allow me to go see her only once in a great while. Bill providentially escaped from a well-known cripple, whom he undertook to describe as a very sneaking-looking man, medium size, smooth face, a wealthy farmer who owned 18 or 20 head of slaves, and was judge of the Orphans' Court. He sells the slaves occasionally. My mistress was a very large, rough, Irish-looking woman, with a very bad disposition. It appeared like as if she hated to see a "nigger," and she was always wanting her husband to have some one whipped, and she was a member of the Methodist Church. My master was a trustee in the Episcopal Church. In consequence of the tribulation Bill had experienced under his Christian master and mistress, he had been led to disbelieve in the Protestant faith altogether, and declared that he felt persuaded that it was all a pretense, and added that he never went to church. No place was provided in church for "niggers," except a little pen for the coachmen and waiters. Bill had been honored with the post of head man on the place, but of this office he was not proud. Arrival from Prince George's County, Maryland. Jim Bell. $100 reward. Ran away from the subscriber on Saturday night. Negro man Jim Bell. Jim is about 5 feet 10 inches high, black color, about 26 years of age, has a down look, speaks slow when spoken to. He has large thick lips and a mustache. He was formerly owned by Edward Stansbury, late of Baltimore county, and purchased by Edward Worthington, near Reisterstown, in Baltimore county, at the late Stansbury's sale, who sold him to B.M. and W.L. Campbell of Baltimore City, of whom I purchased Jim on the 13th of June last. His wife lives with her mother, Ann Robertson, in Corn Alley, between Lee and Hill Streets, Baltimore City, where he has other relations, and where he is making his way. I will give the above reward, no matter where taken, so he is brought home, or secured in jail so I get him again. Zachariah Berry, of W., near Upper Marlboro, Prince George's County, Maryland. Mr. Zachariah Berry, who manifested so much interest in Jim, may be until this hour in ignorance of the cause of his running off without asking leave, etc. Jim stated that he was once sold and flogged unmercifully, simply for calling his master "Mr." instead of master, and he alleged that this was the secret of his eyes being opened and his mind nerved to take advantage of the Underground Rail Road. While it may not now do Zachariah Berry much good to learn this secret, it may nevertheless be of some interest to those who were of near kin to Jim to glean even so small a ray of light. Arrival from Rappahannock County, 1857. Pascal Quantence. Pascal fled from Virginia, and accused Bannon and Brandy of doing violence to his liberty. He had, however, been in their clutches only a short while before escaping, but that short while seemed almost an age, as he was treated so meanly by them compared with the treatment which he had experienced under his former master. According to Pascal's story, which was evidently true, his previous master was his own father, John Quantence, who had always acknowledged Pascal as his child, whom he did not scruple to tell people he should set free, that he did not intend that he should serve anybody else. But while out riding one day he was thrown from his horse and instantly killed. Naturally enough, no will being found, his effects were all administered upon, and Pascal was sold with the farm. Bannon and Brandy were the purchasers, at least of Pascal. In their power, immediately the time of trouble began with Pascal, and so continued until he could no longer endure it. Hoggishness, according to Pascal's phraseology, was the most predominant trait in the character of his new masters. In his mournful situation and grief, he looked toward Canada, and started with courage and hope, and thus succeeded. Such deliverances always afforded very great joy to the Committee. End of Section 27.